ideas and hedging. Okay. So that's one thing. Okay. Keep these two things, or the pair of ideas. Keep these in mind. Okay. Put these to the side. Second thing. Okay. I can talk to and communicate with a huge variety of people because usually there's something interesting about everybody. And I don't know. There's just a lot of reasons to find a lot of different people interesting, even if I don't end up talking to them again, or I don't, whatever.
Yo, what's going on? Congratulations, Hexcorn. You are first.
People are saying, oh, it's a cute girl she's eating. She used to talk, oh, this tastes good. Now it's... Coach Greg, in today's video, we have another catastrophe about to go down. We have what's about to become the next version of Nikocado Avocado.
Damage and using your flask too much. It's a fucking trip. Weapon, the game is fun as fuck.
These spirits that you equip for a special ability, a transformation ability, will transfer into a
person
that's different from you, and you actually...
Bro, can I call you on Discord? Or are you busy? Remember, I wanted to call you last
in female form this time. Let me take you back a few years ago. 3 years ago, this woman, she was very healthy. She was literally making TikTok dance videos. She was slim, she was looking good, she appeared to be very fit.
Looks like Greg's editor fucked up. That was a good, 5 seconds of just black.
Please know that fame and happiness is permanent and the change in your body will never go back to before. Please be careful. And so is that not a little bit of foreshadowing? Fame and happiness is permanent. Fame is not permanent, and happiness also not permanent. It's very much fleeting. And so people are literally commenting on her old videos from 3 years ago saying, go back to that. You used to make TikTok videos, you used to dance, you appeared to be happy. And so for 2 years, she's mostly just dancing, getting a little bit of traction, but not all that much. And she's doing her thing and you know what I mean? She's doing the Macarena, whatever. But since that now, she's developed a new strategy to get famous on social media. And so I'm seeing a pattern. Did we not just see what Togi was doing? Togi said he tried to get famous on social media for a couple of years, but it wasn't working. And so he developed a plan. And it worked, but at what expense? The expense of his body, both his physical health and his mental. And so what Jelly Bean Sweets has done is she's gone from doing TikTok dances, which were doing all right, but not enough to make her famous, not enough to make her rich. And so she's now decided to, you thought I was going to say OF? Nope, she's not doing OF. She's decided to eat. And eat she will, and eat she does. Chaotic video of me eating icing. And so she's been practicing this for years, honing her craft. She wasn't very good at it. She's dropping the container. She's showing the ice cream. Look at me, I'm eating ice cream.
Jalen Donate $2. What do you think of Jason Blaha, lifter to lifter, not man-to-man? He's not good at lifting. For a guy who's been lifting for as long as he is while taking steroids, his lifts aren't that great. His best lift by far is his deadlift. I think did he get to 650 or 670, something like that? But his bench has never been great. His squat is pretty decent. I think his best in competition was 450 or something like that. Given his height, But he's not good at lifting in general. When you look at his technique on most lifts, it's just bad. He also doesn't know how to program or periodize, which kind of explains his mediocre lifts. From what I've seen anecdotally, deadlifts seem to be the most benefited from steroid use, which probably explains why his deadlift is so so high. But his other lifts are not that great. But yeah, he doesn't know how to program, periodize. He is just generally lazy. For quite a while, he was advocating doing pretty low volumes with training. Again, it's probably just because he's lazy and he doesn't want to lift that much. And, you know, you see the outcomes of that. He's not that strong, especially considering he takes a lot of steroids, or at least was. But yeah, that's Blaha. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
I don't have any talent whatsoever. I do TikTok videos a little bit.
That's not even ice cream. That's literally just frosting.
I'm not particularly smart in any particular subject, and so I'm just going to eat. It's eat. The entry-level skill required to be an eater, it's not really all that hard. Perhaps a 5-year-old could do it. You take the spoon or the fork and you put the food in your mouth. That's all you need to do. She's not talking. She's not explaining things. She's not a chef. She's simply eating. The best Subway sandwich gets 5 times more views than her typical video. Almost 300,000. A couple years go by. She's not really getting that much traction. Not that many people are watching videos. Then suddenly she discovers, wait a minute. People want to watch me eat. And in this video, she doesn't even eat the sandwich. She literally just shows you a picture of it. All that mayo, all that goop, all that food.
Gross.
And so for some reason, people, they eat it up.
I don't know what it is with mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is terrible. You will never change my mind. It is just awful. How do people eat it? It's bad.
Up. No pun intended, but they're eating it up. But what do you think then happens? She notices that more people are watching her eating than they are watching her dancing. And so she continues to produce fewer and fewer dancing videos and more eating videos. And so think of what's happening. She's burning off fewer calories because she's dancing less, and she's eating more calories, aka in a surplus, and so she's continuing to gain weight.
I got Wingstop again, but this time I am trying some of the things you guys suggested. All right, first up, we have French fries. So many people are requesting the Cajun corn, 20 boneless wings.
And
Dude, that corn looks great.
Do you think seemingly innocent games like Stardew Valley normalize animal abuse for kids? Farming sims, etc.?
It's hard to argue that because most games are violent and most games have you committing violence against other human beings. And there's no relationship between violence in video games and real life violence. So if you're going to try to argue that games like Stardew Valley normalize violence against animals, you're going to have a hard time. There would have to be some kind of symmetry breaker between games like Call of Duty and games like Stardew Valley, which I haven't seen.
You're not going to be live, this even exists.
Dude, I can't bend my left fucking arm. Like, holy shit. That's the most I can fucking bend it. Oh my god, it's bad. But thanks for the donation though, Saxby. Appreciate it. Let me see.
You're about to see something you will not believe. And this is crazily a very real product for sale. Take a look.
A message from the 45th President of the United Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite fish, Trumpy Trout.
No one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big personality.
I am the hugely bigliest fish in the pond.
Watch his fins flap and his large mouth move as he makes speech after speech in high-fidelity sound.
Some bass, a bad fish, crazy fish, criminal fish, and druggy fish. But some bass are good fish, and I only love some of them.
Mount him to your wall or use the built-in stand to display his...
For real? Like, this isn't a parody. That's an actual thing. How?
I'm proud proudly on your desk. Now you'll never miss a Trumpy Trout rally.
I'm building a new pond, and the bass will pay for it.
This is a real product being advertised on Newsmax. The wildest part is I'm sure it's going to sell so much. And to be honest, I kind of want one. I kind of want one because I think this is the most accurate depiction of Trump I've seen. I think it captures his essence best. And
fans.
My fins are big. I have the biggest fins. No fish have fins like me.
Or turn him on and let his inspiring words delight the crowd.
All the fish love Trumpy. They just love me.
Catch Trumpy Trout for yourself or someone you love.
Oh, they can try, but they can't. They just can't.
Treat yourself to this limited edition Trumpy Trout for just $59.99. It comes with your official Make Fishing Great Again certificate of authenticity. Order right now and we'll instantly upgrade you to the deluxe version with desktop stand and Trumpy Trout jingle free.
He is the greatest trout without a doubt.
Is there. One, the price, $59, unbelievable. Two, it has a motion activated mode. People are gonna have heart attacks and die with the last thing they see in their life. Towards Trump, it has to have a song that sings about how great the Trump.
Is this licensed by Trump, or is this like a gag thing making fun of him? This is actually real. Who the fuck? I'm just really confused about this.
Hopefully Van Moo's stonefish kills him before he bluids that new bond.
Yeah, hopefully. Can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm just very confused. Is this something that's being sold to like fund his campaign?
Are you friends with Andrew Wilson?
I wouldn't say I'm friends, but we are acquainted. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Because this sounds like give me a second. This sounds like something that Trump wouldn't appreciate, right? Because he's a narcissist. He wants everybody to take him seriously, and this doesn't seem like something you'd actually like. 6 months, wow, longer than my last job. Well, VG, can you pick what I should have for dinner tonight? Vegan, of course. Thanks for being entertaining. Well, you can never go wrong with some good pizza. If you're gonna make food at home, what I would really like is a mix of like nice roasted vegetables, so like tomato, zucchini, maybe a bit of cucumber. Roast that with some like olive oil, rosemary, and then mix in some chickpeas. That'd be nice. Tofu, either pan-fried or air-fried, with some vegetables and like a nice stir-fry sauce and some rice. That'd be nice. I think those 3 options would be good.
Syndication corns, 20.
Yeah, dude, that corn looks fucking good, dude.
Fries. So
I want that corn. That corn looks fucking good.
many people are requesting the Cajun corn, 20 boneless wings.
And so I'm going to get a large fries, I'm going to do a small amount of corn, and then 20 wings. And remember, I'm eating everything that you...
Are we really making Mercadens, let alone child runs toys based on Trump? Okay, that's just downright scary.
I don't know what the fuck you'd call that. That's definitely not a children's toy. Like, at best, it's a gag gift, but that is one of the strangest things I've ever fucking seen in my life. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you ever say beg your pardon instead of sorry?
No, I don't. I beg your pardon is something like boomers would say, or maybe like British people or something, but I don't say beg your pardon. It's kind of like saying poppycock. Or oh my word. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Night Garad. What's up, dude? VG gonna have abs for like a week, then give up. Probably not.
You wanted me to eat. And notice over 3 million views. Not 300,000 views, 3 million views. And so she's quickly learning. I'm going to give the audience what they want. And what they want is me to eat like a pig on film and get big and fat. They want to see me be a train wreck. It worked for Nikocado Avocado, and it's going to work for me. And so what has she been doing since then? Eating.
Of course, you can't go to Wingstop without getting their ranch, so I got 2 of their ranches, and then I wanted to try one of their cheese sauces, so I got one of those.
And of course, you can't go to Wings without the ranch, so I got not 1, but 2. Do you know how many calories are in there? It's enormous. Even 1 is more calories than you're going to need. And so you know what this does? It's going to cause thousands of girls to want to do the exact same thing. And what exactly is that? Well, to put a Drake-sized floppy taco in the mouth. And remember, I'm not talking about OF. I'm talking about food. To binge eat on camera, it's known as a mukbang. The more people that do this, and I call this glorifying gluttony, it's the 2 Gs, glorifying gluttony. It's when you eat and overeat and indulge, and it causes morbid obesity. And why is it called morbid obesity? Because it's leading to death. Do we not remember Xiao Ting, that famous mukbang girl from China? She recently died doing the exact same thing. She was 24. 24. And yeah, some of you are saying, yeah, but you took steroids. Yeah, steroids are bad. A guy just died 2 days ago. Guy was 26, had a heart attack following a competition. And so using steroids is bad, abusing food is bad, everything is bad. But when you're making mukbang videos, eating all this food, and you're posting it more often than last time, and you see your weight slowly spiraling up, or in this case, quickly spiraling up, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? Nikocado Avocado was perhaps 150 pounds. He then more than doubled his weight. He got to 400 pounds. What do you think that's going to do to his life? It's going to short it, perhaps by 20 years or even more. When I was young, we used to have a saying, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the...
You want to bet she's not even making any money off of this because it's fucking TikTok?
The hips. The problem is the lifetime, it's a lot shorter. It'd be one thing if you just gained all the weight. She probably has gained 50 pounds in the last year. How much more is she going to gain? But the problem more so is not how much weight you're going to gain. It's how many years you're shaving off your life. I can't understand why people care about this. Over 3 million views. People commenting, they're into it. They're so excited. Problem is you're glorifying this.
Yep, Steam refunded me. I got my money back. On Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong fucking sucks. IGN gave it an 8 out of 10. That was a big red flag to me because if IGN gives something an 8 out of 10, that usually means it's like a 6 out of 10 game. So when everybody's saying it's like great and everything, then IGN gives it 8 out of 10. That's weird. I was expecting them to give it like a 9 or 9.5 or some shit. But Black Myth Wukong just fucking sucks, dude.
And so perhaps it's not as glamorous, as obvious as somebody like Toji, who's gambling and sniffing creatine. But what's...
Jalen, don't need tellers. Where do you see your bench press peaking, maybe? I think I could do a 500-pound bench, given like a couple more years. I think I could get it up to 500. I don't know if I'm really going to go for it, just because it's dangerous. The injury risk is so high, but I think I could get it up to 500. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
What's happening here, it's essentially the same thing, a downward spiral to an early grave. And so you can see, oftentimes her videos now getting over 1 million views, and so of course you're going to keep doing them. You're going to tell a young girl like this, perhaps she doesn't have a lot of money, that all she needs to do is put more food in her mouth and she's going to get 1 million views, going to get more money, more fame. How is she going to stop? How is she going to say no?
I'm going to be traveling abroad. My junior...
Once again, it just goes to show that great reviews mean nothing anymore.
It does. Most people have no taste. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I remember there was that Guardians of the Galaxy game. That got really good reviews too, and that was one of the shittiest fucking games I've ever played in my life. That was just pure trash. I was playing it on stream, and it was hilarious. The first level, you're literally just shooting fucking bubbles. The aliens were literally bubbles. And you could only play as Star-Lord. It was so fucking horseshit. I wanted to play as Rocket Raccoon. He's the coolest fucking character. And then you play as this bitch Star-Lord. His fucking laser beams suck. And then you shoot fucking bubbles. It was fucking horseshit.
Are you pro-Israel because Gary Yarovsky is Jewish? Does that make you biased?
No, I'm pro-Israel because that is the only smart, logical choice. Palestinians are either terrorists or insane, lying crybabies who support terrorists. So why in the fuck would I support them? Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Your senior year to China, and I want to be able to try all sorts of foods. I probably won't be fluent in the language at that time.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to travel to China. I'm probably not going to be fluent in Mandarin by next month. As I flop around that big French fry, looks like a Drake taco in there. And so I'm going to eat chicken right now. It's a fried chicken in a bun. It hardly looks like chicken. Is this not what Hugh Jackman ate to look like he did in Wolverine? Chicken, tilapia, and beans. This doesn't look like chicken. It looks like a burger with some remnants of chicken somewhere inside of the bun.
It might be hard to translate, like, I don't want any meat or anything.
Wopiaro. Hard to say wopiaro without speaking Mandarin. Sorry, you never knew Coach Greg was taking Mandarin and also Spanish lessons and French and English. Coach Greg has many talents.
And, you know, I've actually been enjoying meat.
Does this not look like Drake to you all? Drake! What has she done? Oh my goodness, I thought she was going to give it a bit of hawk tour. She bit it in half.
I got Burger King today, by the way. It was pretty good. I think Wingstop sandwiches are better.
And here's the thing.
How the fuck do people watch this shit? The food they're eating is fucking gross. It doesn't even look appealing. They're fucking gross. They're just like not... Like, you want to see ugly people eat ugly food? Is that just a fetish or something? It's just fucking weird.
There's so many calories in that sauce. I mean, as if the burger wasn't bad enough. There's probably 700-800 calories in the burger alone. But you add in a half a cup of sauce and you're into the thousands. And she's not doing her little dances anymore. And so she's not going to burn off all those calories. And so what do you think's the result? Surplus calories equals surplus body fat. And so fast forward to more recently. Now she's got videos, they're getting 10 million views plus. Several videos over 10 million views. And so she's hit the big time. Over 1 million followers on TikTok for doing what? For eating. For putting floppy things in her mouth. Lots of calories, lots of sauces, and the result is she's gaining weight. And so do you want to see the difference between her eating videos from a year ago to now? What does she do right now? She throws the entire jar of sauce onto the bun. She used to dip it in. She used to eat it. She used to eat it for her own
This is just gross.
enjoyment. She was
Like it's getting 20 million views. I don't get it. People just like watching gross shit?
putting on the amount that she wanted. Now, I'm going to get right in there. Throws on all the sauce that she can, the whole thing. Puts it on the bun. It's dripping over her hands. And she rips into it.
Ew.
And why do you think you want to see her glorify food, gluttony, and you want her to binge eat? And YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, they're all for it. Is she not Are you seeing? She's going to put on more weight. She's going to continue this downward spiral. And why? The money, the fame. If I were to get a mirror and put several lines of creatine on there and were to continue to snort this out of a straw, if I were to snort creatine for 4 minutes off of a glass surface, would YouTube allow it? How is this any better? This is going to endanger her life. She's going to continue to gain weight, and it's going to encourage other people to do the exact same thing. It really does feel like watching Nikocado Avocado all over again, LOL. Matt Stoney versus Jelly Bean Sweets. It sounds like it hurts, and yeah, trust me, it does. How much do you actually make? Because this is a lot of mukbangs in a month. And so if you think it's just Coach Greg, I'm carried away. There's no problem here. She's
How much money can you make on TikTok? Let's see. I'm making about 5K a month using my TikTok account. Started a year ago. I bought 2K followers. After that, started posting quality content, about 3 high quality videos a week. After 4 months of work, started to go viral on TikTok and gained over 50K followers, currently sitting at 100K once a week, able to make 1,000 to 1,300 a week with one video. Other 2 videos I post are non-promotional. It's definitely possible to make money. So he's making money just through promotions. So it looks like usually they're getting money through promotions. I don't know if TikTok is monetizable for most people.
How much TikTok paid me for a video with 56 million views? The TikTok Creator Fund is known to pay 2 to 3 cents per 1,000 views. Now, using those numbers and these calculations, we can see that a video with 56 million views should generate around $1,400. So, how much money did I actually make from this video? Well, considering I'm from Canada and we don't actually have the Creator Fund here, I made a whopping $0.
Yeah, so it looks like most people are just making money through promotions. Jalen donated $10. You take iron, I take iron capsules and sublingual tongue zinc. I do get iron from a multivitamin, but most of my iron comes from my diet. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Literally knows what she's doing. She's rolling up her shirt to show her fat rolls so that you're going to comment. She's eating 2 at the same time with that disgusting amount of sauce. She's not even talking. She knows what she's doing. She's trying to get maximum viewing time. What do you think Nikocado Avocado did? The exact same thing. And so if you don't think she's going to continue to get larger, going to continue to grow her following, continue to get more views, and continue to take years off of your life, Well, you got another thing coming. Your downfall has been really sad to watch, to be honest. The people encouraging her this hate her. Exactly. You're all are thinking, no, I'm following her. I like this girl. If you follow her and you're trying to take years off her life, it shows that you don't give two shits about her. And so whether she's eating pizza...
It's me, your favorite donator. Or at least the least annoying, hopefully. How are you doing? Also, why were the 90s obsessed with Mr. T? Like he's not even that big and he's kinda short. Skip 050.
Let me see.
Find out what you want.
Is this?
No. You want tough?
Do you see Frank's latest eye surgery update? Do you mind watching it? He seems like he's losing his mind.
We already watched it over a week ago. And yeah, it seems pretty clear he's become addicted to kratom. Pretty sure he's also an alcoholic, and he fucked himself over with that eye surgery thing he got. He's fucked, dude. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up Minecrafting himself. Thanks for the donation, though, Kevin Blue.
You got tough. B.A.! Quintana!
Sí, señor.
Ven acá.
You want him?
No, you take him.
I didn't think so.
The A-Team is more like 1970s and 80s. It's not a 90s thing. Mr. T got pretty big for Rocky, though. Wasn't he, like, pretty fucking jacked in Rocky?
It's been messing up. Jump, jump. Come on. Come on, Creed.
So, presenting to you on my left outbounds, the way.
Words up there, any comment?
I have no.
The Italian
He's the champion.
Come on, swing it. Incredible start.
He's pretty jacked for Rocky 3. Mr. T, Rocky training. Yeah, you know, the 70s, 80s had different standards. You're not gonna see anybody looking like Schwarzenegger. Bamboosis donated $2. Let me see. Well, that's a nice panda. It's clearly AI, but that's still a nice panda.
Whoa! Whoa! You alright?
Yeah, I think you're going the wrong way.
Yeah, and you're not using a crosswalk.
You're right.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay. Okay, we are cooked. Yep, we are absolutely cooked, chat. GG.
Uh-huh.
We are Bathroom Designs, a social enterprise with over 65% of our employees on the autism spectrum. United to bring possibilities to autistic adults.
Support us. Order from us.
Help us change our story.
Support our mission.
So I can have a job.
So I can earn a paycheck.
So I could be independent.
What are you waiting for?
Go to spectrumdesigns.org.
Well, that's nice. So you're a socialist, can't say it's 50-50, more of introvert, extrovert with close friends. What? You think socialist is being social? That's pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Bamboosis. I'll Wally Donny Tellers. Imagine breaking your fucking tooth on animal parts like a bitch and then dying from a life of eating animals, lol.
Yeah, so make sure y'all stream my new album, Never Leave Houston, on a Sunday, so that I can afford to go get my tooth repaired tomorrow. It broke while I was eating chicken wings at the movie theater watching Deadpool. So yeah, make sure y'all go stream. I can't say stream. Make sure y'all go stream Never Leave Houston on a Sunday. Boy, I don't know where you came from, but I don't play that shit. Them days are over, buddy. Oh, you a gangster. You ain't even trying to run. But see, nigga, I'm from the hood, nigga. I spray a roach till it turn white. Money. Not Bitcoin, not Cash App, not Zelle. Motherfucking classic club songs that got the same motherfucking beat. Pretty Boy Swag. If I remember around that time, 2000. Okay, I'm absolutely in love with your cookies.
So, what killed him? Did he have a heart attack or something? It sounds pretty retarded, chipping your tooth from a chicken wing. I don't know how the fuck you chip your tooth eating chicken wings. Well, it's one less animal abuser in the world.
Burritos, junk food, you name it, she's overeating. She's binge eating. She's glorifying this. It's fetish eating of a savior, and YouTube, Instagram, social media, they shouldn't even allow it. Stop it. Get some help. And so, of course, if you're looking to lose weight, you can get GO2 Max, give you more endurance, do more cardio, the cookbooks, low-calorie, delicious meals for the big eater, and of course, the
Kyokushin or lifting if you had to choose only one to do for life. Probably lifting.
softer than last time. Seco protein bars, they taste amazing. 230 calories, that's it, and they're huge. 70 grams, bigger than the Anabar. Only 230 calories, 20 grams of protein. And so, interested in any of the supplements, the cookbooks, and so on, get over to the website, code Greg, 15% off. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm. Please like the video if you in fact liked it. Watch one of those two bloops. Coaching plans by me and my team. The harder than last time.
One of the most disturbing and often dangerous trends on social media right now is the flood of unscientific health advice from charismatic diet and health gurus. And platforms like TikTok and Instagram amplify their unproven diets, supplements, medical recommendations. It attracts millions of people in terms of an audience and often generates really serious health risks. And many of these creators succeed because they have persuasion skills. The public's lack of understanding in science and nutrition often helps. And today we're going to explore some notable examples. Barbara O'Neill, who says a raw plant-based diet cures cancer without medical treatment. Paul Saladino, a carnivore diet advocate who has actually faced health issues from following his own advice. and carnivore Aurelius, who spreads
Oh, yeah, that guy's a fucking pussy-ass dipshit.
falsehoods about seed oils. And we'll also talk about Eric Berg, who downplays high cholesterol risks while promoting unproven dietary theories. So let's look at each of these one by one. Barbara O'Neill advocates for a raw, plant-based diet. She says raw foods retain more nutrients and enzymes compared to cooked foods, and that this promotes better health. Now, a big issue with this diet is people will end up lacking dietary balance because it's so restrictive, and people end up not meeting their nutritional needs. Raw foods can retain certain nutrients that can be lost during cooking, but the impact on health is very nuanced, and it's an example of a kernel of a piece of truth that is amplified in a way that doesn't make any sense based on the science. Cooking can enhance the bioavailability of certain nutrients like lycopene in tomatoes or beta-carotene in carrots. And O'Neill is especially dangerous because she claims to have cured cancer through food and tells people not to undergo chemotherapy. She also claimed cancer is a fungus that can be treated with bacon.
It's always the raw tards who say stupid shit like this. Like, my God. I don't even know where the fuck this shit comes from. It's so weird. It's just not true. They have to just make it up. I don't know where that dumbass fucking idea originated from, but I've always heard it from those fucking raw-tard vegans.
Baking soda, and has asserted that vaccines are harmful, and has suggested alternatives like
Retard donators, comments on this video are absolute fucking cancer cringe juice. Let me see. Okay, so that's like a Holocaust memorial. Kicked out of 110 countries for a reason. Holy fuck, dude. They said never again, but their grandchildren became Zionists. I don't know what the fuck Zionism has to do with the fucking genocide in Palestine, but none of these people could ever give an explanation because they don't know what they're fucking talking about. They're just spreading Hamas propaganda because they hate Jews. Genocide is a genocide. There's never any good reason for it. Nothing compares to the genocide happening now in Palestine. Wow. Just... If only things were fair and you could round these people up and take away their cell phones and have them live on their own isolated island where they can just be retarded together, and you can get fucking Palestinian jihadists, fucking woke social justice warrior tards, and they can literally just kill each other because they will quickly find none of their fucking values align.
drinking water to prevent diseases like tetanus, discourages using antibiotics, falsely links antibiotics to cancer risk. It's important to understand that as charismatic as she might be, Barbara O'Neill is uncredentialed, has no recognized credentials, failed nursing training. And in fact, in 2019...
It's not GMACT, it's called self-defense.
Yep. Got that right, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The Healthcare Complaints Commission in New South Wales, Australia, where she's from, ruled that she is prohibited from providing any health-related services. O'Neill's teachings are insanely popular, especially on TikTok, and there are clips everywhere of her promoting ineffective and sometimes harmful remedies, drinking water with Celtic sea salt or Celtic sea salt for hydration, using castor oil for various health issues. And her teachings are promoted by third parties and fans as well, which makes it really hard for people seeking health advice to avoid encountering her discredited methods either directly or indirectly. Barbara O'Neill's online store sells various products like colon tea and Baja Gold liquid ocean minerals, which are accompanied by disclaimers stating they have not been reviewed by the FDA and are not intended to treat, diagnose, cure, or prevent any disease. The grifting is actually a family business. Barbara's husband, Michael O'Neill, is the founder of the Informed Medical Options Party. This is a group opposed to mandatory vaccination programs and opposed to fluoride in drinking water. Let's now talk about Paul Saladino. Paul Saladino is a proponent of the carnivore diet. Now, in some ways, he kind of picked up the reins from Liver King after Liver King admitted to steroid use and suffered a sort of public relations fiasco. And the carnivore diet typically consists of solely animal products. The idea there being that the diet will deliver essential nutrients in their most bioavailable forms while eliminating plant-based anti-nutrients that can harm the body. Sometimes Saladino talks about the defense chemicals that are in certain fruits and vegetables. Now, the reality is that a well-balanced diet can meet people's nutritional needs. And claims about anti-nutrients are exaggerated. They are typically in such small traces that they have no effect on human health. And it's also important to mention that Saladino happens to also be on the seed oils are bad trend and the cholesterol doesn't matter trend. And we're going to dig into those later, but just keep in mind that he's also on those. Now, like Barbara O'Neill, Saladino is uncredentialed. Saladino is an MD in psychiatry, which doesn't give him much credibility in the world of nutrition and physiology. Here he is getting...
He's a psychiatrist. I think he misspoke here. He mixed up psychology and psychiatrist. You don't need a medical degree to become a psychologist. You do need a medical degree to become a psychiatrist. So his only training is, just to be a general practitioner. And then he went into psychiatry, which just basically teaches you how to treat mental health illnesses with medication. So he's not a cardiologist, not a lipidologist, doesn't specialize in treating like diabetes or cancer or anything like this. So most of what he's talking about, he doesn't have any special education or training to deal with any of these things. And even the little amount of nutrition training and shit that you learn in medical school, he goes completely against it. He just makes shit up.
Destroyed on the doctors over his lack of credentials.
I would ask you, you're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And you are a psychiatrist, am I
Right, I
correct?
did a residency in psychiatry.
So what do you know about nutrition? Where
any-
did you gain your background in nutrition?
Listen, this is, I think...
No,
is a-
you listen to me and answer my question. Now I'm asking you to tell us where your background emanates from.
I went to medical school, and I studied nutrition in medical school, and I studied nutrition independently. One of the crazy things about medical school is that it teaches you how to read articles. I'm a doctor. I know how to read articles.
So have you done...
That is completely false. It does not teach you the critical thinking skills required to properly read and interpret any kind of, medical journals. Like, again, Paul lies constantly. I think he is probably smart enough to understand some of the shit he's reading, but either he's lying or he just completely doesn't understand. He'll read a paper about cholesterol, he'll cherry pick some shit, and then completely misinterpret
Lamau, I
it.
found the video of the bee guy. Let's watch that. It was so good. Vids.
What was up with the audio?
You're listening.
It's bad. I'm watching you, but I don't hear. I'm gonna turn that off though. What's the case for the bees, man? I think that you got a lot of things right, my man Rigard, but you got a lot of things wrong, and I think one of them is that you ain't really saying much about the necessity of bees in functional human diet. You know, I alluded to the fact that I think insects are commendable. You know, part of a whole nutritious vitamins and shit. But I think the biggest one is bees. That you got to get that in your diet to, you know, function properly and get all your missing macro and micronutrients.
So what's the proposition you're making?
Yeah, I just think that bees are fundamental to human proper diet that should be consumed on a weekly, if not daily
You're
basis.
saying we should eat bees?
Yeah, I mean, like in powder form, obviously. Who the hell is gonna ride my
Powdered bees?
Say again?
Powdered bees?
Yeah.
The
Like
fuck
y'all heard of the grasshopper protein powder? Similar idea, but it's like the bees. My personal preference is like wasps because they taste the best, and then like bumblebees they got too much of the fur, right? So I ain't messing
Are
with
you
that.
trolling
I don't know if I
or
can swear on here,
are
but-
you like actually retarded?
Say, man, nah. This all esoteric type shit. This is like the ancient Egyptians, they knew this stuff, but it's like it's making a comeback in like the underground scene in LA and stuff. I mean, I'm personally from East Side, Detroit, D-Hand, but I spent a lot of time at LA. My boy out over there, man, I'll be telling you, there's a lot of people that know this.
You don't need
Surprised you
to
ain't even
eat
heard of it, though.
bees.
Say again?
You don't need to eat bees. No, he's like saying eat bees, not bee pollen. He's talking about literally eating bees.
Yeah, but I mean, Rigard, I'll be honest with you, guys. Like, it's been years since I used to follow you on a daily, but you still committed to like the vegan lifestyle and shit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so how are you getting your like full micro and macronutrient content and all that?
By eating plant foods and taking some supplements like B12.
Yeah, do you inject the B12?
No.
Why not?
So I don't need to.
All right, but it's not bioavailable. I mean, that's besides the fact. I'm just kind of curious.
It is bioavailable. I've gotten my B12 levels checked and they're very high.
Right now, the fact of the matter is, though, B requirement depends on your health, though. So I'm a healthy young buck like yourself. He ain't gonna need a lot of B requirements. There ain't not much. I mean, personally, I would still recommend you get your wasp, your hornet type. I would still personally do it if I was you. But it all depends.
It lines up, it confirms, it attests to, and verifies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was trolling.
When you're in shape, you only get attraction from men. You have no women coming close to you, no women liking it. Instead, you'll have men coming up to you, touching you, trying to feel your arms. You'll have men giving you compliments, men gassing you up, men making you feel good about your physique and congratulating you. You won't have any women, is what.
So this isn't true. If you're a good-looking guy and you have a good-looking body, women will come up to you and compliment you. If you have an ugly face, or just not a very good-looking face, but you're pretty jacked and you have a good-looking body, you're gonna get more dudes coming up to you saying, "Oh yeah, you looked ripped, bro. Like, what's your supplement stack and shit?" But no. If you're just generally good looking and you're in good physical shape, women will come up to you and talk to you and give you compliments and say, "Oh, you're so muscular."
What a lot of people on this platform say, and a lot of people in general say, that it doesn't matter and you just get attraction from men when you get in shape. And this couldn't be further from the truth. And I'm going to let you know why, because when I started getting in shape, beforehand, I was insecure, anxious, hated myself, really did not like myself in any way. And in turn, I had no attraction from women or no attraction from girls. And I spent about 2 years getting in shape back then. And this wasn't even me getting in unbelievable shape. This is during Corona. So I didn't have the equipment that I needed to like actually build a big, strong physique. Instead, I was kind of lean with a little bit of muscle that I was building up at home. And then I started going out after lockdown was restricted. I started going to bars, clubs, all this. And I started getting a lot of attraction from girls. And I started actually having girls come up to me and saying stuff to me, saying you're handsome, you're attractive, dancing on me, wanting to get with me, trying to kiss me, shit like that. And if I wasn't in shape, I wouldn't have had this. Changed my life in regards to attraction-wise. Congratulated you or whatever about it. A woman would do it in a different way. They may be looking at you, smiling at you. They may be making it obvious in a sense.
Have you ever looked?
Hi, what? Welcome to Foresight's Biotech and Health Extension Salon Series, sponsored by 100 Plus Capital.
This is a very long video. Might watch it later. Thanks for the donation, Mark Sisson.
In the mirror and been unhappy with what you see?
Every day since I decided to pursue bodybuilding.
Body dysmorphia.
Dysmorphia.
Body dysmorphia.
It's real.
Fat gas in me.
Body.
Body dysmorphia is a mental health condition where a person spends a lot of time obsessing over flaws in their appearance. But these flaws are often unnoticeable.
I don't know where he's getting the source for this definition. He doesn't actually provide a source. The classical definition of body dysmorphic disorder is where you have a delusional sense of your appearance. So the way it's diagnosed is you would take a photo of the person, the subject who supposedly has body dysmorphic disorder. You get them to explain what their body looks like. And if they're like on steroids, look super jacked, they're also like relatively lean, they'll say stupid shit like, oh, I look way too skinny, my shoulders are too small, I look kind of fat, you can barely see my abs even though they look ripped. And then you show them photos of people who look almost the same as they do, and then they'll give an accurate description of their, like, those people's appearance. Oh yeah, I wish I looked like that. I wish I had, like, you know, muscles like that, and I wish I was that lean. That's how you diagnose body dysmorphic disorder. Being uncomfortable with your appearance is something entirely different. As long as somebody is seeing something in the mirror that is accurate and not delusional, by definition, they wouldn't have body dysmorphic disorder. Beauty is subjective, right? So if you just don't like the way you look, that's you just don't like the way you look, even if most other people find you attractive. Like, two people can look at the same person and they can have a completely different opinion on that person's appearance. Even though they don't have a delusional, they don't, like, they're seeing something that's actually there. They're not delusional. They're not looking at a skinny person and thinking they're fat. But two people can look at the same person and have completely different opinions on how that person looks. One person might think they're ugly, one person might think they're beautiful.
Do you ever do push-ups for burnout sets after benching?
No. I do quite a bit of pressing volume and just chest volume in general. I haven't felt like I'd need to do something like that. I don't really think it would probably be all that beneficial for me. Thanks for the donation though, nigga. So, if you're just looking in the mirror and you're unsatisfied with how you look, that's not technically body dysmorphic disorder. That's just, like, a personal problem.
To others. I'll uncover the reality of body dysmorphia, how we can combat this issue, and also how I myself have fallen victim to body dysmorphia for my entire life. And the one place I knew where to start was Venice Beach, Los Angeles, the place where everyone cares about their looks.
Now, I've had a really weird problem with body dysmorphic disorder. And I know for a fact I at least had body dysmorphic disorder. I would look at myself in the mirror, and this happened in the last bodybuilding show I was training for. So there's like a few pictures online, but if you just look at my like profile photo on my YouTube channel, that was, I think, 4 weeks out from my bodybuilding show. That's where that photo was taken. A lot of people think it's photoshopped. It's not. It's fucking retarded, but... yeah, I got super fucking lean. Like, I was shredded. Definitely sub 10% body fat. You could see, like, feathering on my triceps and shit. Just super fucking lean and shredded. I would look at myself in the mirror, and I would see my body change and get fatter as I was looking at myself in the mirror. I don't know if that's typical of people with body dysmorphic disorder, but I'd look at myself in the mirror, think, oh yeah, I look shredded. And then I'd keep looking at myself, and I'd literally see my body, like, bloat and get fatter and shit. It was weird. So that's more what body dysmorphic disorder is. It's a delusional sense of what you look like, not just an insecurity of how you look like.
A little too much. The first thing I wanted to gauge was how many people here actually have body dysmorphia. I am here with
Vincent, Doug, Liam, Ewan.
I'm just gonna call him Mr. Bodybuilder. Do you have body dysmorphia?
I do.
For sure. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably everyone like in the gym has.
This is like asking Tess Holiday if she has anorexia. Most of these people probably don't have body dysmorphic disorder.
It's pretty common, yeah, but 99% of the bodybuilders have it.
Don't even know what it is.
Do you ever look in the mirror?
All the time.
Are you happy with what you see?
Basically, yeah.
I mean, dude, how old are you?
I turned 72 this last Monday.
Can we get a flex really quick? Come on, give me something. Give me. Oh, dude.
No.
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 1,000%.
I do.
Yeah, I actually did. When I was actually sent to the hospital for anorexia, and it's 100% a real thing. And I think that it affects too many people at a young age.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
17. If you don't mind me asking, when did all that happen?
2 years ago this time.
And is it still a battle for you?
Sometimes it can be. I guess.
His one nipple looks sad, and his other nipple looks happy. His one nipple is like higher and perkier and rounder, and then this nipple's like pointed down and looks sad.
2 years ago this time.
And is it still a battle for you?
Sometimes it can be. I guess a way to put it is kind of like if someone's in the driver's seat or like backseat driving, that's sometimes how it'll feel. Like someone's telling you like, yo, you shouldn't do that.
Okay. Out of the dozens of people that I've asked, about 90% of them said that they have body dysmorphia. But this raises the question, why?
Okay, what do you think has caused your body dysmorphia?
Started lifting. The more progress you get, the more body dysmorphia you get.
You think so?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, to be honest, seeing social media, it's not the greatest. I mean, I think that's the obvious though. A lot of the times, man, it's just seeing, people like you.
No!
Not in a bad way.
Okay, good.
It should be a motivational thing, honestly.
I feel like this day and age, you can't detach yourself from social media, so you're always going to see it, and it's just what you choose to let influence you.
If social media seems to be the leading cause of body dysmorphia, then I wanted to ask these gym bros, what do they think about the most popular fitness influencers' physiques?
Speaking of social media, I want to show you guys social media stars. I want you to tell me what you think about their body. Okay, what do you think of Larry Wheels' physique?
I think that's amazing.
I mean, iconic.
What do you think of Lean Beef Patty's physique?
Yeah.
She's a 10. That's a 10. Like, what? I'm gonna go hit triceps actually. Nah, she got it.
She motivated you?
Yeah, you're doing your.
What do you think about Alex Eubanks' physique?
You gotta come clean about the PEDs.
Are you calling Alex Eubank out right now? What about you?
Yeah.
So seeing these bodybuilders, how does it make you feel about your body?
I mean, honestly, I'm young. I feel good. You know, I like where I'm at myself. It's a strive to get greater and just, you know, keep going to the gym, keep putting in that work, and eventually you'll get to that point as well.
So would you say that seeing these celebrities and all these influencers' physiques would motivate you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because that just looks like time and effort. I mean, like 6 to 10 years of time, but yeah, it looks like he's just been building that.
It does motivate me, especially the natty bodybuilders, because the natty bodybuilders, there's a lot of people that look great out there that are natural, and I want to continue to strive to be like those guys when I'm older.
Besides calling out some of the industry's biggest fake natties, I'm kidding, guys. Or am I? I think it's time to talk to the people who are supposedly causing this issue, the influencers themselves, and see what they think about their bodies.
I am here with Eric Janicki,
Jenna Gary.
Leave Patty.
Joey Swole.
Joey Swole, Joey Small.
Thank you for fighting for the truth. Much love from Israel.
Well, no problem, Ro. It's what I do. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Depends on how you're feeling. So let me ask you this. Have you ever dealt with body dysmorphia yourself?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I feel like everyone has.
So Lean Beef Patty was anorexic. Again, she had a confirmed delusional perception of how she looked like. So I don't think most of these people probably have body dysmorphic disorder.
100%, man.
Yes, all the time, every day in, day out.
Do you ever look in the mirror and feel unhappy or dissatisfied with how you look?
Less so now than I used to.
Yes, sometimes I'll look in the mirror and be like, whoa, I don't know who that person is, and they're deformed.
It's purely hate, just no love, just all hate. And yeah, I think that like when I get to a certain point, just like anybody else, you start looking at yourself like, oh, it's not enough, and that's me 100% of the time.
Do you think being on social media as an influencer gives you pressure to have to improve your physique or look a certain way?
Yeah, but I like that pressure. Personally, me. I like the pressure of knowing that people are watching. Motivating others is what motivates me.
What you see every day is not necessarily the progress, the advancement in your physique that other people see that don't see you every single day. So I think it's tough.
These responses made me wonder that if social media is the problem in the eyes of the audience, then what's the problem in the eyes of the influencers?
What do you think is causing the body dysmorphia for you?
I definitely think it's just like a gym thing in general.
I think part of it is like looking at others, right? And just not being content with your own body.
Looking at all these other girls online like, damn, I need to look like that. It's not reality, you know? Like, you don't have to have big lips, big boobs, big butt. Like, and then I'm like, oh, but I didn't need to do more cardio because my waist isn't thin enough. Like, it's just, you know, it's like an ongoing cycle. But I've like learned to be better with that for sure. And just like be okay with myself and my body and like understanding that also everyone's genetics are different.
When you put yourself as this person online, that's what you're like subconsciously programming every single day, is that I look like this.
A lot of them talked about how social media was harming their self-image. However, some of them looked more deeply into themselves, and here's what they had to say.
You have to be in love with every phase, because if its grass is always greener, like, oh, when you're like big and you want to be shredded, and then you're shredded and you wish you were bigger again, you're never gonna be happy, right? You're just like this constant cycle of just like dissatisfaction with where you are like currently. So I would just say embrace whatever phase you're in. So if you're getting lean, yeah, you're gonna be a little bit more flat. Your training intensity is probably not gonna be as high, you're not gonna be as strong, but like that's something I've just started to embrace.
It just wouldn't be right to be like, oh my God, my physique, because it's not.
Dude, why does he have to add such loud ass music into the fucking video? I just can't stand it. If you're gonna add music, at least have it like, just tone it down a bit.
But I do.
It doesn't have to be this loud. It's like literally as loud as they're fucking talking.
Not in the best light sometimes.
Does bodybuilding increase body dysmorphia? That's the real question.
What is your opinion on competitive bodybuilding? Do you think that brings out any sort of self-image problems?
I think it definitely can, and I don't think everybody can handle it. I personally am not a competitive bodybuilder, because I don't know if I could handle it.
Especially once you've gotten like show lean at least once, then it's just like, if I'm not that lean, then I'm fat. And then you're always comparing yourself to that look. And then when you're coming back down, you're like, please let me be like more muscular than last time. So be successful in the sport, you almost have to be a little hypercritical and want to go and be better every day.
As someone who does social media as a career and also has competed in 2 bodybuilding shows, I can easily add to this discussion. During my last competition prep, I did not realize how bad my body dysmorphia was until after the show. My mind and the mirror were playing different games and they were on different pages. I did not see the reality of my body whatsoever. And one of the biggest struggles that I had after my competition was being so fearful of getting fat. I thought that if I ate one cookie or I did anything off diet, I was going to immediately just get fat. And it's so ridiculous to think that way, but that's the way my mind worked. I 100% had an eating disorder during this time, and it's like a struggle that I've dealt with since I was 15 when I first began bodybuilding, but it definitely amplified from competing. It took my body to...
Yeah, dude. Competing in bodybuilding's fucking stupid. Just don't fucking ever do it. It's pointless. It's dumb. You're gonna end up being way too self-critical. You'll look great, and then you're like, oh, I'm not lean enough. I'm not gonna be able to, like, win or place. Like, why would you even fucking care? You know, it's just dumb. Don't ever do a bodybuilding show.
Dysmorphia and struggles with food to the next level. It also trickled into my life, affecting that and also affecting my relationships drastically.
And here's the brutal truth from my fiance.
Well, I mean, when you're prepping for bodybuilding, so I feel like it's probably brutal on most people's relationships.
100%.
Because you are not in a normal state of mind. You are literally just grumpy like 24/7.
After realizing how serious bodybuilding is and the mental effects it can have on somebody that can't handle bodybuilding prep properly, a friend that has struggled so drastically with body dysmorphia that he has quit bodybuilding altogether.
Mr. Larry Wheels, Mr. Badass, I've heard you made some changes and they stem from body dysmorphia, but I want you to tell your story about this. When you first started lifting and getting into everything, did you originally have the thought of becoming a competitive bodybuilder?
I did very briefly, because once I learned that you have to have like a 24/7 lifestyle dedicated to the craft, I couldn't see myself sustaining that very long, especially at 17. And not to mention, I didn't care much for the posing. I didn't want to be a mass monster. I was pretty happy with the way I was built. Fast forward now to last year, and I decided to pursue bodybuilding, and I didn't realize how toxic it can be for your mindset because you're hyper-focusing on all of your flaws.
100%.
And it was taking a toll on the people around me now because I'm like a Debbie Downer. I'm like, oh, my calves are small, my tricep insertions aren't great, they're not rounded up, I'm not gonna be a good competitive pro bodybuilder. And I became very negative about my body, which I never was in my life before. I was never negative about anything in my body.
You were obsessed with looking in the mirror, which I understood, obviously, because you were like prepping for a show, which is everything is about your body.
And how I look. And it was really controlling my mind.
I would only have small calves. I didn't care. It didn't matter. I was pursuing strength. I was trying to be strong. It didn't matter how big my calves were, how round my triceps were. But as a bodybuilder, all that matters. It's very important.
So once you got into bodybuilding...
Should dress up as Big Lenny for Halloween? Like, I guess I could just put something around my stomach to make it really big.
The body dysmorphia kind of kicked in?
Oh yeah, so the deeper I got into it, the worse it got.
You told me you were getting really, really bad and obsessive about this food stuff and how I looked at my body, and we came to the conclusion that I might need therapy.
And when that reality hit, what was your final decision?
Well, I pulled the plug a couple weeks ago. The body dysmorphia was really bad, right? It was just getting worse. It was only gonna get worse, especially when I'm not winning. And then it starts to sink in like, this is, like, where's this gonna go? Truthfully, there's not much on the other side of it, even if I were to win shows, besides maybe some more recognition from the bodybuilding community, but I can do that making content without sacrificing my health and ultimately my marriage, right? I have a happy marriage, but when I'm taking things like trend, it turns me into like a paranoid, anxious person that's not who I am, and it's a drain of my relationship.
You're always tired, you're always in a bad mood because you were literally like starving, basically.
But now we enjoy our Chick-fil-A dates, our real Pepsis. Would you say bodybuilding's toxic?
I think it's toxic, yeah. Like, can I put myself through that again? one time, like the bucket list, yes, I'm glad I did it. I got to experience what that's like, fully committing. You know what that's like now.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And you don't regret the experience.
No, not at all.
It was certainly worth the experience, but I don't ever want to do it again.
I low-key feel the same, bro. I'm not kidding. I'm like, I don't know if I have it in me to do it again.
No.
It's time to get to the bottom of this. How do we prevent body dysmorphia? But first, I need to figure out the relationship between competitive bodybuilding and body dysmorphia. In order to find out, I will be interviewing 2 experts. Meet Dr. Mike Israetel, a doctor, an exercise scientist, and a competitive bodybuilder. Mr. Handsome.
Oof.
You don't like that?
It's just not true, but I do appreciate the compliment.
Okay. Jared Feather, an IFBB pro body.
I'd like your take on my training routine. I'd say I'm intermediate. I'm focusing on hitting failure with very low weight, minimizing systemic fatigue to support high volume while training to failure. Link, I like seated exercise.
Chin-ups 3 times, body weight 11. I mean, like sets of 3, body weight 11 reps. Dumbbell chest supported, bilateral row. I actually really like doing chest supported rows with dumbbells. Rowing each arm at once, it gives you a really fucking good stretch. There's no, like... I see how many sets you're doing, but I don't know how many reps. Dumbbell fly, dumbbell bench. I'm not understanding this. Incline dumbbell bench press 10x, is that 10 sets? I don't understand what I'm even reading. Like the exercise selection's fine. I think you could probably do a few more exercises in each routine to target each muscle group. It also looks like you're only training legs once per week. That's kind of weird. I would recommend having 2 days per week for hitting your quads. But, I don't exactly know what I'm looking at. You don't have like a clear sets and reps in your routine. Exercise selection looks good. Again, you could probably do with like 1 or 2 more exercises hitting each muscle group for each day. But other than that, looks fine. Thanks for the donation, Mark Sisson.
Bodybuilder and
yeah, 10 sets on 1 exercise is way too much. I wouldn't really go above 6. I think 6 sets is probably the max that you can actually benefit from. You should just choose a different variation at that point.
An exercise coach in the world of bodybuilding.
As light as a feather, apparently. As you are an active bodybuilding competitor, do you have body dysmorphia?
Do I have elements of dealing with my body image in a certain way that's maybe a little bit unique and maybe not the average person, definitely.
Like right now, I'm looking at myself on camera and I'm thinking I look small. If you have a coach, you're willing to go through extreme changes in body fat, extreme changes in how full your muscles look, so when you're dieting down, and you're able to stick to a plan without it impacting your psychology a ton, you don't have it to a terrible degree.
Do steroids cause body dysmorphia?
Steroids, in some cases, can increase the expression magnitude and probability of body dysmorphia. There are a couple of mechanisms I can talk about, if that's okay, as to how that might happen.
Yeah, I'd love to know.
One of them is when you start using steroids, you typically don't use it in isolation. You're kind of in a gym culture. It's just to fit into that new band of gym bro friends that they have, or competitor friends. And then you're like a little fish in a big pond. Another mechanism by which body dysmorphia can get exacerbated with steroid use, they can 100% give you a new standard. And you love that standard, but you can't be on high doses all the time unless you want to, clock out real early. And so when you come down off of steroids to smaller doses, your body's going to look not as good as it could. I'm actually in the process right now of kind of unfolding my bodybuilding career. I've just competed recently, probably my last competition for some time. I'm about to get significantly smaller. That's gonna hit me, bro. It's gonna hit me 100%.
Do you think that being a competitive bodybuilder can bring out body dysmorphia?
Body dysmorphia in general as a whole category? What? Absolutely. I think less in the musculature realm.
But the problem with bodybuilding competition is that you actually can't see your body at all when you're pumping up, when you're standing in line, and when you're on stage. You see other people's, and everyone looks really impressive. And a lot of times you don't have an understanding of how impressive you look because you just haven't seen yourself for that long in your best shape, because you've never been in your best shape before. And you look at these other guys and you're like, man, this guy's gonna toast me. And that might be true, or it might not be true. And so if some people that are a bit more negatively tinted, they can take that negative tint and get a lot more self-doubt and kind of anxiety about, oh boy, is this really going to come?
Can we finally go against each other in Tekken now? I know how to set up a private lobby. Sure, just give me like 10 minutes.
Together for me. Whereas other people, it's this beautiful journey of like, man, my body's changing every other day. I love it. To be completely honest, the people that see it more positively and experience it more positively are the best bodybuilders in the world, and they just love the sport, and that's how you do bodybuilding.
The day I began my fitness journey when I was 15 years old is the day that I decided I will never be happy with the way I look. Basically ever. Every single year I would gain muscle, but it was never enough. I always wanted more, and then I'd gain more muscle, and it was still not enough. It was a never-ending cycle, and it drove me insane for years.
So what can we do to fight these internal battles then?
I developed a little nickname for this sort of thing. We call it time in the sun. That if you can really absorb your time in the sun, really have a lot of positive self-talk and affirmation about how much your body's changing and how great that is, how much you like it, at some point it's gonna sink in until people are like, hey, like, do you hate your body even when it's out of shape? You're like, it's all right. I know I'd always get it back into shape, and I think I look cool. I think that's a thing a lot of people can pull off.
Wow. Soak in the sun. I love that. Life is about living, and it's about enjoying as much worrying about it. I want to leave it.
Well, that would have been an okay video if he didn't add in that ridiculous, stupid, too loud music.
Any
independent testing? Have you written any articles that was as suggested by the physicians who've been here today?
What does writing articles have to do with my knowledge of
Well,
nutrition?
because I could become you. I could be you as an expert because I read all of the data and all of the articles on this subject. Now I'm an expert? That doesn't make me an expert.
Saladino claims that our ancestors primarily ate meat, suggesting that there is something natural and beneficial about that as a human diet. And this is a really popular and common oversimplification. The diet of early humans varied significantly depending on where on Earth they were, on the available resources, and the seasonality. And archaeological evidence shows that while some older populations consumed significant amounts of animal products, others relied heavily on plant-based foods. Now, Paul asserts that meat contains all essential nutrients needed for human health, and animal products do provide many vital nutrients, but relying solely on meat can result in all sorts of deficiencies in certain vitamins and minerals that are abundant in plant foods, and meat alone cannot meet all nutritional needs. Paul Saladino also argues that people who try the carnivore diet often experience weight loss. This is super common when you follow anyone suggesting a particular diet. Look at these people trying it and look at how the weight just came right off. This can happen when people change diets for a number of reasons, and it's often because of caloric restriction rather than because you're
Well, it's entirely because of caloric restriction. There's no other way to lose weight.
having animal products instead of plant foods. The same thing can happen when someone goes, I'm going vegan, or I know people who went to fruits and nuts. Any diet that dramatically restricts the foods you can eat is likely to cause weight loss, at least initially. But here's the big twist. After 5 years on the carnivore diet, Paul Saladino experienced plummeting testosterone levels, sleep problems, joint pain, and it prompted him to abandon the strict diet in favor of a more balanced approach. Here's him explaining the decision.
About 2 years into the carnivore diet, I started noticing persistence of unpleasant symptoms. So testosterone dropped to around 500 total, sleep disturbances, palpitations, muscle cramps when I was surfing or climbing. And I started to think, okay, maybe long-term ketosis is not great for me. And I was definitely in ketosis at the time, monitoring blood ketones with a meter, not deep ketosis, but definitely ketosis. And so at that point, I started to dig into the research a little bit more and understood that insulin signaling is critical at the level of the kidney to hold on to minerals, to hold on to potassium, calcium, sodium, chloride, magnesium, and that in long-term ketosis in most humans, you're going to become so electrolyte depleted that it's almost impossible to resolve that with enormous amounts of electrolytes.
Despite advocating against carbs and against vegetables in the past, Saladino now incorporates 300 grams of carbs daily, citing health improvements. This makes sense as low glucose levels can hinder cognitive ability, they can cause heart palpitations and other issues like confusion, mood swings, anxiety, and aggression. Are seed oils toxic? This gets us to carnivore Aurelius. Seed oils like soybean oil, canola oil, sunflower oil, they have become the latest scapegoat for self-proclaimed health gurus, peddling the unfounded claim that these oils are highly inflammatory and detrimental to human health. They sensationalize the supposed dangers of omega-6 fatty acids in seed oils. They attribute them to a laundry list of ailments, including heart disease, obesity, infertility, and cancer. And one of the most vocal opponents of seed oils is carnivore Aurelius, a social media influencer with over 350,000 followers on Twitter, nearly 1 million on Instagram. And carnivore Aurelius capitalizes on fear-mongering about seed oils while promoting his own line of health products, including beef liver crisps, steak crisps, and pure collagen from Brazilian cows. Aurelius promotes a meat-only diet, spreads alarmist and scientifically unsupported claims about seed oils being dangerous, and he asserts that seed oils are responsible for a range of health issues, urging his followers to completely eliminate them from their diets. In one tweet, he writes, canola oil is literally made from seeds of the rape plant, named after what it will do to your health.
What a fucking retard. Donate Tillers, why doesn't Jank ask her about this? Jill Stein has my vote. I'm voting for either Kamala or Trump. I don't want blood on my hands. I'm not voting for... So, like... Reject the lesser evil, fight for the greater good, Jill Stein. She is literally the greater evil. She wants to support totalitarian dictators like fucking Putin and Xi Jinping. Jill Stein trending again, so I'm going to remind everyone that she's a Russian agent who sat across the table from Mike Flynn and grinned while genocidal dictator Vladimir Putin praised RT. She needs to go entirely away.
Так масштабно. Общее количество просмотров здесь уже перевалило 3 миллиарда. Вот сейчас Маргарита показывала, почти 4, да, 3,6, 3,8 аудитория. Но можно и больше. Это правда, можно больше. Но и это уже много. Нужно осваивать вот эту аудиторию. И сегодня, когда ситуация в мировой политике, прямо скажем, сложна, как никогда важно, чтобы ваш...
Yeah, she literally is a Russian agent. Jill Stein, Mike Flynn, Vladimir Putin, 2015. Why are these three people sitting at the same table? Yeah, really. Thousands of Palestinian Mir cheer after Al-Aqsa Mosque imam vowed to reestablish ISIS in order to force Islam and Sharia laws on the Christian world. Christian men will be forced to convert to or killed, while Christian women and children will be sold as slaves and raped to death, just like the ISIS terrorists did to the Yazidi minorities in Iraq, Syria.
مسلمون إن ذكرى فتح القسطنطينية تبشر بما بعدها تبشر بفتح روما قريبا إن شاء الله فنحن على موعد مع بشارات ثلاث نسأل الله تعالى أن ينجزها على أيدينا البشارة الأولى إقامة الخلافة الراشدة على منهاج النبوة والثانية تحرير المسجد الأقصى واتخاذ بيت المقدس عاصمة لدولة الخلافة وثالثها.
Have you ever had a shoulder impingement or any kind of clicky poppy shit in one of your shoulders for a prolonged period of time? If yes, what did you do to resolve it?
Yes, usually when people have those problems, it's caused from a external rotation weakness. So do some external rotation exercises. Usually if you, so this is external rotation when you rotate your arm outward. You can test your external rotation strength by just pulling against your arm. And if you notice one arm is significantly weaker, that's a good sign that that popping and crunching feeling you get in your shoulder is from external rotation weakness. So just do some external rotation exercises at least 3 times a week, and then you should see that resolve pretty quickly. Sometimes it resolves literally the first day you do it. Thanks for the donation, Chinese hacker.
أن يلقي الإسلام بجيرانه في الأرض فيبلغ مشارقها ومغاربها هذا وعد الله ولن يخلف الله وعده بالخلافة والتمكين بالخلافة والتمكين فتحك روما عنا يقين فتحك روما عنا يقين تكبير الله أكبر تكبير الله أكبر تكبير الله أكبر يا جيوش المسلمين في ذكرى فتح القسطنطينية نستنصركم من المسجد الأقصى المبارك نستنصركم لإقامة الخلافة وتحرير بيت المقدس وفتح روما فهل أنتم مجيبون؟ فهل أنتم ملبون؟ يا خير أجناد الأرض أنتم جنود الإسلام وأمة الإسلام عملكم الأصيل هو الجهاد في سبيل الله لجعل كلمة الذين كفروا السفلى وكلمة الله.
You know, here's the thing about just Muslim societies in general. They're all weak cowards. Average height of an Arab man is like what, 5'6" or something. Like they're just shorter, smaller, weaker. On top of that, they're just incredibly fucking cowardly. They'll talk a big game and say, "Oh, we'll die for Allah" and all this shit. Well, then like what do? They use the most weak, cowardly bitch tactics imaginable. So they'll try to use like homemade mustard gas. They'll get children to strap bombs to their fucking chests. A lot of them won't even do it themselves. They'll just get somebody else to do it that they can easily manipulate. They'll try to use civilians as human shields to try to prevent, any other military force from firing upon them. Like it's not just a thing in Gaza. They do this all over the world wherever they go to war. They have no actual fucking spine or backbone, and fundamentally, they believe that if they die fighting for Islam, they're going to go to heaven. So their end goal isn't like a lot of their goal in doing this shit. It's not to actually win a war. It's to die while fighting so that they can get like 72 virgins in heaven. You're not going to win any fucking battle doing that. And again, like you've seen this played out a million times. As soon as America invaded Afghanistan, they got absolutely fucking rolled. The fucking Taliban couldn't fucking handle them. America completely crushed Iraq, completely crushed Iran. Any of these Arab militaries, they just get rolled fucking immediately. And just historically, like over the course of the last 1,000 fucking years, like even from its inception, the Prophet Muhammad would only fucking attack tribes and societies that couldn't defend themselves. He always chose to pick battles that they knew they could win. So people who were not trained fucking soldiers, people without a military, that's who he conquered and genocided. Everyone else, all of these other societies, he made deals with because he knew they'd probably lose or the losses wouldn't really justify the victory. So anytime Muslims go up against an actual legitimate military force, they get absolutely fucking rolled. They're smaller, weaker, less physically fit people. They're fucking just fundamentally cowardly. And even when they are willing to fight, they're not really interested in winning. They're more interested in dying so they can get 72 virgins in fucking heaven. This kind of behavior sparked the Holy Crusades. Muslims were fucking attacking Christian tribes that were completely defenseless, and then the Catholic Church heard about this, and then they were like, okay, let's fuck up some Muslims. And then they got absolutely fucking steamrolled. As soon as they actually fought a military force with men who were bigger, stronger, more technologically advanced, and were actually interested in winning a war and not just dying so that they could get virgins in heaven, they got fucking smoked. So all these fucking Muslims, like, they're just fucking losers. Nobody fucking cares. Even their, like, people in their own group, they know they're losers. Nobody who has, like, a good, successful kind of life would be interested in any of this. They just want to start shit so that they can get killed because they think their life will be better after they die. They're all incel fucking losers. Like, look at all the Muslim apologists online, like Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa. They're just incel fucking bitch losers who just do this because they think their life sucks. They have no control over their own circumstances, and this Muslim jihad shit, it's a way to get in their head to think that they're doing something that matters and they'll have a better life sometime later. They'll be rewarded. They're all just losers. And yeah, all these people saying, we're gonna go to war, commit jihad, you're all gonna lose, you're all gonna fucking die, and they're gonna find out pretty fucking quickly when they get shot and they're bleeding out. They're gonna realize they've made some pretty bad fucking life choices. Dodo donated $2. Why doesn't... Oh, wait. Did I look at all these links? Yeah, I did. Thanks, Dodo. Mark Sisson University donated $3.
Homocysteine increase.
High mushroom intake, high homocysteine. I've never heard of that before.
It was fun.
I'm not going to bother watching that.
Well, welcome to this month's Ask.
I'm not going to bother watching that.
What is this charge on my credit card bill for?
Might watch that. And this is a Facebook page. There's no such thing as free will. It is all just the bees, bruh, you know. Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Mark Sisson.
Mute the video, there are subtitles, do we need to hear that shit?
Doesn't fucking matter, dude. Thanks for the donation, S.
Jill Stein makes Trump look like a saint. Not that it makes it a good choice.
I don't think there's too much of a difference between the two, but Jill Stein does seem like she's more pro-Russia than even Trump, which is crazy. The fact that the Young Turks are endorsing her just show they have no fucking journalistic integrity whatsoever. They're just absolute fucktards. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Hello my nigga, take a break from this terrorist shit and take a look at these instead.
Oh. Who's that guy? Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a very tired seal. My goodness. So sleepy. Oh, wow.
What you doing, Bo?
Those are, some pretty crazy antlers. Holy shit. Never seen a deer with antlers like that. That dog's really good at bouncing the ball. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, he's good at that. Wow. That's a good dog. Oh my god. That's a nice dog. Thanks for the donation, Enrique Rodriguez. I have to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Untitled donated $2. Can you critique my form for overhead press worked up to PR of 135? Let me see. Yeah, the one thing I'd say is you probably want to have a higher touch point on your chest. It looks like you're touching fairly low. Yeah. Because it looks to me like you're touching fairly low, like close to the middle of your chest. You probably want to touch closer to your collarbone. And that way you're going to have more leverage. The weight is going to be closer to your center of mass and your balance point. Because you're having a pretty big sticking point here. And you lean way forward in order to like get the bar over that balance point. So I would just touch a bit higher up on your chest, closer to your collarbone. So you don't have to lean back as much, and you're not getting as much like forward and backward movement of the bar, and you can just have a more leverage throughout the press, and you're not going to get that big sticking point. Thanks for the donation, though, Untitled. Hope that helps.
Like other proponents of the carnivore diet, like Jordan Peterson, Carnivore Aurelius regularly posts content supporting conservative values, including the belief that feminism is a scam. In reality, omega-6 fatty acids are essential nutrients that play critical roles in the body, including cell membrane function and immune function. Now, let's talk about the supposed link between seed oils and chronic inflammation. It's overblown and misrepresented by influencers often selling their own brand of expensive alternatives. Guy Crosby, who's an adjunct associate professor of nutrition at the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, says while it is true that many foods use seed oils, like packaged snacks and French fries, that seed oils are not the whole story, because those snacks are high in refined carbohydrates, high in sodium, high in sugar. And if you cut back on those foods, you'll probably feel better, but it's the other components, not the seed oils, that are the culprit behind the weight gain and the negative health outcomes. The narrative that seed oils are universally harmful overlooks the fact that these oils can be part of a very healthy diet when consumed in moderation, and actually seem linked to lower inflammation rather than higher. And contrary to the fear-mongering, the evidence linking seed oils to adverse health outcomes is weak, often manipulated to fit a preconceived narrative. Dr. Kevin Klatt is a nutrition scientist, and he's debunked these myths. He's emphasized dietary balance, not elimination, is the key. And he rightly points out that a variety of fats, including those from seed oils, can and should be part of a healthy diet. Despite the lack of credible evidence, the anti-seed oil rhetoric is thriving on social media. A lot of this is because of those very same charismatic influencers who prioritize clicks and sales over integrity. Carnivore Aurelius, among others, is capitalizing on this by promoting his own dietary products And the anti-seed oil movement is yet another example of how charismatic but scientifically illiterate influencers are exploiting fears for profit, pushing dangerous narratives that can mislead and harm people who are just looking for genuine health advice at the end of the day. Cholesterol has also become a battleground of misinformation, with many influencers claiming high cholesterol levels are harmless or maybe even beneficial. One prominent figure here is Dr. Eric Berg, who promotes the idea that cholesterol is simply...
He should have mentioned he's not a doctor and he's just a chiropractor. And he doesn't even have his license anymore.
Not a significant health concern. With 12 million followers on YouTube, over 1 million on Instagram, Eric Berg is a chiropractor with no formal training in cardiology. He is simply not a medical doctor. And Berg suggests that traditional medical advice on cholesterol is driven by pharmaceutical interests rather than genuine health concerns. And he argues against the medical consensus by denying high blood LDL cholesterol levels and consumption of saturated fat increase your risk of heart disease, despite it being one of the most empirically based beliefs in the medical world. And he asserts that the ketogenic diet will decrease total blood cholesterol levels, decrease LDL, which is bad cholesterol.
Say a bit more. What do you think of the super high volume to failure, but with low whey? Also doing a lot of pre-exhausting chest, also making them comfy because a lot is seated. Hypertrophy seems to improve with volume. There are some diminished returns.
So yeah, higher volumes do lead to more muscle growth, assuming you can adequately recover from the training. Doing more high repetition work is fine. High rep work is just as hypertrophic as lower rep training. And there is less of an injury risk with higher rep work. So pre-exhausting is also fine if you want to avoid lifting very heavy loads. That's a sensible technique. But thanks for the donation, Marxist and University.
Decrease triglycerides and increase HDL, or so-called good cholesterol levels. The only problem is his claims lack any sort of substantiation from long-term studies. And in fact, there's a 2013 meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. So in other words, an analysis of RCTs, which found that ketogenic diets can actually increase LDL cholesterol, directly contrary to what Berg claims. Now, in reality, high cholesterol is a well-established risk factor for heart disease. There's extensive research showing that elevated LDL levels, often again called the bad cholesterol, can lead to buildup of plaques in arteries, increasing the risk of heart attack and stroke.
Yeah, we'll play Tekken 8 in just a few minutes. We'll finish this video and then we can try playing some matches.
Professionals widely agree managing cholesterol is crucial for cardiovascular health. Dr. Berg cherry picks evidence that confirms his biases while ignoring all of the studies, and there are many, that contradict his claims. And of course, he fails to cite recent systematic reviews and relies on selective references that undermine the principles of evidence-based medicine. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Berg and other anti-cholesterol influencers, they're not even against cholesterol, they're anti-cholesterol science influencers. They're getting a lot of traction on social media, and they exploit people's mistrust in the medical establishment to either sell books or supplements or consultation services. And their rhetoric not only misleads the public, but it puts people at risk by encouraging them to ignore proven medical advice. To address these dangerous myths, experts recommend trusting well-established medical guidelines, advice from qualified healthcare professionals, understanding that high cholesterol is a significant risk factor for heart disease, and you've got to be cautious of influencers who lack credentials and make these unsubstantiated claims. Even
Hey VG, does eating too much of certain fruits irritate your gut? I think nectarines are fucking me up.
No, I've never had that. If I'm not used to eating certain fruits, I can start farting a lot. So if I eat a lot of cherries when I haven't eaten them in a while, they can make me fart, but that usually goes away pretty quickly once I just start eating cherries regularly in my diet. But yeah, if you're noticing irritation in your gut from eating too much of a certain fruit, then just don't eat that much. Thanks for the donation, bro.
So take a quick other look at the program with this in mind. If I can manage to do so many sets with pre-exhaust, super strict form and sitting a lot of the time. Reps are 10 to 25 or so. Also, thoughts on physique? Intermediate?
Yeah, you have a good physique. I don't know what an intermediate physique would look like. Everybody is just going to look different, but you have a good physique. Yeah, dude, I still wouldn't recommend doing 10 sets for a single exercise. I would limit it to 6 and then choose a different exercise. You're just not really going to get any more stimulus after 6 sets on one exercise. So just add in more variation into your routine if you have to go above 6 sets on a single exercise. Thanks for the donation, though, Mark Sisson.
Berg's claim that pharmaceutical interests drive the prescription of cholesterol-lowering statin medications doesn't pass the sniff test because, number one, the doctors writing the prescriptions have no financial interest in the drugs. The drugs have been around for so long and are available as cheap generics for pennies on the pill, and some insurance companies don't even charge a copay on the statins because they're so effective at preventing more expensive cardiac events in the future. So the anti-cholesterol movement really exemplifies how influencers with little or no medical expertise can endanger public health and endanger individual people by spreading the misinformation while they are profiting from the very confusion and fear that they create. Now let's go through some common arguments. And though they very much differ in terms of approaches and advice, the through line in the arguments of influencers like the ones we've talked about here is you cast doubt on medical professionals to make your ideas seem more plausible. And here are some of the arguments that are often used with what I think are the relatively obvious rebuttals. So there's the claim that the medical community is in bed with Big Pharma. They all make money together by recommending you take their drugs rather than supplements or herbs. Now, the rebuttal to this is very clear. Number one, the supplement industry is equally profitable, if not more so. Influencers are the ones often making money from supplements, whereas the doctors are not making money from suggesting, hey, lower your cholesterol with a statin. People who recommend the statins are doing it on the basis of empirical, randomized, controlled trials, while the influencers are often selling supplements or courses that they make money from directly and are unproven in a randomized, controlled environment. And furthermore, many of the widely used drugs today started as supplements or are derived from plants. And if you find a molecule in a plant, I believe aspirin came from the bark of birch trees, or cholesterol-lowering medications were originally found somewhere in nature. If they worked, the supplements would be studied in randomized controlled trials, and they would then be approved as drugs if they actually worked as described. Here's another claim. The medical community will dismiss alternative treatments because they threaten the profitability of Big Pharma. Again, many alternative treatments have been adopted into mainstream medicine once their benefits were scientifically proven. There are so many examples of this. And then finally, there's the claim that the medical community wants to put you on drugs for the rest of your life instead of curing your illness. If you've looked at the supplement space lately, they also mostly want you taking the supplements for life. So that's also not a very good argument. So bottom line, many of these influencers, whether they do so deliberately or inadvertently, they're threatening public health, not only by giving bad advice, but by sowing distrust in the medical community, and often they are directly profiting from it. Now, that is not to say that you can't find interesting and accurate health tips on social media. Cardiologist Muhammad Allo is really good. Dr. Ids. There are lots of health and fitness YouTubers and influencers that are really good and that I like to watch. So the question is, how do you know if what you are stumbling upon when scrolling or clicking can be trusted? First of all, verify credentials. Check the background and qualifications of influencers offering health advice. Look for professionals with recognized credentials in the field where they are professing expertise, whether it's nutrition, medicine, or others. An influencer might appear authoritative and confident, but if it turns out it's a chiropractor giving cardiovascular health advice, that's a really good reason to be skeptical. Also, ensure that what you're hearing is backed up by scientific research. Trust but verify. The truth is, as a layperson, you may not be able to understand the nuances of every paper in a scientific journal, but you can read the abstracts. You can see in general whether the overall claims are actually supported by any peer-reviewed research. And always just be cautious of miracle cures and extraordinary claims. If something a social media influencer says sounds too good to be true, like skip all the cancer treatment and use baking soda to cure cancer, it's probably not true. Chances are this is someone either trying to make a name for themselves to later monetize, or directly monetizing by offering you something that you can buy. If an influencer advises you to buy something, particularly an overpriced supplement, that's a red flag. And most importantly, talk to your doctor, because they will be...
All right, what's his name wants to do a Tekken match and says he knows how to do it now. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Did you get the invite? Oh my god! It's working! Who'd have fucking thunk it? I think he just sent me another invite. I I'm in the thing.
Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Fuck. So he really likes low attacks. Oh yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn it.
I'm not entirely so, but I have a potential answer to NetX. Want to do a short discussion on it on Discord?
Maybe. Thanks for the detonation mark, sis, and I'll open up Discord later. Shit. Shit! Damn it.
Round 4. Fight.
Shit. Shit! Yes. Haha, motherfucker.
Round 5. Fight.
Damn it.
Round 6. Fight.
Damn it! What the fuck?
Perfect.
Oh, dude, that was a bad steamroll.
Round 7. Fight.
Oh, fuck. Hell yeah.
Round 8.
I got this. Shit. Fuck. No. No! Damn it!
Final round. Fight.
Shit. Yes! Motherfucker, got you.
You win.
Hi Richard. You're doing great by posting the debates and conversations lately. Enjoyed them a lot. However, why didn't you challenge Alex when he alluded to health is more important than ethics? You didn't seem to catch on to that. What do you think?
Alex who? Oh. You mean in that conversation? Well, that's just his own personal opinion. There's nothing really to say about that. It's just his own subjective, viewpoint. Thanks for the donation, though, Alex Leon is a Seth. Appreciate it.
Are you fighting online? I used to play Soul Calibur 4 online, and even though I was good, I would sometimes run into players that were so good, you would think they invented the damn game. It's always better to fight someone who fight and not button smash.
Yeah, I never really liked Soul Calibur. The newest Soul Calibur sucked fucking cock. But yeah, there are people who are just like autistically good. It's insane. Yeah, I was fighting Casey Wills in chat on Tekken 8. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja. So Mark Sisson, Discord link is in the chat. I just gave it to you. So if you want to hop in, ask about Name the Trait, there you go.
Hustlers University.
Before I started listening to Andrew Tate, I was just another guy getting bitched around by his girlfriend. But all that ends now because this is my castle and I'm the king.
Hey, you gonna do the dishes or?
I actually don't.
You thought you would have got me? I'm pretty good at Tekken, like not bad. The Hell Sweep on Kazuya is annoying. It's not that hard to defend against. Like, it's actually surprising how many people fall for it. Like, you know exactly where the move is gonna go. It's not that hard. Other characters have way worse fucking combo strings that are harder to predict. Yo, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What did you want to
turn
ask
off
about?
the stream and the blackjack room I was playing. All right. Just a note here is I'm on a bunch of sleeping medications, so I might be a bit slow.
That's fine.
Apologies for that. So can you name the trait, the start of that conversation tree?
Yeah, so name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing a human being.
Right. Let me think what I had. So I slightly modified the name the trait thing, which was name the trait that if lacking in animals, it would justify would justify non-human animals to a higher degree than it would justify humans. And the trait would be, you're not certain that anyone other than yourself is conscious, as long as that cannot definitively be measured, even though there's proxies and there's assumptions that certain behavioral things indicate consciousness, but we don't know that for sure. So the probability that a nervous system that somewhat resembles mine is higher, I would say, than the probability that a nervous system that does not really resemble mine is conscious. And as such, I think the moral impact of killing an animal, where the probability of them being conscious is lower than the moral impact of killing a human. And if there was an unconscious human, permanently unconscious, then I would probably sign off on them being killed, for the same reason.
Okay, I didn't quite understand the name the trait modification you made. You mind explaining that again?
Sure. The name the trait modification was, instead of the original thing is name the trait that would justify killing humans. Wait, let me think about it. How was it phrased again? I'm really quite out of it. Name the trait that if humans lacked it, they would be slaughtered like animals, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the modification was name the trait that makes it more ethical to slaughter animals than humans, even though it is still likely unethical. And that trait is the likelihood that a nervous system that's very different from our own nervous system possesses consciousness. Obviously, I don't know that anyone or anything else is conscious for sure. And maybe future technology can sort of establish that with neural bridges and all of that kind of thing. But right now, I don't know that for sure. I don't know if you're conscious. But the probability that you're conscious is much higher than the probability that a nervous system that's very different from mine is conscious. Therefore, killing someone or something with a nervous system that's very different, the chance of consciousness there is lower. So it's more ethical, arguably, than killing a human. That's the case.
So my pushback against that would be I just disagree with the first premise that because an animal has a different nervous system, the likelihood of them having consciousness is lower. We share evolutionary ancestry, so we have a degree of genetic similarity. So we have I think it's 99% genetic similarity with chimpanzees or bonobos. Gorillas, it's something like 80, and then there's other animals. It varies, can be 10%, 60%, whatever. But we share the same evolutionary lineage. So given that we share the same evolutionary lineage, you could make the inference that they have consciousness. It's just that the only inference you can make there is that their consciousness differs from ours.
I would say the probability that they have consciousness is lower than the probability that another human has consciousness, because consciousness is sort of definitively established for myself, and even another human, the probability that they're conscious drops relative to me. But if the nervous system is significantly different, even if there is a lot of genetic overlap, as far as I know, their brains are significantly smaller, for instance, I think the probability that they're conscious is lower than the probability that you are conscious. Therefore, I don't say it's okay to kill them, but it's more okay to kill them than to kill a human. That's what I would argue.
Yeah, so I just don't agree with the inference that the probability that an animal's I don't know, brain and nervous system doesn't generate consciousness is higher. I wouldn't say it's any higher or lower. Like, again, we share the same evolutionary lineage. And I mean, from, I don't know, a dolphin's perspective, they could make that same argument that I know I'm a dolphin and I know I'm a conscious dolphin. So dolphins are probably also conscious, but because humans are so much different from me, I would say there's a lower likelihood that humans are conscious relative to dolphins. So I get what you're saying, but I just don't agree with the one premise that just because you're a human and you know you're conscious, therefore other humans have a higher likelihood of having consciousness than other animals. I would say the reasonable inference would be they're probably they have the same likelihood of consciousness as humans. It's just that the reasonable inference there would be their consciousness is different from humans because they have a different brain and nervous system.
I would still say the chance that they're conscious is lower. Would you not agree that even if it's 2% lower, that's
no? I wouldn't agree with that inference.
You wouldn't agree that the probability that, let's say, a bonobo has consciousness is even a tiny bit lower than the probability that a random human has consciousness, even though your own consciousness is the only actual demonstration you've seen of consciousness definitively.
Yeah, that's correct.
I see.
Why exactly would I make that assumption?
Let's see if there's a good analogy here. If you see a functioning LED light product, and then you encounter a different kind of product that is smaller and it appears inferior on the surface, and when using it, it's inferior in many ways. Why would you assume? No, it's not the best analogy. Why would you assume that it has the same features? But I guess that's a bad analogy, to be honest. I have one question. Do you think consciousness has function? Do you think it does anything? So one of the best cases for that I've heard is that we can talk about consciousness, therefore it must have some causal influence. So do you think consciousness has causal influence? And if so, to what degree?
What do you mean by that?
Do you think, well, let's say, do you think a pea zombie could exist of a human? A philosophical zombie? You're not familiar with the term?
A pea zombie?
All right, I'll explain it. So a pea zombie, I think David Chalmers coined this idea. A philosophical zombie, which is a human that on the outside, their behavior is completely normal and there's nothing noticeable about them being different, but they have no internal experience at all. Do you think that can exist?
Possibly, sure.
You think it's likely?
I don't know if it's likely, but I mean, it's hypothetically possible.
Sure, it's hypothetically possible, but do you think it's quite likely that that could exist, or do you lean towards it not being able to exist because consciousness has some functional role, either in computation or it has some agency?
Consciousness is merely the ability to have a subjective experience. So, like, I mean, AI can do what's considered like tasks that require critical thinking. Has computational skills, problem-solving skills. So those things aren't required for aren't required with a consciousness. So you can have a non-conscious AI that can perform these tasks. So consciousness is just merely the ability to have a subjective experience. You could have,
but I understand that definition, but
you could have a human being that's turned into a zombie that no longer has a subjective experience, like doesn't have an actual consciousness, but does things.
So you think consciousness has no agency?
Not necessarily.
Well, do you lean towards it not having any agency?
I would lean towards consciousness having agency.
What kind of agency? So like I mentioned, the fact that we talk about consciousness implies some level of agency.
Well, you can talk about consciousness with an AI.
Yeah, but that's trained on human stuff. So
Well,
the
it doesn't
fact that we
matter.
can realize, we have subjective experience and translate that into words, I would think is an argument in favor of consciousness having some level of agency.
Yes, but you can have a discussion with an AI about consciousness, and you may be fooled depending on how sophisticated the AI is.
Sure, but it's been trained on human stuff. So if
Well-
humans had never talked about consciousness,
Well,
then
the
that wouldn't have been
point,
the case.
again, the point you're making is that in order to have a discussion like this, you have to have a consciousness, and I'm showing
No,
you
that's
you
not
don't.
quite the point I'm making. The point that let's say the first person who ever discussed the concept of consciousness, like they realize they have subjective experience, and they put that term out there, and they say, I have this thing. That person might not have absorbed that concept from others. So does that not suggest some level of agency of the consciousness in order to, translate itself into language and become a concept?
I guess.
Okay. So you think consciousness might have some limited agency?
Well, it absolutely does. We can't talk about things that are outside of our knowledge.
Well, I would distinguish consciousness from the content of the consciousness, right? So you have a subjective experience, but the consciousness itself is kind of ontologically a step above that. I don't know if you would agree with that, but it's sort of watching what's going on. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess you're aware of the Libet, I think it's Benjamin Libet experiments, which have been improved on these days, where they press the button and you can read in their brain the intent to press the button before they're consciously aware.
Yeah, I've seen those.
So I think the common sense of agency that we have is probably not sort of consciousness running the show as such. There's some stuff happening in the brain that's maybe independent from consciousness itself.
Sure.
And what do you think consciousness arises from? Do you think it's a certain level of complexity of computation that it arises as a new property? I don't know what your views are.
No one
on,
really knows.
consciousness.
Some people think it
Of
has
course no one
something
knows.
to do with quantum physics and collapse of a wave function. I think it's generally agreed upon at this point that it's not just from computational power.
So you're probably not aware of QRI and Andreas Gomez-Emilson, Mike Johnson, and their ideas. But their idea here is that phenomenal binding arises out of topological segmentation of the electromagnetic field. So the brain evolved a way to kind of create a knot in the electromagnetic field. And that's what causes phenomenal binding. That's their idea. And that makes me wonder at what point in our evolution if that's true, at what point in our evolution might phenomenal binding like that have arisen? At some point of like a complex environment, it's probably computationally more efficient to have phenomenal binding. Whereas if whatever they're facing, their environment is not that complex, maybe they don't have that and they wouldn't have consciousness as we know it. They wouldn't have a unified qualia that are very out there and distinct, and they don't feel like they're happening to a unified subject. But at what level do you think that would happen? At what kind of animal? So do you think ants are conscious?
They likely are.
What makes you think that?
They do have a brain, nervous system, and nociception, and you can just look at them behaviorally. They'll respond to noxious stimulus. They do seem to have some ability for problem solving. I think some species of ants can actually recognize themselves in the mirror.
Uh-huh. I still wouldn't say that requires consciousness. But
doesn't necessarily. But
okay, so
again,
your probability of consciousness with an ant is smaller than a human.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that? So it is arguably more ethical to kill a bunch of ants or other animals where the probability of consciousness is lower than in a human. Would you agree with that? It's still not a good thing because you don't know, but it's arguably less unethical.
That would depend on whether you're right or wrong.
It would depend on whether I'm right or wrong, but
if we're like, I mean, if we're gonna,
given that you don't know, I would say, if your estimate is they're less conscious or they're not conscious.
Well, they're certainly they definitely have a lower level of sentience.
It's still a good idea, obviously, to not kill them from an ethical standpoint.
If we had like a trolley problem here where there's an ant on one side of the tracks, human on the other side of the tracks, and we're only judging whether or not they're conscious, not degree of consciousness, ability to have well-being, just whether or not they're conscious, the safer choice would be to run over the ant.
Right. So, in essence, you kind of agree, as long as we, go.
Well,
deep enough
if we're going
primitive animals.
If we're
Let's say
going
it's a
low
bonobo
enough
and a human.
down the kingdom of Animalia to insects, then yes. If we're talking about birds or mammals or fish, then no.
So it would be 50-50 for a fish and a human, for you?
That's only if we're judging whether or not they're conscious, period.
Sure, but you wouldn't agree that the probability of consciousness in the fish is lower than the probability of fish in a human? Sorry, the probability of consciousness is lower in the fish than in the human.
Yeah, no.
No?
No.
Yeah, that's surprising.
So again, insects, yes. So like crustaceans, a lot of them don't even have brains. They just have a really complex system of nerve ganglia.
Sure.
So it's possible that they're not sentient. Same with insects.
For now, I mean, until there's artificial superintelligence that might be able to demonstrate consciousness in some way, and maybe, neural bridges where you can share the subjective experience, maybe even with other animals.
Mm-hmm.
Until that stuff is possible, you really wouldn't say the probability of consciousness in a nervous system very different than your own, or somewhat different than your own, maybe smaller, is at least somewhat lower than the probability of consciousness in another human brain that looks a lot more like you.
No, just because of the close evolutionary history that we share. Once you get to species like insects where they diverge quite a bit, where you can make some reasonable inferences that there is actually a pretty good likelihood that they're not conscious, I would say no.
Do you think the depth and richness of the subjective experience?
Well, yeah, it obviously differs.
Bonobo,
but we're just talking
is
about
lower.
Yeah,
is lower than that of a
well,
human.
yeah, but we're just talking about consciousness. Period.
Sure, yeah, but it's sort of a follow-up question. So, if you had the trolley problem, considering that, you would probably run over the bonobo.
Assuming we're talking about a vegan human.
Okay, let's say it's a vegan human, or let's say it's me, who's like mostly vegan, but not 100%.
Yeah, I'd run you over.
Would you run? You'd run me over. All right. Okay. Well, let's agree to disagree then on the probability that a nervous system significantly different from our own has the exact same probability of consciousness. Yeah. So let's agree to disagree on that. But I think it was an interesting discussion.
I don't think you're making reasonable inferences. I understand what you're getting at, but yeah, like we know that you're a human being, you're part of the species Homo sapien. So because you're conscious, other human beings would be conscious. I know you can't know things with 100% certainty, but like if you're going to have that sort of level of, well, I can't be certain, you also can't be certain if you're living in a simulation. We have to make some sort of assumptions on reality, right? If we're going to make any kind of reasonable decisions. So given that we know beyond any reasonable doubt that human beings are sentient because you're part of the same species, you're sentient. Given that we share a very close evolutionary history with most of the kingdom of Animalia, because they have a brain, nervous system, we evolved from the same ancestor. We can make those same sort of assumptions that these animals have are as likely as sentient as us. It's just that when you get to creatures like insects, where their evolutionary history dates back, like they branched off way, way, way earlier. That's where you can make the inference that, okay, they're likely not sentient, or there's a higher probability.
What was I going to say? Yeah, what are your thoughts on the hypothesis of the brain recruiting the EM field and creating a knot essentially in it, like a topological segmentation, and that knot creates the unified subject where all the qualia appear to present to a unified subject?
I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue. I haven't really looked too much at the research on what exactly triggers sentience, but I don't know.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, let's agree to disagree slightly on the probability of consciousness with non-human brains for now. But it was a pleasant discussion, I guess.
All right. Take care, dude.
Yeah, likewise.
Let's see. Geegan Veins donate $2. Why do you have a bookmark called virtual ... in the top right-hand corner of your browser? It's an article about whether or not virtual child pornography is harmful. Still haven't bothered reading it. Somebody told me it's shit. It's a bad paper. Seton Hall University Law School Student Scholarship. So I'm assuming this is like a PhD thesis or some shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Geegan Veins.
Don't do the dishes anymore, because that's the woman's job.
What did you just say?
You heard me.
No, actually, can you say it again, please?
I just don't want to do them.
Okay, well, we made a deal that Monday through Wednesday you do the dishes because I'm at work, so you won't.
Alan donated $2. Let me see. I will take a look at that after we watch this video. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Want to make an alteration to that, or?
No.
All right.
You know, every guy needs more than one woman. I'm just going to have sex with the same thing my whole life. Yeah, no thank you. Obviously, the girls are going to be loyal to me, but that is the situation.
What the fuck are you talking about right now? You're telling the cameras you're going to cheat on me?
No.
Give me your phone.
No. Why?
I'm sending your location to me, and then I'm going to know where you are at all
I changed my
times.
password, so it doesn't. You can't.
Okay, well, no, you didn't. He told you he's an alpha male. His mom drops off pre-made lunches at his part-time job.
Hey, I told you to stop talking to me. What are you doing?
Go make your little TikTok.
Is she listening right now? If women had their body count on their head, it would solve basically all the world's problems.
What exactly would that solve for you, Brad? You know my body count. You begged me to tell you, and then you cried when you heard the number. So what exactly is that going to solve? Is that going to solve the dish situation, or?
Posting some Tate speech clips on TikTok right now. I'm a hustler, baby. There's never been a better time to get rich, so.
You coming back to bed, or should I just finish that SVU episode alone?
No, I don't waste my time on things like Amazon Prime anymore.
Okay, well then what are you doing?
Getting rich.
Because I've literally begged you to start a business so many times, and you just keep working at your dad's landscaping company, and most times you don't even show up there, and he calls me to ask where you are.
Can you just give me 5 minutes?
Okay.
I think she might be gone. 1 second. They're always on you.
I'm the one who told him he should start a business. Hey, it just locked me out of the Amazon Prime account. Did you pay the bill?
You sure it's not the password? I feel like I'm... Sign into my dad's account. Can you sign into my dad's account? I have it on there. I have it on there logged on. You can't spend your life watching TV, you know?
Okay.
It's time to be a movie.
Well, your dad's account doesn't work, but anyway, just don't stay up too late because we do have my sister's brunch tomorrow at 10, okay?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that, so.
You just texted her 4 hours ago that you were so excited for the party. What is up with you?
I'm not going to her sister's thing. Okay, fine, but I'll be the one driving because I'm not trying to get in a car crash.
Your license got revoked. He lost.
Have you considered going to college?
No, I don't see how that could benefit me at this point in time. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Lost his license. No, he just physically lost his license and refuses to go to the DMV to get a new one. Okay, this little project that you have going on is really riding my nerves.
Okay, just go then. This is my zone, my house.
I make more money than him.
Yo, do we have sandwich meat? You have to take what's yours in this world and...
Did you ask my coworker to webcam for you and said that you'd split the money with her 50-50?
Maybe. But I'm starting an umpire and you could be the #1 bottom bitch. So if you actually think about it, I'm doing that for us.
Okay.
Because you could sort of be the queen and I'm the king and you're the queen.
This was your last chance. And actually my name's on the lease, so you need to leave.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
You accidentally texted my coworker to get naked on camera? That was...
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
You need to go.
Turn it on.
That's basically Andrew Tate.
Androgens, like steroids, have a well-known side effect: increased aggression. One of the most compelling questions in paleoanthropology is whether a Neanderthal could beat a modern human in a fight. Of course, this question depends on whether the fighters are both well-trained or amateurs, and if we are putting them in a ring with specific rules such as mixed martial arts or traditional boxing, or if we are talking about a fight to the death in the woods where anything can be used as a weapon, such as rocks and sticks. The evidence suggests that even the best trained modern human would have his skull smashed in by a Neanderthal in his prime. Modern humans are the...
I doubt it. They're about 4.5 feet tall. So I really doubt it. Neanderthals were very small.
The last surviving hominins, but that does not mean we were the physically strongest humans. In fact, archaic humans such as Neanderthals were at least twice as strong as a modern man, based on studies of their anatomy and genes. Neanderthals were dangerous predators who possessed superhuman athletic abilities, characterized by well-developed muscles, quick reflexes, and powerful arms and legs, enabling them to rival the most skilled fighters. For example, Neanderthal pectoral muscles were twice the size of modern humans, and they could generate almost twice as much upper body strength. Neanderthal...
I don't know if that's true. Like, Neanderthals were tiny. Neanderthal height, 1.6 to 1.7
Should
meters.
prostitution be legal?
Yes, should be legal. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. It's not that short. What would that be? That'd be like 5'4", 5'5", something like that. They're much smaller. I don't know. Natural History Museum. Neanderthals had strong muscular bodies, wide hips, shoulders. Yeah, I don't know. Find me a Neanderthal that can bench 410, and I'll believe it.
Neanderthals had extremely thick neck muscles to hold their heavier skulls, which would make it difficult to get them in a headlock. And the few fossils and full genome...
Hey man, what do you think of stevia and sucralose? Can I use them safely? THX.
Yep, those are safe, artificial, or non-nutritive sweeteners. They are safe to consume. Thanks for the donation, Wolfdy.
...we have tell us that they had incredible strength and genetic advantages. The image of the Neanderthal as a squat, chiseled brute is sometimes overstated, but Neanderthals definitely possess strong, muscular bodies and wide hips and shoulders. The density of their bones, the width of their pelvis, and the thick areas of muscle attachment indicate that they were very muscular. Contrary to the notion of Neanderthals as being stooped over like a gorilla, they walked fully upright, but the comparison with the gorilla may not be inaccurate when we are talking about strength and reflexes. What's more, in recent years, there has been a significant increase in the number of known genomic variants associated with endurance or power and strength athletes. This has resulted in a better understanding of the genes that affect athletic performance in Neanderthals and other forms of ancient humans.
Those anatomy studies may be correct, but that doesn't say anything about specific outcomes like fighting skills, yeah.
Remarkably, one study found that Neanderthal genomes contain a greater number of genes.
I just want to know if there's any good credible evidence that they had much more muscle mass.
variants associated with power sports than living humans. Researchers have discovered 39 power-associated gene variants in modern humans and Neanderthals and found that the majority of the power-associated genetic variants are more common among Neanderthals than among modern humans. This is consistent with power-related phenotypes being more common in Neanderthals than in modern humans. What's more, it is possible that Neanderthals possessed even more genes associated with power and endurance that are not found in modern human populations. Skeletal and genetic studies prove that ancient man would have been a formidable opponent, spending their lives consuming massive amounts of red meat and protein-rich bone marrow. Strength.
They found Neanderthal specimens that were eating pretty much just plants, so this is kind of inaccurate. It just depends on where the Neanderthals were living.
The ability to exert relatively large forces on objects in the external world was likely a critical component of Neanderthal adaptation to Ice Age Eurasia. Neanderthal postcranial skeletons tend to be robust, reflecting a body that was well adapted to generating and withstanding large forces. As mentioned, the bones of ancient man were up to twice as thick as modern man, and if the attachment points for muscles were any indication, they were extremely strong. Many of the Neanderthals archaeologists have recovered had huge forearms, possibly the result of a life spent stabbing woolly mammoths and straight-tusked elephants to death and dismantling their carcasses. Remarkably, their muscles were so strong that their forearm bones were actually bent from the force exerted. In fact, the remains of a 50,000-year-old Russian Neanderthal suggest that Neanderthals were heavily pumped up on male hormones, possessing a hormonal status unlike anything seen in humans today, according to a recent paper. Like a gorilla, Neanderthals had a larger pelvis and a lower center of gravity than Homo sapiens, making them formidable grapplers. According to scientists, Neanderthals exhibited a pronounced androgenic phenotype, indicating a high level of male hormones. According to the researchers, Neanderthals exhibited unique biomechanical adaptations and a distinct hormonal condition that does not closely resemble any hormonal conditions found in modern humans, whether normal or pathological. This condition may have developed due to genetic inheritance, living in a frequently cold northern climate, and consuming a predominantly meat-based diet. Therefore, an average Neanderthal would have a clear power advantage over his Homo sapiens opponent. The large stature of some Neanderthal specimens, which stood around 5 foot 10 inches, contradicts the stereotype.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, after 2 years of consistently eating at Taco Bell, I raked up so many points to get free food. Problems that I'm wanting to lose fat and don't want these PTS to expire LMFAO.
Well, I mean, you can always just eat at Taco Bell, but control your caloric intake. But then you would have to eat less. So, guess it's up to you. There's always these trade-offs, but yeah, you can still just track your calories. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
That Neanderthals were all short-statured, and there were likely much larger Neanderthals who lived during the 300,000 years they roamed Western Eurasia.
Do you believe females desire sex just as much as males? Or is that just a myth?
Well, women on average don't want to have sex as much as men do. And that's just because they have less testosterone. I'm feeling dizzy. Oh, this isn't good. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer.
There were likely Neanderthal genetic freaks that were 6'5" and 250 pounds of muscle, just like there are today in modern humans, but who also possessed a much stronger skeleton, a face and skull that could take much more punishment and muscle density only a modern human on steroids could produce. While speculative, a fight between a Neanderthal and a modern human would be like putting a female boxer.
Largest Neanderthal specimen. My neighbors are having a party again. It's really fucking weird.
Supreme Leader Richard, our forces have now captured Quebec and Ontario. With the help of France and Spain. All hail the Supreme Leader Richard Burgess, the king of these two provinces.
That's good to hear. Thanks for the update. Appreciate the donation, Benedict Arnold. Amund is a nearly complete but poorly preserved adult Southwest Asian Neanderthal skeleton thought to be about 55,000 years old. It's discovered at Amud in Israel by Hisashi Suki in 1961, described as a male with an estimated height of 5'10". It is considerably taller than any other known Neanderthal. So this video is very inaccurate. There's no Neanderthal specimen that was 6'5". The tallest one that they have is 5'10". Would you ever complain on your neighbors for being too loud? Or do you think that's lame? Kind of depends. If they do it too often, then yeah.
Boxer in the ring with a man. The boxer, Mike Tyson, with his robust...
You're right, and I know that I could do it that way since I know that fat loss can only be induced with a calorie deficit. Plus, I won't do my next calorie deficit so aggressively like last time. I'm not bodybuilding or anything like that lol, so it'll be easy.
Well, that's good. You shouldn't do what I'm doing. It's far too hard. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Bust and compact physique exemplifies the Neanderthal body type. However, despite his exceptional strength, speed and aggression, he would have been no match for a Neanderthal. The Neanderthal's significantly more robust muscles and enormous skull would have allowed them to withstand even the strongest punches.
Yeah, I don't know about any of that.
Increases during aging, and that's what we'll see here. On the y-axis, we've got plasma levels of homocysteine plotted against age, and this is from 12-year-olds all the way up to older than 80-year-olds. In youth, average homocysteine values for women and men are around 6 to 7 micromolar. Homocysteine then increases during aging, such that at older ages, older than 80 years old, average homocysteine is 11.
Beta invictima dunike, Tarchan mahe dige mibinike, tu igavar maya. To Josvias manikubnist, bujurgshiam batchami. Bayad saket bud, varkitsina goft, shadambayad mesli fardhi. Raf don bail half they bezarin inja half bezanan.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. They're literally playing the Macarena. This has happened for the last 3 days in a row. What the fuck are they doing? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go take a piss, and I think I'm gonna get a salad, too.
Do you know who Eric Kanefsky is? Any thoughts on him?
I do know who Eric Kanefsky is. Some of his public pranks are pretty funny. I especially like it when he goes to fitness expos and pisses people off, like Drug Miller. He said if he ever came to Canada, he'd be down to do a collab with me. I don't like how he's not vegan, obviously. But thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss, and then I'm gonna go grab a lettuce, and hopefully that'll make me feel a bit better. I do not drink beer, no. Okay, I'll be right back. No, back up. Back up in a minute. Dodo, donate $2.
I am not trying to seduce you. When I dance, they call me Magarena, and the boys they say que soy buena. They all want me, they can't have me, so they all come and dance beside me.
What a letdown. We are mass poisoning our children and adults. Culture must die. I don't think he's agreeing with what RFK is saying exactly.
Are we allowing this to happen to our children?
That is irresponsible of him, certainly, to share a fucking pro-RFK post, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
11 to 12 micromolar. Now, the importance of that age-related increase for homocysteine is that relatively higher levels are associated with an increased all-cause mortality risk, or ACM risk. And that's what we'll see here. This is a meta-analysis of 6 studies that included almost 28,000 people. On the y-axis, we've got relative risk, so this is risk of death for all causes, plotted against circulating levels of homocysteine, HCY. In terms of what's significant, we put up a red line at a hazard ratio of 1, when the dashed black lines are completely above 1, as in this case, or below 1 in other studies. That's a significant association. So we can see that even at very low levels of homocysteine, all-cause mortality risk, or risk of death for all causes, significantly increases as homocysteine.
Curious Tony Tellers, breaking news. ISIS claims responsibility as 2 arrested over a knife attack in Germany that killed 3 people. Germany will probably have anti-Muslim protests just like after the South Park UK stabbing.
Zollingen is green.
I don't know if they're going to have protests, but again, you're going to see people not want Muslims in their country anymore.
For the dead and injured attacked in cold blood. In seconds, a night of celebrations in the West German city turned into a scene of horror. A man armed with a knife stabbing people at random during a festival.
Last night our hearts were torn apart. We in Solingen are full of horror and grief. What happened yesterday in our city has hardly let any of us sleep.
The people of this city were meant to be coming together to celebrate its past, but what actually unfolded was one of the darkest moments in its history. Islamic State's media branch has said the group is responsible for the attack, calling the perpetrator a soldier, a claim German authorities haven't publicly confirmed. On Saturday evening, police raided a home for refugees in Solingen and confirmed a second arrest in connection with the stabbings. It follows the detention of a teenager.
Did you see that RFK Jr.'s campaign once had a vegan food drive for the homeless? I just found this out 2 days since people in the vegan community were promoting him as a pro-vegan person. WTFLMFAO.
That is pretty weird. If RFK wasn't a crazy retard and he was in favor of sending like weapons to Ukraine in support of Israel and wasn't an anti-vax whack job, I'd probably be in favor of voting for him, but he just has so many insane, like, indefensible beliefs. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Earlier in the day,
Some of the media have reported that a 15-year-old had been detained. At the moment, he has only been arrested on suspicion of not reporting an imminent crime. The perpetrator was supposed to have talked to this youngster about his intentions.
Police say the perpetrator aimed for his victims' necks. The trauma of the attack has affected many in this city. Festival organizer Philip Muller tried to keep people calm as they left, as he watched the injured and dying around him.
I knew what I had to do just to save the thousands of people, because the guy with the knife is still running around, perhaps. We don't know yet who it was, but yesterday evening it was clear we have to do the people out of the city for their own security.
While the attack has wounded Solingen, they are not defeated.
No one can break this city. We are 160,000 people. Not one can't break us.
While they refuse to be cowed,
Alan donated $2. Go to your neighbor's party, lol. Don't think I'm going to do that. They're probably not even having a vegan barbecue or anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
they can't be at peace after such brutal and unexpected violence. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Zolingen.
Cysteine increases even from values as low as 1 to 2 micromolar. So together, these data suggest that lower is better for homocysteine, and avoiding the age-related increase may be important for minimizing risk of death for all causes. Now, if you're familiar with the channel, homocysteine has been a weak spot as it's...
Did you see Sarah Safari went to Spain? As if she's the first American to go to Spain, yet alone Europe. What a cookie cutter.
I did not see that. That is pretty cookie cuttery. Thanks for the donation, Cookie Cutter Sarah Safari.
Which non-vegan foods do you hate? For me, I hate beets, sweet potatoes and olives.
What, non-vegan foods? I think you meant vegan foods, because you mentioned vegan foods. And I don't like mayonnaise. I actually really like beets. I had to stop eating beets because they were making my poop really sticky and it was clogging the toilet, but I actually really like beets. I also like sweet potatoes and I really like olives. I don't like lychees. I'm not a big fan of peaches, and I don't like strawberries. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
It's been close to age expected for many tests. So with that in mind, what's my data? And let's take a look at that story. So I first started tracking homocysteine in 2005. And over the past 20 years or so, I have 41 blood tests, as shown here. Homocysteine on the y-axis plotted against age. So in my early to mid-30s, average homocysteine was relatively youthful at 7.1 micromolar. And then unfortunately, I took about 10 years off from measuring it. I was measuring other stuff, or I couldn't afford it at the time. I don't remember why I stopped measuring it. But then around 6 years ago, I started testing it, adding it back into the approach as I realized this is important. I better start measuring it again. And over the past 6 years or so, 35 tests, average homocysteine has been 10.3 micromolar, which is close to age expected, which if you're familiar with the channel, these are dirty words in my approach. I don't want to be age expected for anything. Everything should be as close to youthful as possible. Now, rather than just looking at two averages between two different periods, when using a two-sample t-test, these two groups of data are significantly different, as that p-value is less than 0.05. In other words, I've had an age-related increase for homocysteine. So how can I reduce it? How can I reduce homocysteine? And I can already hear you in the comments saying, just take TMG, trimethylglycine, or betaine. That'll do the trick. I've tried it, but let's check out the data. So in terms of being able to reduce homocysteine, let's take a look at homocysteine metabolism, which is shown here. Now, homocysteine is in the middle, and we can increase dietary intake of betaine. So foods contain betaine, like beets, but other foods too. Now, we can also supplement, right? We can take TMG, trimethylglycine, or otherwise known as betaine, and with the goal of reducing homocysteine, because as you can see on this chart, homocysteine combines with betaine to form methionine, also forming dimethylglycine with a methyl group transfer from betaine in the process, thereby reducing circulating levels of homocysteine. Now, this is the theoretical for what can happen. And I can't say in my case, I haven't made a YouTube video about it, but pre-YouTube, I had a blog. And I documented the biohacking journey on the blog. And one of those experiments was 4 grams per day of trimethylglycine. It didn't make a dent on homocysteine. And I'll link to that blog post from years before the YouTube channel existed. I'll link to that in the video's description. Now, there are other ways we can potentially reduce homocysteine, and that includes by increasing dietary intake of folic acid, which increases serum folate, in conjunction with vitamin B12, converts homocysteine into methionine. Now, again, rather than focusing on what can happen, remember, I track my diet every day, weighing all my food, logging it into Chronometer, putting it into an Excel spreadsheet, and then looking at correlations for diet with biomarkers after every test. So I can look at correlations for folate, B12, and other nutrients with homocysteine to see if they're making a dent, potentially making a dent, or at least correlated with them.
If someone smite you on one cheek, smash them on the other or turn the other cheek.
That was not a proper sentence, but thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
You know, because we can't say about causation, but if they're not correlated, I can't imagine they would be making it a causative dent. Nonetheless, folate in my data, 35 tests for folate intake lined up with homocysteine, not significantly correlated. You can see that p-value is greater than 0.05, so it's at 0.13. Granted, the correlation is in the right direction, but it's outside of significance. In contrast, vitamin B12 is significantly correlated with lower homocysteine in my data. As you can see that the R, the correlation coefficient, is negative 0.54. So in other words, a relatively higher intake of vitamin B12 is significantly correlated with lower homocysteine. That's what that correlation suggests. And the p-value is far below 0.05 at 0.0009. So that's an easy answer, right? Just supplement with vitamin B12 or methyl B12, which was what I was doing, up to 1,000 micrograms or 1 milligram per day. Just take high dose methyl B12, problem solved, right? Well, the goal isn't to just optimize one biomarker and then make others worse. First, the challenge is actually investigating if there's a correlative impact on other biomarkers. And I do that after every test. And when running that analysis, the net correlative score for vitamin B12 intake is -3. In other words, a relatively higher intake of vitamin B12 in my data is significantly correlated with lower homocysteine, but it's also significantly correlated with 4 other biomarkers going in the wrong direction in terms of how they change during aging or their association with all-cause mortality risk. So I'm not interested in improving one biomarker and potentially making 4 others worse. And again, notice I say potentially because these are correlations and I can't say about causation. I have tried lower doses of vitamin B12, 500 micrograms per day, 300 micrograms per day, but those don't make a dent on homocysteine. So it seems like it's either go high, 1,000 micrograms per day for vitamin B12, potentially mess up other biomarkers, or get no effect. So vitamin B12 is kind of a no-go for me at this point. There are other ways, though, potentially to reduce homocysteine, though, and those include the amino acid serine in combination with vitamin B6, as they help convert homocysteine into cystathionine. And then, in the presence of adequate B6, cystathionine is converted into cysteine, which is potentially important because cysteine can be incorporated into GSH, or glutathione. Both cysteine and glutathione decline during aging. So I spent a few tests trying to increase serine intake up to 6 grams per day, while trying to drag homocysteine towards this pathway rather than going towards methionine, which may be bad for our longevity based on methionine restriction studies. But nonetheless, high dose serine up to 6 grams per day didn't make a dent on homocysteine. More specifically, vitamin B6 is not significantly correlated with homocysteine in my data, as shown there, p-value greater than 0.05. What about increasing intake of other methyl donors? So ethane, or trimethylglycine, that means that the nitrogen atom on glycine, the amino acid glycine, has 3 methyl groups. But that's not the only amino acid that has 3 methyl groups attached to its nitrogen atom. Others include proline butane and tryptophan butane. And also, as a potential methyl donor, although it's not an amino acid, trigonelline, which is otherwise known as 1-methyl-nicotinic acid, can also potentially act as a methyl donor. So I've experimented with increasing intake of each of these potential methyl donors with no impact on homocysteine. So it would seem I'm out of luck, right? Well, for whatever reason, I had the thought, maybe something in my diet is causing higher homocysteine. So what could that be? Maybe mushrooms. So mushrooms are a great source of ergothioneine and spermidine. And that's important because both of those metabolites increase lifespan in mice. So with that in mind, I've been keeping mushroom intake relatively high with an average of about 250 grams per day for many tests. But also note that mushrooms also contain nicotinamide. And I know that because if they contain nicotinic acid, I'd expect my NAD levels to be on the higher side, not age expected or lower. So that suggests that the niacin that's contained in mushrooms is most likely nicotinamide. So why is that important? Nicotinamide increases homocysteine, and this is in a randomized controlled trial. This is a human study. Plasma levels of homocysteine were measured up to 3 hours after people were dosed with nicotinamide, and then I'll see in a minute, nicotinic acid or water as a control. So when people took 300 milligrams of nicotinamide, an hour and a half after that, homocysteine levels, plasma levels of homocysteine increased from 11 micromolar to 16, and 3 hours later were up to 18 micromolar. It's a pretty big jump. That's in comparison with water as a control, where you can see that there was no change in plasma levels of homocysteine. And then, fortunately, in the study, they also tried nicotinic acid, same dose, 300 milligram dose. And although you can see.
Okay, retard, let me expand the question for your pea-brain. If someone does you wrong, do you seek vengeance and power over them? Or do you show forgiveness and focus on the greater good?
It's really hard to concentrate with the music they're playing. If I think it would benefit me, then yeah, I'd get revenge. If I don't think it would benefit me, then no. If some dumbass just fucks with you and there's no reason to think they're gonna keep doing it, then I'll just avoid them, stay clear of them. If they're gonna keep fucking with me until I do something to get them to stop, then yeah, I'll do something. Thanks for the donation, that Majin Buu.
Have you talked to John Zerka again since your debate with him?
No, I have not. Nor do I want to speak with him. He's kind of an insane, degenerate Nazi. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
That there was a small increase for homocysteine. It was only up to from about 11 to 12 micromolar, and nowhere near as close to the increase for homocysteine as nicotinamide. Now, also as another side note that most of us in this community are taking nicotinic acid or nicotinamide with the goal of increasing NAD. In my case, a far lower dose of nicotinic acid increases NAD. As low as 50 milligrams per day gets the same NAD raising effect as 300 milligrams of nicotinamide. So that suggests that I may not get any increase for homocysteine at that relatively lower dose of nicotinamide while getting an NAD boost. So now we can return to our question and see, is mushroom intake related to homocysteine? We can more directly assess that as I track diet in conjunction with biomarkers. And I have 27 tests where diet lines up with homocysteine, as I've been tracking food intake since 2018. And that's what we can see here, with plasma levels of homocysteine on the y-axis plotted against the average daily mushroom intake on the x. And then we can see a significant, positive, strong correlation, strong being defined as a correlation coefficient greater than 0.7. So here we've got 0.72. So a significant, positive, strong correlation between mushroom intake with homocysteine. In other words, when my mushroom intake has been at its highest level, that's significantly correlated with higher levels of homocysteine. So is mushroom intake related to homocysteine? We can see with that check, it is. Now to test that correlation, I then cut mushroom intake from test number 4 to test number 5 from 250 grams per day to 95 grams per day. And you can see that data point, it looks like an outlier. That green line is no other homocysteine data.
So a lot of women, especially online, have no problem saying that men make them feel unsafe and they'd rather be stuck alone in a forest with a bear. But if a white person said that black people makes them feel unsafe, would that be racist?
Yeah, it'd probably be racist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is Clockwork Orange overrated?
I don't know, I've never watched it. So I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer.
In conjunction with mushroom intake, has been in that ballpark. In other words, this looks like an outlier relative to all my other mushroom intake, as it's lower. But also note that that 8.9 micromolar that corresponds to this test where I cut mushroom intake is in the same ballpark as the data on the right, which I was able to obtain. And these are relatively lower values on average compared to the mushroom intake values on the right. I was only able to obtain the lower homocysteine values on the left with high dose, greater than 500 micrograms per day of vitamin B12. And mushrooms for those tests were 0. So what the mushroom cut from 250 to 95 grams per day suggests is that I might be able to get in the ballpark of a homocysteine reduction as if I'm taking methyl donors, although I was not supplementing with any methyl donors for this test. Now, there is a potential confounder to this story, and it involves protein intake, because as shown there, protein intake in my data is significantly correlated with lower homocysteine. In other words, when protein intake has been
Riley,
higher,
what's up?
homocysteine has been lower. Correlation. Now, for this test, protein intake was increased by about 15 grams per day. So is it the mushroom cut and lower nicotinamide that made a dent? Is it the higher protein intake that made a dent? I don't know. Both of those may be involved. So to test that, for the next test, I've cut protein intake down from the 112 grams per day, where it was on average for test number 5, to back to 95 to 100 grams per day, where it was prior to test number 5. And I've kept mushrooms at 95 grams per day. So by bringing protein intake down, if homocysteine stays at 9 micromolar or less, that would suggest that it might have been the mushrooms and too much nicotinamide that was increasing my homocysteine. All right, that's all for now. If you're interested in more about my attempts to biohack aging, check us.
Never heard of mushrooms increasing homocysteine. I don't think it really matters anyway.
Since we last checked on Daniel Larson, he couldn't have gotten in much more trouble, could he?
You are gonna do. I am now declaring war. You'll be blown up soon. And yes, I will bomb the White House. Get out. I'm not gonna do it because I have my phone. Get the f*** out of my car! Find me! Find me! Find me! Look at this crackhead.
As
Mr. Larson, would you like to say anything before I sentence you?
Just in case you're fortunate enough to have never heard of this guy, Daniel Larson is an autistic and bipolar man who spent the better part of the last decade obsessing over child actresses and singers.
Dude, that isn't just autism and bipolar disorder. That is something else entirely. They like have to name this Daniel Larson disorder or something. Like, he is the most insane, bizarre fucking human being on the fucking planet. That can't just be autism and bipolar disorder. It can't. Like, I've seen so many autistic people. Like, they're nowhere near this guy.
To the point of stalking and harassment, systematically abusing every person who tried to shelter him, and being repeatedly tricked into exposing himself online by people pretending to represent record labels. Oh, and he's also sent inappropriate messages to multiple people. I say inappropriate instead of being specific so this video doesn't get black holed, but it's about as bad as you can imagine for the LCP allegations. In the last episode of Daniel's Horror Cow Odyssey, in late 2022, he terrorizes, gaslights, and assaults his lifelong mentor and greatest benefactor, Bob Proctor, who then calls the police on him. After coming to the realization that the hard edges of criminal law might not be the most appropriate structure to deal with Daniel's erratic behaviors, Bob displays saint-like patience by giving Daniel one last saving grace: a ticket to California, where 5150 laws meant that Daniel might finally be institutionalized for his condition and behavior. Unfortunately, Bob wasn't counting on Daniel's ability to undo the efforts of others to help him, so the very next time there's a sighting of Larson in the wild, he's at a strip club. I can't imagine he's having much fun there, considering the dancers aren't 14-year-old Disney.
Your name the trait argument turned me vegan. It is simply irrefutable. Also, who do you think will win the 2024 American presidential election and why?
Well, I think Kamala Harris is gonna win. If you look at oh god damn it, my elbow. If you look at what's his name? Why can't I remember his name? If you look at the 13 keys election prediction system, the Democrats have a higher likelihood of winning. On top of that, since they have Kamala Harris running, their election campaign has been going flawlessly, and Donald Trump's election campaign is floundering like crazy, and they're making every single misstep imaginable. So I think the Democrats are likely to win. Yeah, Alan Lichtman. That's what it is. But that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Dark Globe.
Disney actresses, but this lack of regard for Bob and his wishes were so grievous that even OX, one of the few people going out of their way to manage and keep tabs on Daniel, gave up on him for the time, deciding he was unworthy of help and simply shouldn't have any kind of access to social media. Considering the benevolence of a few people managing his online presence was the only thing keeping the followers of the story up to date on his whereabouts, after the management gave up on him, his future grew increasingly uncertain. All we know was that Daniel was roaming the streets of California and had developed a condition called trench foot, which I thought was an esoteric disease from World War I, but apparently many homeless people end up getting it from walking around in soggy shoes for way too long. Either way, his living situation was not good, and it wasn't about to improve. Almost 2 years prior, a man named Joshua Block, known online as World of T-Shirts, who I covered in a previous video, announced he was very fond of Daniel's art and decided to work with him.
I'm signing with Daniel Larson Records. We're partnering up to make a new song. Stay tuned for further updates.
For context, Josh is in a similar position, only a lot better since he lacks the trademark belligerence that got Daniel into the position he's in. Around 2020, Josh became quite famous on TikTok for his likable, if a little strange, personality. And to this day, he regularly pulls in hundreds of thousands of views in videos of him doing mundane things. Daniel was initially very psyched about this cosign, even shouting Joshua out in his own unique way.
This message is to World of T-Shirts in New York.
Since Josh had a significantly larger online presence, it meant Daniel was on the brink of fulfilling his fantasies of being famous. However, just a little while later, Josh recanted his offer to do business with Daniel after finding out about his extensive history with minors.
So I canceled the record deal with Daniel Larson Records. I didn't sign anything I was gonna sign, but then I found out about his past, and I had to cancel on him. If you encounter him, or he tries to offer you a record deal or anything, avoid him at all costs. We gotta cancel him.
This deeply angered Daniel, who went on to sporadically rant and rave about Josh over the course of the next year and a half. Mostly, the beef between them was
Larson's going to jail. He's getting locked up for making threats to the White House, I think.
dormant and one-sided, as Joshua's only mention of it for a while was in one video on his secondary account in which he says he's not associated with or endorsed by Daniel. This changed in November 2022 when Josh posted a video to his main account challenging Daniel to a boxing match in Times Square while displaying some unusually zesty shadowboxing. The video quickly got a lot of traction and now sits at over 1 million views and over 100,000 likes. This set Dan on edge again, and he began making threats against him.
To Joshua World of T-shirts, I still am waiting for the boxing match. We'll have that in 2023.
Additionally, he promised to make Joshua bankrupt while singing Empire State of Mind again.
What dreams are made of, there's nothing I can't do. I will make Joshua Block go bankrupt. Yes, he'll go bankrupt.
While the reasons for their conflict might seem obvious at first glance, they're a bit more complicated than they may appear. There were trolls instigating it by convincing Daniel that Josh was saying things about it, but perhaps more importantly, there was a specific person working behind the scenes to pit them against each other. Michael Quinn, the manager of Joshua Block. While his original TikTok account has been terminated and the archives of his content are mostly dated after the original interactions between Josh and Daniel, we know that Michael Quinn is hated by Josh's community and seen as the de facto main antagonist, blatantly manipulating and directly feeding Joshua things to say, often pushing him to aggressively engage with random people online in order to get more attention to the content.
I'm the only one who takes care of Josh, no one else does. The only one who cares for Josh is me, Michael Quinn, no one else. No one else, tell him. No one else, Michael Quinn is my mentor.
Whenever he's seen, he's bragging about being a multi-millionaire and the only person who cares for Josh, both of which are highly dubious claims at best. His claims of being wealthy do hold some weight though, considering he's the founder and owner of Feltman's Hot Dogs, which at least used to be a pretty successful company considering he got a segment during an NBC regional news show. However, not only is there another person who also owns Feltman's, meaning they probably split the revenue, but it's also very unlikely the company is making that much considering how competitive the fast food market is in New York. It's worth noting that when Michael says he's a multi-millionaire, he doesn't mean 2 or 3, but specifically $200 million, which is pretty crazy, and if he is that wealthy, why is he spending time with Joshua Block all day? While it's unsure how much money he's actually made, it's very hard to imagine there's any motive behind his involvement with Josh besides it being a profitable grift. I wasn't able to find properly archived versions of these particular videos, but according to the Know Your Meme article that documented this particular spat, the same day Josh challenged Daniel to a boxing match, Quinn posted on his TikTok account addressing Daniel directly and threatening him. After this interaction, Michael went on to make a plethora of other videos and TikToks provoking him, which heavily suggested that Joshua's attacks on Daniel were his idea in the first place. This may seem gratuitous at first, until you find out what happened next. Unlike a lot of instances of Daniel making threats of violence online and in real life, and no one doing anything about it, on January 1st, 2023, he was actually served with court papers. Joshua was suing Daniel for $550,000 for harassment and threats of violence, which are deemed credible threats due to Daniel's extensive criminal record and history of violence. Although I should say I kind of misspoke when I said Daniel was served with court papers because he had no address to get the letter of intent, and thus it took him a couple of days to even find out he was being sued. In all likelihood, once Michael figured out that the boxing match had no chance of happening, he settled for the next best way to capitalize on this back and forth, which was to sue Daniel, knowing he had a rap sheet, no real recourse, and would ultimately end up relying on the legal aid of a public defender. That is, if he even agreed to one and didn't try to be his own lawyer, which is something Daniel eventually did, but we'll get to that later. It's entirely possible that this was the plan to begin with. Michael, knowing Daniel was incapable of holding his tongue or controlling his violent urges, baited him with the unwitting help of trolls into saying something he could start a lawsuit over. Daniel pays it no mind though, which is understandable given his circumstances demanded a lot more immediate attention than the self-evidently absurd notion of paying over $500,000 to Josh. On the 4th of January, he autographed a picture of himself for a fan of his named Mark.
His signature, I asked him to sign it to Mark, and technically he did that. I ain't even mad.
During the same day as he was live streaming, he made the mistake of showing the restaurant he was entering before closing the stream. The ever-vigilant trolls figured out what the restaurant was and called it up, claiming that Daniel was going to go there nude. The employees actually gave this call some credence, since just by looking at now homeless Daniel Larson, you can see he might be the kind of person that's deranged enough to do such a thing. They decide to play it safe and ask Daniel to leave the restaurant to prevent anything like that from happening. As an employee is trying to persuade him to leave the premises, he begins live streaming again, threatening to call the police and accusing them of defamation. He was probably not going to go nude, but it's a virtual certainty he was planning on dining and dashing from the establishment, so ultimately, it's probably a good thing that the police were contacted. Unexplainably, right before conceding and leaving the restaurant, Daniel turns around and says this.
Just to let you guys know, I'm a lawyer.
But not everything is bad news. On the same day, he hits the milestone of 7,000 monthly listeners on Spotify. He about to make it out the hood with this one. He about to buy a Bugatti. Over the course of the next few days, Daniel begins revealing the consequences of Ox's departure, saying that his TikTok and YouTube accounts are either inaccessible or terminated. It's no biggie though, as he just makes new accounts and continues his constant frantically posting every moment of his life. On the 6th of January, he gets a trespass notice from a security guard in another restaurant, which according to the trolls following his activities was Gladstone's at Malibu, miles above Daniel's pay grade by the way. He for sure was going to dine and dash this one. After this incident, there's a 10-day long period of peace during which nothing of relevance takes place, with perhaps the exception of him taking part in a Discord voice chat in which he gives his opinion on the age of consent.
Do you think that the age of consent can be 15 with family permission?
Yes.
Whatever you say, Mr. President.
But you know how it is with Daniel. On the 16th, we get screenshots of his conversation with a troll pretending to be Grace. You know, after a while, Christian figured out he couldn't trust anyone online because of how many trolls there were. But Daniel never quite took the hint. In these screenshots, Dan says, Grace, I need to be honest and tell you something. I want to be serious about this, and I need to explain. I need help, and I don't know what to do. I'm being honest. I was abused at a young age. The troll in question didn't empathize with his appeal to childhood trauma, as the context of the conversation was his altercation with Bob, in which Daniel hit him and then hit himself to pretend Bob was attacking him. Over the next few days, the trolls bring up Danderson's attempt at sexting the singer Darcy Lynn when she was underage. He first tries to defend himself from the accusations of beating Bob, trying to say that they both messed up and that he takes accountability, though it's unlikely he even understands what that word means. The cherry on top of this particular exchange is when Daniel says, the trolls tried to make me sexually attracted to you as a child. The Grace troll is attentive enough to point out that Daniel keeps referring to.
How long am I streaming for? Probably until 12. So like another 5 hours.
The evidence of him being a creep as mere accusations, but it doesn't faze Daniel, who just continues his rambling, saying, it hurts my soul and heart. I would admit that I am a pet child to fix everything and get us heard, but it might risk everything I care about. I want you, Grace. I can't lose that. The impersonator ran all of my social media accounts, so if I didn't listen to them, they would put my entire career at risk. Given his trench foot situation, I'm sure his soul is in a lot of pain. That response, however, is par for the course Larsonian schizobabble, but the troll picked up on his offering to confess to his crimes in exchange for being in a relationship with Grace and asking to put his money where his mouth was, and so he did. I need to come clean. I need to tell the fans. Grace, I admit, I am a PDF file. If this wasn't sufficient, he followed these messages to who he thought was Grace with a special dedicated video.
Bob, it's time for me to come clean. I admit that I am a pedophile, and I admit that yes, I hit Bob. The reason being, growing up, I didn't have anybody that really cared for me. I didn't have anybody that supported me. And I got badly trolled, and it turned me into what I turned out to be, and I'm trying to change. I need help.
In his eyes, he hit Bob because no one cared about him in his childhood, and he became a P-word because he was badly trolled. This is a good time to remind you that his Pinterest boards full of pictures of little girls were created long before any troll knew of Daniel's existence. On the same day, he supposedly uploaded a fake movie trailer to his channel as he was under the impression he'd been speaking to Netflix executives on Discord, but of course, they were just trolls. I guess this false hope of working with Netflix being crushed really got to him, as on the morning of the 17th, his TikTok account was flooded with videos of him crying over the course of roughly 2 hours. Calling what he's doing in these videos crying is pretty generous, considering he's less crying and more making crying faces and borderline yawning for most of them. It's very interesting to see Daniel doing his best to put on the melancholy act, with the sad songs playing in the background and all of that. There are 2 unexplainable videos among these, one in which he brags about being famous, followed immediately by him in the darkness listening to Corpse Husband, of all things. Immediately after posting them, he gets on a live stream and starts begging for donos, which makes it quite clear what the point of the video was. In the archived bits of the stream, he sulks about being $90 in debt after an overdraft fee, but you can literally hear him standing in line at Disneyland. Once he gets inside, the sad act completely vanishes, and I guess the excitement gets the best of him as he starts explicitly saying he wants money to get on the Tom Sawyer ride. Apparently, 2 Larson followers were responsible for getting him into Disneyland and are heard accompanying him during the stream while he's talking about investing $1 into Disney stock and holding it for a year before he sells his share. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure a share of Disney costs more than $1. His visit to Disneyland goes by without any incident, and thank God for that. But just a day later, we're going to the usually scheduled programming, as Daniel has officially contracted scabies. In 3 posts to his YouTube community, he says, I'm going to the hospital. I got an STI somehow. My rash has gotten bigger. On the same day, he posts a video explaining what the doctors diagnosed him with.
Okay, Bamboosis donated $2. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Oh my god. That's a good goat. Oh my goodness, I'd love to rub a goat like that. Oh my god, that is a good goat. Jesus Christ. I love goats. Oh my god, goats are good. Whoa. Oh my god. That's a good deer. Apparently I have to follow this account to see this person's posts. I mean, it is a woodchuck account, so I'll follow them. My god, blue-footed boobies. Oh my god. So handsome. Wow, they're handsome. Oh my goodness, I just want to feed Taco Bell to them. Imagine feeding this little guy a taco? So handsome. Thanks for the donation, Bamboosis.
And in case you don't know what scabies is, I guess I should put a trigger warning here because I bet some people are phobic of this one. Basically, it's a condition that happens when you have bugs literally burrowed into your skin, causing itchy rashes all over your body. A day later, he goes to the Cheesecake Factory and posts a nice selfie with the meal he's about to consume. Of course, like with pretty much all of his meals, he didn't have any money, so as soon as the check came, he began begging on his TikTok for someone to pay for it.
Alright, so I'm going to need about $80 before midnight to be able to get the dinner paid for and then for me to get to the train back to downtown Los Angeles. Alright, this is an emergency. The trolls have found my location and they're calling the restaurant, so the restaurant won't let me leave now.
This time, I think nobody called the restaurant. Daniel just got in trouble for not paying and was trying to evade blame. Soon after, he begins hounding his followers to get him $100 within 2 minutes, or he'll be getting charges pressed against him, saying the police have already arrived. He makes more posts to his community page showing the QR code for his bill, expecting someone will pay it for him. But after failing to pay, he finally gets arrested for dining and dashing after having done so multiple times with no consequences. For a second, it looked as if the Larsonian plot armor was losing its power. However, he gets released immediately after it, probably when the cops realize the extent of Daniel's issues. Even after being arrested, Daniel refuses to play it safe, as the very next day he drops these bangers.
Sandy Hook was false and Alex Jones was a good man. Sandy Hook is a hoax, and the kids are in hell.
Concurrently, he relays to his audience that he's been banned from yet another restaurant, this time before he even got to order and eat anything. This is most likely due to all the restaurants in the area getting tipped by police that Daniel is a serial dine and dasher who should be turned away upon arrival. But Daniel tries to paint himself as the victim, complaining that they didn't believe him that he couldn't charge his phone anymore. Strangely enough, in every other video he posted about this, it seems he accidentally used a TikTok audio from a girl talking about reading comments and gave himself long eyelashes with a filter. Looks good on him, to be honest. I think it's a very suitable look. In the videos he made after his arrest, he doesn't mention dining and dashing at all, saying instead that the restaurant got slammed and that 2 of his fans are responsible for causing issues. He also reveals the meal did eventually get paid for by another one of his.
Oakland donated $2. Oakland, Kamala's hometown.
What purpose does RCMP serve?
I don't know, they're just, they're just a special police force. I don't know if they're sort of like the FBI equivalent. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Why the fuck would anybody go to these car meets? More of Oakland. I don't know if this is a great idea for me to watch this. This guy has a knife.
I hope that make you mad, nigga. Let's go, Brad. That's big, Brad. Let's go, nigga. Let's go. Come on, Brad. Oh, yeah, you had me. You can calm down. Fuck the police, you walk ass. Hold on, wait till they walk.
Oh, does that guy have a knife too?
Yeah, you got them little bitch ass hits here, nigga. How I feel, nigga? How I feel, nigga? 300, nigga. Huh? Bro, put the knife. Take your ass, nigga. Come on, nigga. Come on, scary ass nigga. Come on, scary ass nigga. Fuck that nigga butt. Come on, scary ass nigga. Ooh, I like that, nigga. Come on. Kill me, nigga. Let's go, nigga. Hey, come on, bro. Come on, nigga. Nigga. Man, bro. Dumb shit. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, bro. Hey, scared, nigga. Hey, Brad, you a bitch. I took off on you, though. Hey, nah, Brad, I take his like a warrior, nigga. Let's go, nigga. Look at you, nigga. You ain't ready. Put that knife there. Put that knife there. Put that knife there.
What is he holding in his hand?
Show you. Put that knife there. I'll show you, bro. What's up? Put the knife down, bro. Put the knife down. Use it, nigga. Next time I see you don't got that life, I'm beat your ass, nigga. You better use that knife next time, nigga. Mark ass, nigga. Man. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga. I'm a little nigga. What you talking about? You a wet nigga with a knife. You Mexican, nigga. Shut your wet man ass up, nigga. Beat your ass, nigga. Fucking up on me, nigga, what's up? What's up, bitch ass nigga? I hope I make you mad, nigga. Stab me. Hey, come on, bro. Stop being stabbed first, you walk ass nigga. Little bitch. Yeah, nigga, fuck that. Stop walking up there. Take your ass off, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Let's go. Let's go, nigga.
Here you would come along, and throw both those guys through a window, and tell them to go vegan.
No, I don't think I'd get involved in this dumbass shit. I just let the animals wipe themselves out. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Niggas fresh off work, bro, and this how I come home. Back to the east, bro. It's only in East Oakland, my nigga.
Let's go, put it right there, bro. Start running, nigga. Whoa, let's go, nigga. I'm ready, nigga. Bitch ass. Oh, I'm ready, nigga. Let's go, nigga. Come on, let's go. Stop playing with me, bro. Punch your ass this time, nigga. Bitch ass, nigga. Come on, nigga. Come on, you mark ass nigga. Use a mark, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Yeah, keep carrying that knife, nigga. Cause as soon as you let that go, I'ma alley your ass, nigga. So like you know that, nigga. Yeah, nigga. What's up? You got them though. 3, 4. Whoa. I like that, nigga. I like that. You little bitch. You's a bitch, nigga. Put that knife down, nigga. Put that knife down, nigga. Give a fuck, nigga. Stop walking up on me, nigga. Stop walking up on me, nigga. On the rear. Let's go, nigga. Stop walking. Let's go, nigga.
Ooh, that nigga gonna slice that nigga, bro.
I like that. Nigga, I like that you walking up on me. Let's go, bitch. He keep walking up on you. He keep walking up on you.
I wish that nigga put that knife away, bro. I swear.
You know, it's just like I've been saying. Why would you ever get upset about stupid bullshit like this? Both of them could just walk away and enjoy their lives, and instead they get into this pointless fucking argument where somebody could die. It's just it's so dumb.
Oh man, they're both my niggas. That's why I'm like, damn, bro. Like, I can't even, nigga.
No, this is the person who should be wiping those filthy, degenerate scum out of existence, lol.
While Bryce White by light, by night Bryce White takes flight with the might of right to fight for our plight. The White Knight!
There's a reason I called you here, White Knight.
Yeah, what's up, Chief? Need me to catch more criminals?
No, see, that's the thing. The jail cells are full. I've been meaning to talk to you about your unusually high number of arrests.
What can I tell you, Chief? These streets are swarming with degenerate scum.
All right, look. Here's a record of your arrests. Do you notice anything similar with these?
Well, they're all criminals. I can tell just by looking.
How can you tell someone's a criminal just by looking at them?
It's a power I was born with. I call it my white sight. They may look like ordinary people to you, but somehow, those dirty delinquents all look alike to me. Especially those ones.
Those are the Harlem Globetrotters.
The only court they'll be bawling in is a court of law.
Hey, listen, White. You can't go around arresting...
Arresting what? Criminals?
This! You're making us look bad.
I am? How?
You can't...
Can't what?
You...
I don't understand.
Listen, White!
If you got something to say it! Spit it out! Come on!
I'm trying to!
Why are you so upset?
Because we're supposed to arrest those black people! You're not leaving any for the rest of us.
That's racist. White fly!
Yeah, I'm sure the White Knight would deal with these delinquents. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I see you don't want to put that knife down, though, nigga. You want to put that mic down, though, huh? Put that knife down, though. You don't do no damage, nigga. Put the knife down. Put the knife down.
I ain't even going. Nigga stab me. I'm Yo, man.
Come on, let's go. Chase me. I hope you drop that knife. I really do. Come on. Let's go. Stop playing with me. Your phone took, bitch. No, you ain't getting shit, nigga. Phone took, nigga. What's up, nigga? What's up, nigga? I want it now, nigga. I want it now, nigga. What's up? I want it now, bitch. I want it now, nigga. What's up? Let's go. What's up? Let's go. Come on, bud. Oh, ass nigga, you ain't going nowhere, nigga. I don't care, right? You ain't going nowhere.
Dude, how are the cops not here yet?
Bruh, I want him to get that knife out of his hand, bruh. Bruh, I'm not taking no stab. Fuck that. You's a bitch. Are you right on me? I like this too. I like that little bitch ass shit you gave me. Yeah, cause I'm with the shit. Put that knife down, let's see. Put that knife down, let's see.
that East Oakland shit, bro.
Bruh, come back without that knife, nigga.
Bro, let's
right here.
Bro, let's match him, bro. You trying to match him? Our niggas got the weed in there. Whoa, nigga.
You respect that nigga, you feel me? I like them hits he gave me, nigga. For sure. When as soon as he see that I was serious, he wanna play.
Well, that was pretty retarded.
Fans who happened to be a lawyer, according to him. Regardless, the charge he got, defrauding an innkeeper, would cost him $950 in fines. He alleges that the innkeeper was a hater and was mad that the restaurant was getting too many calls. It's very funny how good Daniel is at emulating how celebrities speak, yet he's completely unable to even acknowledge the fact that the primary reason he got in trouble was for not paying for his food, not because the innkeeper was a hater. Daniel also got upset that the people at the restaurant and the cops were going through his social media, saying it was unprofessional of them. In his community posts, which are hard to come by since the YouTube account they were on is now gone, he reveals he's been kicked out of a Target and explains he's trying to get in contact with the company responsible for his housing, saying he'll soon be moving into a new place. The rest of January is void of any significant happenings. The calm before the storm, if you will, or considering that we're talking about Daniel, the roaring thunder. February begins with him confessing that the Pinterest the trolls found that had hundreds of pictures of little kids in folders was indeed his. However, as much as it's a confession, it's not quite an admission of guilt, as you can see.
Yes, the Pinterest was mine. And yes, I actually followed all of those pictures and stuff of, like, children. I did that at the time because I needed to get everything heard with the abuse that was going on in the disability system. Like, I was actually being, like, hit by the providers, and I did need to make that public. I knew it wasn't going to go viral. I knew I couldn't get help. So I had to do something to be able to save myself, and I didn't know how. So I made the Pinterest.
So he made a Pinterest account with that stuff in it and advertised it to absolutely no one so that he could get attention to his supposedly being abused at whatever care center he was at the time. Sounds believable. A general rule for Daniel Larson's online activity is that whenever he starts preemptively making defensive statements about something he's been accused of, most likely it's because he knows he's about to get exposed for it. Case in point, within 24 hours, he made a post to his YouTube community claiming that he'd found another Grace Vanderwall impersonator, showing his conversation with this troll on Discord. However, he only shows the last few messages. Soon after this, the rest of his exchanges get revealed to the public, and it's the stuff of nightmares. The prints begin with Daniel saying Grace looks like she could milk, and after specifically choosing an underage picture of her to send, Daniel says he has a liking to, let's keep calling it milk for monetization purposes, and piss, then asks if she feels like her groin is getting pulled out, punctuating these messages with, like a cow, moo. He also often pontificated about how certain things would smell, and I'm struggling to believe this is a real person at this point. It seems like he believes stimulating the bladder plays some role in the reproductive act and keeps using the word ache to describe what the person in question would feel during it. As much as it's disturbing, it's also just confusing. After all this back and forth, Daniel says he feels like his relationship with Grace is like Romeo and Juliet. If this were the case, instead of it ending with the couple drinking poison, it'd be everyone else doing it, so they wouldn't have to witness Daniel's stuff anymore. The 4th of February is a very busy day for Daniel. For whatever reason, he decides to put all of his belongings into a bag and start a stream, threatening to throw the bag off of a cliff. Except when he does throw it, it audibly immediately hits the ground. Upon geolocating where he was during the recording, it's obviously not a cliff, meaning he immediately retrieved the bag as soon as the stream ended. Just 2 days later, the bag comes back into play as Daniel addresses the images that had been circling his name, where social media accounts representing entities like the LAPD were claiming Daniel's bag contained an IED and an unspecified firearm. How and why exactly these came about is mostly unknown, but based on what we can see in Daniel's video addressing it, someone did convince the police to pay a visit to him while he was at a restaurant. He describes it as a raid involving multiple cop cars, but knowing Daniel, that's probably an exaggeration. The next meaningful activity happens on the 10th.
Is it true Frank Tofano was a contestant on MasterChef?
Yes, but they didn't air his segment. They cut him out. So he was there for the filming, but they never actually aired the episode with him in it. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
When he went live with his new management, meeting a new group of trolls who worked their way into his circle of trust. First, they seemed to be your regular run-of-the-mill guys, getting Daniel to say goofy things, such as what he would do at a BLM rally.
What would you do at a Black Lives Matter rally, Daniel?
I mean, run for my life.
However, his streaming with the trolls was a grave mistake, as it allowed the people watching the stream to figure out that for the past few days, he'd been sleeping in the Planet Fitness bathroom. Without skipping a beat, they figured out which particular Planet Fitness he was squatting at and alerted them to his whereabouts. An altercation between Daniel, an employee, and a client ensued, with Daniel refusing to leave.
You need to leave. I told you to leave the men's restroom.
I literally have to kick you out. You have to go.
Don't even call me that. You called me a f***er, okay? And you called me a coward. Well, what's your name?
You don't even know my name. Let's go.
Yes, because I'm gonna file reports for calling me like names and
While there's more than enough footage showing how irate Daniel becomes when called things such as a coward and yellow belly, video of him conceding and leaving the gym is noticeably absent. Maybe this is because he purposely didn't record himself leaving because he felt it was embarrassing, or maybe he did and we just don't have the footage for whatever reason. Either way, this incident is immediately followed up by this bombastic little statement.
Since I've now been kicked out of 35 different Planet Fitnesses, I am now
Vegan donate $2. Haha. Let me see.
All methods of controlled. Oh wait.
Is she autistic? And why is there a butthole right in the middle of her bloated stomach?
Fat, stank, bloated.
A guy goes into.
I mean, she's not fat. This is one thing I don't like about Carnism is Cancer. They'll body shame people who just look normal.
Is she autistic? And why is there a butthole right in the middle of her bloated stomach?
Fat, stank, bloated.
A guy goes into a bar and he has a frog on his head. And the bartender... Wait, I screwed up.
I have a clip of her that I'd...
BG fans, donate $2. You should. OnlyFans collab with this vegan girl. She likes BBCs too. She's not really my type. Like, she's conventionally attractive, but I don't think I'd be interested. I don't really find her attractive. Thanks for the donation, though, VG fans.
I'd like to show you. So let's go through this step by step and determine what's wrong with her.
Tonight, you in it for a real treat.
The first thing I noticed was the way she's talking.
All methods of controlled.
What the hell is she talking about? Why is VD, also known as venereal disease, having delayed speech?
It's a good question.
I was doing some looking around, and I came across this condition called dysarthria.
Dysarthria is the word used to describe change in speech quality caused by changes in the function of muscles used for speech. These changes include weakness, hyperactivity, or reduced coordination of the speech muscles. Speech can sound slurred, uncoordinated, hesitant, and hard to understand.
All methods of controlled.
One way to help others understand you more clearly is by slowing down your rate of speech, as this gives the muscles in your mouth time to move to the next position to make the new sound.
Can you tell me what's happening in that picture?
It's a ball sliding. He's sliding down snow.
All methods of controlled.
Today, Junior?
There's many causes of dysarthria. That's telling me that VD suffers from at least one of these problems. Did she have a stroke on her diet? A tumor growing from the consumption of animal products? Who knows? What we can confirm is she does have something wrong with her. I do believe VD knows she's suffering from dysarthria, and she's doing the same technique by slowing her speech. She probably has good days and bad days with speaking.
A frog goes into.
What is she wearing too? Her top looks like it's from medieval times. And you can clearly see she makes all her videos in the dark dungeon where she lives because she's antisocial and afraid to go outside and talk to people because of her speech delay she obtained from her mental illness.
Sad, dead bitch. I've controlled. Oh wait. All diets to control. Oh wait.
What an idiot. I know what VD's doing. She's pretending like she has to get up to get something, when really she only did that to show off her body. We're not stupid. Isn't it a coincidence that she had to be wearing a top that exposes her belly? And she had to do a side turn to show off what? To feel so uncomfortable 20. I'm surprised she lets it all hang out there for everyone to see of her. But I was able to make out what she really looks like.
Ouch! That's gonna hurt.
The amount of foundation pretty, but let's not sugarcoat it. The more cosmetics used, the more the reality is concealed from the public.
269 donate $2. This nigga was based. Yeah, Android 16 was a good character. It's too bad he died off. Thanks for the donation, 269.
Yikes. If you find VD pretty, then that's your right to say that. I'm not going to say she's ugly, I'll just say you're entitled to your opinion, and vegan deterioration, exercise her lazy ass because by addressing some comments I've gotten in the past. I built my channel as a parody to VD's, looking for a part.
G, donate $2. Currently doing Uber Eats, and the last customer for some reason was having an attitude for no fucking reason at all, and it just turns out I'm fucking depressed as hell today. So I told her, ma'am, it's only $9, I'm not kissing your ass, and left. Well, that's fairly reasonable. What can you do? Thanks for the donation, G. Hope you feel better soon.
Partner, but no man wants to date her. Going as far as trying to pretend like she has to go get.
That's really weird, her speech problem.
Declaring war. You'll be blown up soon.
First off, 35 different Planet Fitnesses. I'm assuming he got banned from all of the other 34 for the same reasons, which means not only is he a serial dine and dasher, but also a squatter. Secondly, can you even say things like that, legally speaking? I know that the First Amendment covers a lot of stuff, but threatening to bomb establishments? Not so sure about that. It's been said that on the same day he got kicked out of an unspecified shopping center, but I haven't been able to find info on that. Though, if the Planet Fitness he got banned from was in a shopping center, these bans are probably related. On the 13th, he gets on a bus to Las Vegas somehow, which mystifies me, considering he has no money. His managers and sporadic sympathizers must be sending him money through the thousands of Cash App accounts he has. A day later, he finds himself in an almost identical situation as the Planet Fitness incident, but this time it went a little differently. Instead of a friendly neighborhood Planet Fitness, Daniel tried to squat in the bathroom of a casino in Vegas, and the security guards weren't half as patient or willing to argue with a clearly disheveled and homeless Danderson. At around 2 a.m., once he had already been successfully ousted from the place by two gentlemen who reacted to his insanity in the appropriate manner, he did what he does best: play the victim.
Walk. I was just trying to use the goddamn bathroom. Walk. I will myself.
This is yet another instance of Daniel going on the record, threatening to do something drastic when he doesn't get his way. You gotta wonder how many times he's already pulled this routine on his caretakers and Bob when there was no one watching. Later on, he begins heavily zooming into a small, bloody bruise on his finger to highlight how brutal his security was with him, and if that wasn't enough, he accuses them of sexual harassment.
Security at that hotel right across the street sexually tried to harass me.
The person he's talking to while he makes these accusations is a park guard who proceeds to realize that Daniel is some kind of insane bum and tells him the area is closed and that he needs to leave, which Daniel fails to do as he's caught up in this nonsensical ranting and raving. According to the Larsonian lore, either this same day or in a very close window of time, some follower of his paid for a hotel room for him to stay through the night, and Daniel tried to talk a drunk couple into paying for another hotel room after picking up the coins that fell out of the woman's purse, to no avail. Apparently, after his casino incident, Daniel has been banned from all MGM casinos and has his biometric info in their database as per a Reddit user who happened to work graveyard shifts at a casino. Another addition to this never-ending cascade of negative events surrounding Daniel is that apparently his eyesight is decaying and fast. As of now, he has to squint to be able to see clearly. Within a day, he tries his hand at sleeping at yet another casino, but this time he gets caught much quicker and is swiftly dealt with.
You are trespassed. You can never come back here again.
For literally just sitting here and watching the game.
For sleeping 3 times. That's why.
I wasn't sleeping though. I wasn't sleeping.
Are you going to leave or are you going to be arrested?
I will, but
Okay.
I'm just trying to get my message across. I was not sleeping. I was watching the game. Just because I closed my eyes for like a second.
No more conversations. Walk out the door.
Yeah, but you guys want us to spread lies about me.
No, we're not spreading anything. We're not going to even have a conversation anymore. All you got to do is leave the building.
Why am I being trespassed?
We already said it a million times. Go.
All right, then I'll leave. You guys are like lying about everything.
After all of this ruckus, Daniel claims he will be doing a 2-hour live stream, which never came to fruition, as for a brief period, Daniel actually went missing in action. People immediately started worrying, fearing he would go the way of Terry Davis while unsupervised by his online troll handlers. It's kind of ironic because on one hand, the trolls are the cause of all of his misery. They constantly mock him, bait him into saying horrible things, and they love watching the horrible behavior. But at the same time, these are the only people watching over him, keeping track of his location, seeing what he's doing. On the 15th, a post was made to the Las Vegas subreddit showing Daniel as a missing person. Someone replied to the post saying, "I left for work yesterday at about 7 a.m., so there was practically no one on the street."
Just random vids donate $2. Let me see. Oh my god.
Give us the watermelon.
Oh, that's his watermelon. No,
Give us
that's
the watermelon,
his. He wants that melon. That's his melon. Don't take his melon. That's his melon.
Yo, get out of here with this.
What are you doing, dude?
What are you doing? That's all watermelon, man. You gonna keep it like that from us, man?
That's his. Don't take the dog's watermelon. That's not nice. Okay.
Element of surprise!
Okay, thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Saw the ambulance in front of Crack Shack, and they were lifting someone onto a gurney over the small barrier and up into the ambulance. They looked annoyed, and I wondered why they were even taking this person away because he just looked like a standard homeless person to me. You could tell the guy was mouthing off. The hair and face in the post immediately caught my eye. It was the guy being put in the ambulance. Daniel's subreddit erupted in concern, and along with it, there were many claimed sightings, but nothing really concrete. One of the few pieces of footage of someone claiming they saw Daniel in the wild came from a TikTok user named TrudyParker1, who posted this video and adamantly maintained that the person walking away was Daniel. And yeah, it does really look like him. And to further support this is the fact that he was roaming in the vicinity of a cheesecake factory, one of his natural habitats at this point. However, this sighting happened on the 16th, and for the next 5 days, no one had any news from Daniel. Some began to believe he'd broken his phone, which would be a death sentence, as despite many people occasionally paying for his food and transportation, a phone was a tad more expensive than what his following was comfortable with subsidizing. On the 22nd, Daniel was seen once again, this time completely bald and erratically skulking on the side of the road. According to the person who shared this clip, Daniel had just been kicked out of a bus for refusing to pay the fare, was wearing the same clothes he'd been wearing for the previous 8 days, and apparently still had his phone, but it was either dead or broken. A day went by, and during the afternoon of the 23rd, Daniel resurfaced triumphantly on a new TikTok account, Daniel Larson LV, for Las Vegas. In his comeback video, he says 2 fans of his approached him while he was at a casino and got him some food. Once they had his trust and his defenses were down, one of them took a swing at Daniel from behind, knocked him down, and stole his phone, allegedly fracturing his skull so bad it would take up to half a year to heal. While it's assumed that he's lying about parts of this story, such as fans of his being responsible for it, it also seems like he's not entirely lying. Some people on Reddit had said they saw him getting into an ambulance, which would fit his story of having gone to the hospital to get his skull checked. In his downtime, probably due to the hospital noticing Daniel was mentally challenged and homeless, Daniel secured almost $400 in monthly food stamps and housing from a company called Sober Homes. As soon as Daniel's eyes once again met with the hypnotic blue light of a smartphone screen, the veil of delusion swept him up from his grimy reality and back into his fantasies. Suddenly, his story about being robbed turned into being attacked by Grace Vanderwall's ex-boyfriend, who was mad at him for having stolen her heart. The next few days were peaceful, with a few videos that were uploaded being mundane things, such as him waiting for a tram and attending a free concert. However, on the 27th, he once again became homeless because apparently Sober Homes, or Sober Homies as Daniel prefers to say, was expecting him to pay rent, which is obviously very unfair.
Okay, everyone, I have terrible news. So, Sober Homies did kick me out of their service. I did not have enough money to pay for the rent.
His TikTok account from this period is now gone, and consequently, the videos aren't exactly easy to find. What has been documented in text form is that during his Sober Homies exile, Daniel posted about 50 videos spanning multiple topics. In these, he claimed he was now trying to contact housing companies in California and Colorado, and that unfortunately, this would prevent him from having a girlfriend or a job. Not that he could get either in the first place, as he immediately follows this up by saying that the places he applies to for a job are blackmailing him, which I take he actually meant as blackballing, and they won't hire him due to his reputation. He also explains that he made $30,000 off of donations in the past year, which would get him in trouble with the disability services, but he doesn't care too much about that. Not only did he expect to continue being homeless for the months to come, but he also said that believing that he isn't disabled has actually improved him mentally. In his addled state, Daniel randomly pivots to Bob and starts lying about being on a phone call with him, claiming that Bob apologized and told Daniel that the state needs to get him housing or he'll buy a gun. It's always when there's an inkling of pity for Daniel that he says things like that. I'm willing to bet that the only reason he hasn't assaulted more people is because on some level, he knows he wouldn't get away with it. After all, he felt comfortable attacking Bob, a senior citizen. If Daniel ever got his hands on a gun, God forbid, there's a very decent chance he'll end up taking someone's life. After posting a video indicating he's once again being tricked into thinking he's talking to Grace, he eats a meal at Dave & Buster's, which he obviously can't pay for, and so so he dine and dashes, which gets him kicked out from not only the restaurant, but also the entire mall. In the videos following, it becomes clearer why he started talking about Bob again. The trolls are simultaneously pretending to be Bob and Grace.
This is crazy. Why am I getting a message that Grace Vanderwall is in downtown Las Vegas right now trying to find me? Bob literally just ignored me when I called him and said, ask Grace for security. Grace Vanderwall, I need your help. Message me immediately. I'm in danger.
Once again, he began asking people online to pay for his meal, but I guess he felt embarrassed about it, so he lied about having $200 in his Cash App, and the only reason he couldn't pay for his meal was that his debit card randomly got locked. He didn't keep this particular charade going for very long, as shortly after, he admits to only having $10 in his bank and asks for $30 so the restaurant doesn't call the cops on him. In the last post in this series, he's frantically saying he needs Grace's help and is in danger, and we can see the reason for his desperation. The fog is back, and has slowly begun to consume his frontal camera again. On the 28th, he gets in trouble in yet another establishment, but this time in an even funnier way. It seems that he'd been sleeping in the bathroom of a bar for an unspecified amount of time, and he didn't get thrown out, but instead got the equivalent of a soft block. In the video he posted about it, he was complaining that upon leaving his improvised crypt in the bar's bathroom, he was ordering things, and the employees were leading him on as if his orders were being prepared while they evidently weren't. Daniel, of course, was fuming about this, not only because he didn't get to eat for free, but they also refused to aggressively throw him out, which would then give him the opportunity to play the victim again. They simply called the cops on him, and when they asked them why, they said they didn't know. A genius move on their part. He also seems to be developing some kind of paranoid disorder, as he seems to believe 2 of the employees have been following him around, but it's not really certain what he meant by that. Archives of this day become even more scant, not only because the account was deleted, but during that time, he temporarily had his account privated due to his new phone number leaking, which limited the number of people getting to see what he uploaded. According to vigilant Larsonians, he showed his bank balance at negative $200, meaning he had pretty aggressively overdrafted. After denying claims that he'd gotten some TikTok celebrity pregnant, he went live, which we do have footage of. It appears that Daniel was under the impression that Grace and her team would join the stream due to the messages he received, but of course they didn't, and just like that, February ended. On the 1st of March, his TikTok account goes back to being public and is promptly flooded with videos of the nasty scabs all over his body from the scabies. Considering he frequently invades and squats at Planet Fitness, where I know for a fact there has to be like one shower in many of them, if not most of them, why doesn't he just use them and take care of it? After his last doctor visit over his scabies, he was told by the doctor specifically to get new clothes, and though he asked for and got donations to buy new clothes, he kept wearing the same old clothing as always. Another notable thing about the scab videos is that they're recorded in yet another casino, meaning he's not playing it very safe. Next up is a series of rabid TikTok posts in which he talks about Bob again. Initially, he starts railing against Bob for supposedly not helping him with something that Daniel needed in order to secure housing.
This message is for Bob, not contacting the diversion program when they wanted him to be able to help with the housing and court stuff.
It gets pretty confusing to understand what's going on, but from my understanding, it seems that Daniel fell for yet another impersonator and has been talking to them instead of the real Bob. He begins threatening he'll destroy Bob's reputation somehow, and also mentions Bob hasn't helped his career, but makes a caveat that Bob still occasionally helps with other things. In this case, I think Daniel is referring to the real Bob, who still supported Daniel financially in some areas. It's interesting to see that despite that, he still finds a way to complain about it and claim that Bob only helping him in some areres, but not with his career, just makes it worse. The next thing that happened will actually shock you.
Okay, this is an emergency, but I've lost contact with Bob, and Bob will not answer any of my phone calls. Okay, there's an emergency. Bob just fully blocked my number.
Well, there's a chance that he's just trying to call the impersonator. There's also a good chance that he said all of these things about Bob, who became rightfully upset and decided to block him. There's a brief unarchived portion wherein Daniel's paranoia resurfaces, as during another bout of dining and dashing, Daniel begins saying that the people sitting in a booth across from him in the restaurant have been talking about him non-stop for an hour. Things get more cryptic and possibly even dangerous when Daniel talks about a pink Easter egg he's hiding at the restaurant. Soon after, we started getting clarifications from Daniel about his mysterious statements, as it seems he was planning to buy fireworks and ignite them inside of a casino.
Okay, folks, get ready for the biggest incident of all of Daniel Larson history so far. Let's do this. First of all, dynamite is not the same thing as a bomb threat. Okay, I'm going to go into a casino with a firework, and then I can see how real firing works.
This is one of the strangest Daniel Larson moments so far, don't get me wrong. He's obviously done worse than threatening to blow up a casino with fireworks. However, most of these worst things are done in the patent Larson way. First, he self-righteously does something he knows he's not supposed to do, and then puts on an act where he's now the victim. This time, and only this time, he went all out and embraced the role of a cartoon villain. He truly never ceases to amaze. Nothing happened, as you can imagine. He didn't get fireworks because he doesn't have money to buy them, besides one unarchived video in which Daniel claims to have flooded the toilets in one of these places. Because of his threats, his account got reported, and he made 2 new ones, Daniel Larson NYC and Love Daniel Larson Forever. It's kind of funny the way that a lot of these guys will name their accounts almost as if they're fan accounts. The day ends nonchalantly as Daniel plays pool for almost 25 minutes on his YouTube account. The next day wasn't as nice though, as people were mystified by the fact that despite the 2 new accounts having been freshly created, no videos were going up. Eventually, a post went up on his subreddit saying, as of right now, he is in custody of the LVMPD. He was confirmed arrested and trespassed from a casino last night. I verified this information with their security team and the LVMPD. Do not try to call or interact with anyone in regard to this. Let the professionals handle this. A few hours later, a couple of updates were made to the original post, saying he's likely not yet been charged or booked in any detention centers in Clark County. He was likely sent to a medical facility, but will be transferred to a jail afterward. We will likely know tomorrow. Daniel is not criminally charged and is being treated as a mental health patient, at least a 72-hour hold. For the next 12 days, Daniel is radio silent, as he'd been sent to a psych ward in which he had no access to his phone. Despite his lack of activity, the subreddit remained as active as ever, especially when YouTuber Kusari dropped a 2.5-hour documentary about him. Ox also resurfaced and spoke out to correct a few details on Daniel's lore. Within a day of the documentary being published, Daniel returned to his day.
Do you agree that 12 random people should decide a person's fate in a criminal trial?
It is not the most ideal system, but so far it is the best system that we've been able to come up with. Ideally, you would get people who are experts in law or whatever type of crime was committed. And maybe they have some other type of technical expertise that directly pertains to the crime with no personal biases, and you'd have them be members of a jury. So if you have random people on a jury, you're obviously going to have some kind of issues with bias. So if you're like a black dude who's charged of a crime and you have like an all-white jury, that can introduce some type of bias. Especially if there's like certain circumstances about the crime that would make those types of people bias. They do have mechanisms to try to eliminate those sorts of biases from a jury. So they will try to get a diverse jury of like men, women, black people, brown people on a jury, and they'll ask them questions pertaining as to whether or not they have like certain biases that would, impact their ability to make a fair verdict. But so far that's the best kind of criminal system that we've come up with. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Daniel Larson NYC account and explained what had been going on behind the scenes.
Hello, everyone. I am okay. I was in another attack. Because of the attack that happened 2 weeks ago, I am now lifetime banned from the Stratosphere Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas due to the attack. I got out today after 2.5 weeks from the mental health hospital.
The decision to convict somebody isn't made by a judge. Sentencing is usually determined by a judge. Whether there's a criminal conviction or not, that's determined by a jury.
In Las Vegas.
But no Larsonian activity is complete without a hefty side order of psychotic delusion.
When I was in the mental health hospital, they did the mathematics with my popularity and how much I should be making. And the psychiatric doctors in 2023 said that I should be making at least $5,000 a month.
On the 16th, he pulls a Peter Griffin and spends an inordinate amount of time reeling in after walking into something and hurting his leg.
Oh my god, I'm feeling popping in my leg.
Turns out this took place in the Tropicana Hotel, from which Daniel was kicked out as soon as an employee noticed he was charging his phone despite not being a guest there. Just let a brother charge his phone, okay? He's TikTok famous. Though we no longer can see the particular post I'm about to refer to, Daniel has become known for using a fake banking app to try and pull on people's heartstrings and beg for donations, an example of which was archived and shared a few months later. As you can see, there's an edit button right next to the checking account, and he has ludicrous things on the expenditures, such as a whopping $8.50 spent on energy and security. I'm bringing this up because after leaving the psych ward, Daniel was angling to scrounge up some money to leave Las Vegas. So he posted a screenshot of that fake banking app saying he was $755,597.58 in debt. I guess he took out a couple of mortgages while in the ward. On the 17th, he did a live stream, which we unfortunately don't have archived, in which he reads threats he received in the chat and begins sprinting while looking over his shoulder and licking up his runny nostrils. It must have been a sight to see. He blamed Michael Quinn for the attack and claimed he was now on an iPod Touch, announcing the next place he'd be traveling to is Phoenix, Arizona. In a community post, he specifies he'll only be there for a few hours, as his final aim is New Orleans, presumably to try and make it as a rapper, considering many of his posts during this brief period consist of Daniel freestyling.
Yeah, I'm the monkey, I'm the Sphinx, yeah, it stinks when I'm standing up here next to the Sphinx, but yeah, I am the king. You know my name. Thank you, Ariana Grande, for the $70 donation.
The next bus stop was at Tucson, Arizona, and throughout his community updates, he kept stressing the need for donations because without them, he'd be unable to complete the trip. It seems this was yet another minor scam for Daniel, as one of the next videos he uploaded to his TikTok was him eating some cookie dough, which he had apparently bought with the money donated to him. In a serendipitous turn of events, Daniel ran into a few followers of his while in Tucson. Besides someone who called the cops on him, prompting Daniel to declare full lockdown, the fans treated him well, took a selfie with him, which I was unable to find, and paid for dinner, as seen in a video he posted to his YouTube channel. Though in it, he claimed he treated himself to it after getting back his distribution. In a video, Daniel reveals that he was supposed to get on a bus that took him to Roswell, but ended up in El Paso by accident. Once he was there, he got the police called on him while he was in a restaurant. He spends basically the rest of the month traveling around Texas and trying to get back on track on his way to NYC, supposedly, if there's any truth to his TikTok handle. On the 24th, he decides to start modeling and informs his audience of his financial situation.
I need to make $1,000 because I am behind $1,000 this month.
Later on, he starts getting paranoid again, saying there's been a white pickup following him the entire day.
My location is fully doxed. My fans are doxing my location. I'm going to need donations for me to get an Uber out of the area. There's been a person in a white pickup truck following me around all day long.
Daniel's under the impression that this is a hitman out for his life. During this ordeal, he keeps talking about whether getting donations or convincing people in real life, such as Whataburger employees, to let him call for an emergency Uber. It's difficult to say to what degree Daniel was actually terrified for his life and how much of his panic was played up so he could get a means of transportation out of that place. But I think it's probably safe to say that the trolls definitely weren't helping his perceptions and paranoia during this time. Indeed, someone was following Daniel, but it seemed to be a follower of his. After he extensively LARPed about the Greyhound he was on being his private tour bus, someone calls Daniel up and has a nice chat with him.
Yeah. Why was that? That is not true. That's okay. So I had my all my social media accounts stolen from me, and I had to take it to court, and I won that case.
On the 29th, he gives a shout out to a very dear close friend of his.
Shout out to Jeffrey Epstein.
At the tail end of March, he uploaded this.
My fans need to stop trying to frame me. It's not okay.
According to his next upload, people called up local law enforcement and made a variety of threats, and because of this, Daniel had to be detained. In a comment, he revealed that the phone calls and threats also affected his dining experience, as he was supposedly followed into a restaurant. Well, it's very confusing to try and clear up what was actually happening, since Daniel is a very unreliable narrator, and most of his videos aren't up anymore. It looks to be the usual: Danderson gets kicked out for being unable to pay, or for being infested with scabies. Something we've all gone through, frankly. According to the date shown in the video itself, this took place on March 30th, while Daniel was in Houston.
Serious question that I do need to ask, okay?
Go ahead.
So recently, I gained a bunch of popularity over social media.
We don't have time for that.
Okay, but
can you leave?
Somebody has been doxing my okay. Going into the police department that you guys are not cooperating. Call f***ing dispatch. Call f***ing dispatch.
We have to come back. This criminal shows back.
Okay, you're putting me in physical danger. I told you that I was getting doxxed!
Around the same time period, he got banned from the Greyhound. He also keeps accusing his followers of doxing his location when he is the one self-doxing repeatedly.
Okay, so the fans fully breached my location, and the manager is kicking me out due to fans showing up and calling. So I have to leave.
Him being banned from the bus may or may not be due to this conspiracy from the posters on his subreddit to call the bus company and pretend to be passengers annoyed by his antics. Before the month ended, he looked to be running around in a park, having his paranoid delusions triggered by threatening text messages he'd been getting on his phone.
I am going to, okay, I'm getting actual threats. I'm after you, here I come, I'm going to tackle you. And I see absolutely no one around me. I am getting like tickle monster, weird, really, really weird messages. Something about like a tickle monster and all this weird I'm going to you? Wow. Excuse me. I am getting death threats from a guy that is following me around. Can I, okay.
On the 1st of April, he sets up a Discord to talk to his fans, and the conversation organically turned into a Q&A. While his account doesn't last long before being hacked or taken over by the people managing him at the time, he relayed some very important information to them, such as the fact that he's planning to get a sandwich after receiving $48 in donations. More importantly, the fans discover that since Daniel can no longer get on buses, his management got him a plane ticket to the East Coast. On the 3rd of April, he boards the flight with no issues, which is surprising considering his proclivities to talk about blowing places up. He was even nice enough to provide some selfies for his management on Discord. It seems that making threats and being generally belligerent is like Daniel's Tourette's tick, and because he was aware enough to know he was under the scrutiny of airport security, who would absolutely not put up with it, he held it in. The thing about holding it in, though, is that you eventually have to let it all out, which he did immediately upon landing.
Okay, stop leaking my number. I don't give a f what my fans think. Stop leaking my number. This is not funny. I am pressing charges.
I don't know if Avi could give a medical opinion on Daniel Larson. He hasn't practiced psychiatry, so I don't know.
Would it be possible to have AI determine the outcome of a criminal case in sentencing?
It is possible. We may end up doing that in the future. It's possible. It's probably like something that might happen, you know, by the time we're like dying, you know, maybe when we're 100 or later. The issue is, if we're writing an AI, based on how we make the AI, it may be highly biased. So, and again, it's probably going to be the, like, it's going to be the government in all likelihood that's responsible for creating the AI. There would be huge public backlash to something like that, because if the government makes an AI that biases the police, that would clearly be a huge violation of human rights. So, I think it's something that will probably happen in the future, but it's going to require a very sophisticated type of AI. It's also going to require a society that's okay with something like that, and it's also going to require a significant amount of like checks and balances to prevent an AI software from having any sort of bias against any accused or being biased in favor of the prosecution. Thanks for the donation, Jihad on Richard.
Destroy my entire career and end up behind bars for life today. if you guys do not stop leaking my phone number. These f***ing trolls leaking my number, calling me, getting Bob and me on arguments over phone calls is driving me f***ing insane. They need to f***ing stop before somebody gets killed.
This may seem like a typical episode from Mr. President, but things escalate quickly.
Somebody at the airport tried to get me to get in their car. I refused, and I punched the guy in the nose. I punched the guy actually in his nose.
Unfortunately for Daniel, he let loose a bit too early, and the employees were being alerted to things he was saying online.
The airport security did see me. This is a problem. They are thinking that I am currently being suspicious, with me being on video and panicking. Oh my hell.
For the sake of clarity, this meltdown is taking place on a train to New York, as Daniel's flight took him to Newark, New Jersey, and then a follower of his drove him to Jersey City so he could take the train, though he occasionally misspeaks and claims he's in New York already.
Daniel Larson is in New York!
In these circumstances Dan currently finds himself in, you'd think some amount of reality would be able to seep in, or at the very least that he would stop broadcasting his live reaction to being under the suspicion of airport security. But ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Larson is simply built different, and frankly he's built better than the rest of us.
Okay, the fans want me to go to a particular location. They're trying to plan an assassination attempt. I need security. I need help ASAP. This is serious. I'm under attack. Stop. You guys are f***ing scaring me. Stop.
The next day would prove equally intense for Daniel. A video clip that seems to have been recorded without his knowledge shows him in what looks like some kind of diner. I presume a couple of his followers approached him and offered to pay for a meal in exchange for having a convo. This was the result.
So I made the Pinterest as a way to go viral at that time.
Of course, that's my way, right?
Yeah, and then I told the fans that, like...
You know, it was Flexburger, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And not Flexburger, but you know what I mean. I
yeah.
threw it off.
There was a bunch of them. There was a lot
and
of them.
But then when it went viral, it did actually get hacked. So that is the truth.
I guess this is as fitting a time as ever to go over Daniel's Quora account, which was unearthed in the same month. Now I will say that given that these accounts were created after Daniel was already somewhat of a known entity, they could have been done by trolls. In one of these accounts, he repeatedly asks questions like, do you feel like you need to pee when you get your vagina eaten out? And what was your first time getting Cummings as a child like? In another account, similar questions are asked, but this time with the names like JoJo Siwa, Darcy Lynn, and Grace Vanderwall attached to them. If you haven't watched the first video, these are girls Daniel has been obsessing over for years, with particular emphasis on pictures of them when they were very much, you know, very young. Again, when making videos on people like these, a lot of things can be in good fun, but there's always a chance that guys like Daniel might at any moment actually victimize someone. As far as I'm concerned, this is very good grounds to have him under permanent supervision until, you know, the day he dies, basically. Back to the happenings of April 5th. After his encounter with the fan who asked him about the Pinterest account, a user on TikTok with the name Zombie.
I'm still baffled that this guy hasn't been permanently institutionalized yet. He can't function on his own.
Monkey posted a video where Daniel can be seen behaving erratically in a bodega.
Daniel.
Daniel.
I've asked you to leave. We're on the phone with the police.
Daniel, come on, Daniel. You know me.
No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't. I'm on the phone with my security.
You're smoking crack or tweak?
No, I'm not.
While this IRL encounter was happening, Daniel was on a call with some people he considered his managers, and we have a recording of that call.
I've already punched the security guard.
You already punched him?
Yeah, I did. Because he put hands on me. And I told him that I'm a celebrity and you're clearly putting me in danger by doing this. You guys should, you know, like, at least understand that, like, I don't know these people. I'm trying to call the police, and you guys are not listening.
If Daniel is to be believed here, he'd already assaulted a security guard for trying to make him leave the bodega. However, things escalate quite quickly, due not only to Daniel's inability to respect the authority of the employee telling him to leave, and to the people on the Discord call with him egging him on to act out.
Yes, the police are on their way. I'm not going to do that. Because the police told me to wait here. I have you on film. I have you on film.
Get out.
I have you on film. I have you on film. No, because you hit me. You hit me in there.
I'm going to get arrested.
There's a brief moment after this where Daniel goes silent, presumably because he accidentally turned his phone off or something. Soon after, he informs the other people on the call of what happened.
I'm injured. The guy tackled me to the ground. I had to hit him for protection.
In the immediate aftermath of this scuffle, Daniel sends this voicemail to someone, calling them a racial slur.
I'm not desperate. You guys should take that seriously.
Wait, he's cool now. For whatever reason, he was under the impression the bodega was a block away from Grace's house. The posting resumes once he's in the hospital.
This is what I look like after I got assaulted by 2 fans in New York City.
While he says the attack came from his fans, according to Zoc, they'd already left the bodega a few minutes prior due to being yelled at by the same employee who ended up tackling Daniel. On April 6th, as Daniel reeled in from the fight, one of the Grace impersonators in contact with him told him that she was in Kansas, prompting Daniel to publicly consider leaving New York just a few days after getting there. However, fate would simply not have it. Everyone following Daniel knew of his history with
Riley Donatillers, do you know Mike the Corn King? He has just recently stated his anti-predation position. Another win for us. Also, here is some cute vids for you. Mike the Corn King. I'm not familiar with Mike the Corn King.
Mike the Corn King is Mike the musical muscle beast. He just changed his name.
I still don't know if I'm familiar with him. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Those are some good burbs.
Let's go. You gotta go in your carrier.
Oh, he
Yes,
doesn't
you do.
want to go to the vet. Dude, that parrot's voice is so weird. Sounds like it's synthesized.
Saying words like that.
Is that parrot saying "suck my dick, faggot"?
Come on, let's go. Up. Get your butt out here. Well, come on, let's go. You got. Let's.
A parrot does not want to go to the vet. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Josh, who was notorious for being from New York. So it was really a match made in heaven. I mean, the two were supposed to meet. It was fate. The flames between them were fanned by the followers once again, and eventually this culminated in Josh officially re-entering the Larson-verse to celebrate Daniel's defeat and claim New York City supremacy.
I made it in New York. I can make it anywhere. Unlike Daniel, he made it 10 hours and then he got punched in the nose here. He's not a New Yorker. I'm a New Yorker. I'm the captain of the ship. I run New York!
Because of the provocations, Daniel became very aggravated and responded to them at length, though I haven't been able to find many of these posts since Daniel was banned almost immediately after. The reason for the ban is quite obvious. Dan was constantly threatening their lives and saying he was going to shoot them. In a conversation he had on Discord with someone impersonating Taylor Swift, he straight up declares he was going to kill Michael Quinn. The last post he made to his TikTok before it got banned was this.
If I were World of T-shirts or anybody from past management involved in tonight, I would step down because I have a gun.
Within a day, he makes a new one, which has now also been banned, and starts posting on it. Behind the scenes, someone was fueling his hatred towards Michael Quinn and
Dodo donated Tiller's bricks is a laughable joke. Today, the Taliban passed a law that bans women from showing their faces and having their voices heard in public. Their burqas must now entirely cover their face. Not permitted to speak in public or look at any males that are not relatives. Perhaps it's an emotional year, or maybe because I'm triggered, but once again I cried when I heard the news. Where's the outrage? Where's the ICJ, the ICC, Amnesty? Why doesn't anybody care about the effective enslavement of millions of women under the Giada system? Yeah, it's a very good question. By the way, this was Afghanistan in the 1960s. There's some fine-ass Afghani women, dude.
Do you have siblings? Are you close to them or any of your family?
I have a half-brother and a half-sister, and I never talk to them, and I'm not close to any of them. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Chinese bro was welcome with the warmest hospitality. Afghan bros don't want him to pay. The U.S. tells you these people are savages and flatten their country to civilize them. Afghanistan is joining BRICS. Yeah, right.
First time free. Next time, please go.
No.
Wait, no. 1 second.
One night, 50 money, no money.
No. This is the brand. No money. You my friend.
No.
我要走了。他们人太好了。
起来。
别闯。
Yeah, if I don't know why BRICS wants these extremely unstable regions to join. It's just going to devalue their own currency. None of them even get along. It's so stupid. Delegation from the Afghanistan's Taliban movement has arrived at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum in Russia. Afghanistan has expressed its desire to join BRICS. I just don't get it. Why? Why Afghanistan? I guess they're just desperate. Just in, Taliban held a military parade using United States military equipment left behind. Yeah, all this military equipment is going to be useless in a few years. They're not going to be able to maintain any of these machines. Well, that's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Joshua Block, claiming that one or both of them were Jewish and incentivizing Daniel to express anti-Semitic sentiments on his TikTok. Daniel embraced this and made a modeling TikTok with the audio being from a parody song by Rucka Rucka Ali, where he speaks from the point of view of, I'm gonna call him Zadolf Zindler for this video, but I think you guys know who I'm talking about. On the 8th of April, he apologizes profusely to multiple people.
This message is for Tyrone. Please stop. Listen, I f***ed up. And I'm sorry. This message is for Bob. I am sorry for hitting him. I'm sorry, Grace, for causing so much stress in your family and cheating on you.
2 days later, we can see not only that the bruise on his nose is in the same shape as Africa, but that Daniel has also been picking at it, which is quite dangerous considering how generally filthy he is and how easy it would be for him to contract a serious infection. Meanwhile, a new conspiracy is being hashed on a subreddit, one where multiple different users make posts claiming to have made fortunes off of selling merchandise based on Daniel's likeness, but without his approval. Others claim they're re-releasing his music without his consent, all without giving him a penny. As far as trolling schemes go, this one is quite clever, since they know he regularly looks up online activity discussing him. Over the next few days, his online activities resume, but mostly stick to him begging for donations and documenting every place he goes. The only notable thing about this is the very noticeable progression of his nose wound, which is getting pretty bad due to him picking at it. According to the information gathered and relayed on the Daniel Larson wiki, over the course of the 11th and 12th of April, Daniel staged yet another invasion, this time the American Dream Mall. As per Daniel's post to his YouTube account, which is now gone, he was escorted out of there by 20 troopers. Guessing from how many other crazy homeless people there must be in New York, people there are familiar enough with his kind to know not to give him the time of day and try to argue him out of his delusions. I'm guessing that's why we see little to no activity from Daniel for the next week and a half. On the 21st, user Real Tina Vanderwall made a definitive post compiling all of the evidence that had surfaced so far regarding Daniel Larson being a creep. While we've already covered most of the stuff in the post, it's worth elaborating on one of the more prominent pieces of evidence that you may or may not have seen before. For a very long time, this video of Daniel pushing a girl onto a bed has been making rounds as people try to speculate on what's going on. Some people claim Daniel was trying to do something evil, while others say he was just playing with her in a harmless manner. After people repeatedly brought it up to Daniel, he clarified in a post on his YouTube community that she was a close family friend and he was just playing with her. However, in the same post, he identifies her by name, and if we take a look at his old Twitter account, we can find multiple tweets in which he says someone by that name is an upcoming porn star, and that he himself is also one. This, plus the many, many unreadably inappropriate messages he exchanged on Kick with people he thought were minors, the fact that he eventually changed his name to Bill Carter so people wouldn't give him grief over it, are very damning. A day later, Daniel started posting on his community tab in TikTok, sounding like he was yet again in the clutches of a Bob impersonator. On the 23rd, he posted video.
Who is letting this guy around their kids? That's fucking crazy.
Of how his trench foot was looking at the time, which I very fortunately haven't been able to find. Thank God. What we do have is this video of him celebrating his new headphones.
It's time to turn the big four into the big five and make everyone else go bankrupt. If you guys want to play a game of checkers, I will take it to a game of chess.
According to what's on the wiki, along with the new headphones, he also bought new socks. And not just any kind, but socks that cost $40 a pair. It's unclear how this happened, but it looks like he got his hands on some money and did what he always does, spent it all immediately and very poorly. This stretch of time in which Daniel manages to restrain himself from getting into altercations with random strangers doesn't just end, but crashes and burns on the 26th. After returning to his tried and true method of doing jumping jacks to thank for donations, Daniel undergoes the mysterious machete incident.
Emergency, emergency, I just got f***ing hit. I just got f***ing beat. I just got attacked last night. The person walked up to me, asked me if I could get them one cigarette. I said, I'm sorry, I don't carry cigarettes on me. They said I was being racist for saying that. The person was carrying a machete and just started going like, if you don't get me one cigarette, I will beat the living crap out of you. Get up now, take me to go get a cigarette. And then they started beating on me, like 100 bats pretty much. It was like a machete, but it was like in some type of case. So when they were hitting me, when the person was hitting me last night, it was the case that was hitting me.
Oddly enough, despite how radical a claim he just made, he moved on from it without ever missing a beat. The 26th also sees Daniel adding a new thing to his repertoire. Instead of complaining about not getting enough donations and asking for more, he complains about getting too many.
Alright, my fans are the most manipulated people in the entire world. After I found out that I was never really in contact with Grace and it was an impersonator all along, I have made $700. I've never seen those numbers in my life, and it seems like all you guys care about is my life getting ruined. I'm gonna be serious. So you guys wait until I find out that Grace isn't real, and then you guys want to spam my Cash App with hundreds of dollars. That would have been nice to get prior to all this. This is all f***ed up now.
If I were to speculate, I'd guess he's lying about getting that much money overnight, or at least the trolls that sent the money will wait until Daniel spend it and then refund it. I'm not really sure if that can be done on Cash App in the same way it can be done on PayPal, but in all honesty, it's not impossible that Daniel is so out of touch and entitled that he's actually complaining about not getting the money earlier or something. A few moments later, he claims he'd made $100 from his music sales. The money, imaginary or otherwise, immediately got to Daniel's head as he began talking like a business mogul immediately.
Alright, so I'm buying $19 in CrowdStrike stock. Even with all the transactions I literally just did, I still have $100. I'm gonna go shopping.
What's strange is he keeps changing the amount he supposedly profited, ranging anywhere from the original claim of 700 all the way down to a measly 15. He's either actually forgetting what he initially said he got, or is voluntarily lowering the number in fear that people will stop sending money if he overplays his rich celebrity LARP. If that is his intention, he simply...
I'm having really weird vision things happening. It's like my field of view keeps expanding. I'm getting dizzy again.
He cannot contain himself as he proceeds to broadcast all the frivolous things he's planning to splurge on.
Okay, so I am thinking about going to the movie theater now because I got $50. So if I spend 20, I can save 30.
I'm glad Daniel is ahead of state. He has pretty sound economic principles going on. In the meantime, the trolls were getting busy, roping Daniel into yet another delusion, this time of being in a $3 million contract with a record label called Paper Route, supposedly due to someone from past management signing the contract for him. Oddly enough, he mixes the lies the trolls tell him with lies he comes up with on his own, as he claims the person who was briefly a cellmate in one of his previous arrests was also affiliated with Paper Route and immediately recognized who he was. Continuing to inadvertently expose himself, Daniel reveals that after interactions with Grace impersonators, he's been looking for her OnlyFans account.
I've heard rumors that Grace Vanderwall has an OnlyFans account. I've never found her OnlyFans account, though. I've heard a rumor that Grace's OnlyFans account was because she was supposed to be doing the movies with me, and she had no one to do it with.
He's also given up going to Kansas and is instead planning to go to Denver, where the Paper Route headquarters is supposedly located, presumably so he can collect his $3 million payout. Before the end of the 27th, he makes a mistake of mentioning the accursed Akron Goblin.
So apparently there was also a guy involved in past management named Cryax, and he's pretty famous on YouTube. He's a YouTube villain, I should say, and easily manipulated. So apparently Cryax is the one that was leaking the news after apparently the Vanderwalls did the investigation.
Just imagine a collaboration or feud between these two. Another great clip from this particular run of TikTok posts is when he tells a story about having lost a $50 Airbnb gift card and now has to make not $50, but $200 so he can turn a profit, of course. It's very funny how he thinks that profit just means whenever he gets extra money for no reason. Later on, he starts talking about the Discord server and the subreddit about him being in a 3-day-long civil war. The schizo lore he gives for it is absolutely nonsensical drivel, not worth listening to, but he eventually connects it with his never-ending obsession with the Vanderwall family, explaining that the only reason they won't send him video verification to prove they aren't impersonators is because they're afraid it might leak to one of those groups. I should make a note that it's at this point Daniel coins another addition to his vocabulary, suppositively, which I take it he considers a very fancy word since he uses it about 100 times throughout these posts.
Suppositively.
In regards to his financial issues, he says this.
When I was in the mental hospital in Las Vegas, the mental hospital told me that I should be making $1,000 a day with my current fan base at $20 a person, because on average I get 500 to 600 views an hour. If you do the mathematics, that's $20 if I were to do per person for like a Zoom or videos or whatever, times 600, that is how much I could be making if I did the mathematics.
Not sure that math really checks out. You know, a thought is about to be really articulate and sensible when it begins with, they told me in the mental hospital. The 28th is a busy day for Dan's community page. In a post, he says, a guy walked up to me in what looked to be a Family Guy mask, holding a police flashlight, threatening that he was in the Illuminati and that he was watching my every move and was going to kill me. While this absolutely sounds like what a Larson troll would do, Daniel plays it up on purpose so that he could ask for donations for the weekend immediately after. On the same day, Danderson plays the piano. Notably, he does his best to emulate the body language of someone who actually knows how to play and is really cooking, all while he's just picking out random notes to play. It seems whatever setup he managed to put together so we'd have a place to sleep and food regularly was coming to an end, as he claims the fans started once again contacting the establishments he was frequenting and informing them of his dastardly deeds. He acts quite stressed out about this and asks for donations to leave New York City and go to Colorado. However, just a few posts later, he can be seen eating a comedically large lollipop-looking snack. A few more posts go by, and we can see Daniel getting upset over how much he's craving a can of Monster. He's literally me, for real. It's on the 29th that his stay at what appears to be a mall comes to an end, and after being asked by some security guards not to record and follow them somewhere, he says something very strange.
Alright, so I'm going to need an extra $100. I got fully doxxed. There was a school bus or something that let out 40 to 50 middle school students. Every single one of them knew who I was, had me on camera, and I'm going to have to be inside for the next couple hours for my own safety. The trolls, the middle school students from the school bus have notified the security, told them lies about me, all this stuff, trying to frame me. So I do have to leave this location, so I am going to need $100 to be able to do so. You guys do not leave me alone and stop taking videos of me. I will have to call the police.
Apparently, these same teenagers also followed him to his motel and told the security there, who promptly banned him. Before the month's end, Daniel expresses his concern and fear that another war will take place.
Everything is so hectic right now. I think there's going to be another multi-year long Daniel Larson subreddit, the Daniel Larson Discord, civil war. You guys better be prepared. for the nuke.
I like how, despite having access to the subreddit, in which many people don't even try to hide the fact that they think Daniel is just a crazy homeless pedophile, he still manages to contextualize himself as some kind of Helen of Troy figure, and that they'll be fighting over him. The next few days are blurry insofar as Daniel's whereabouts, but the little I could find shows Daniel asking for money to buy new clothes after slipping and falling in the rain, and him apparently finding employment.
Hey everybody, so you guys remember when I said I got my new job? Yeah. I work at Planet Fitness, baby! Revenge! Money coming.
Eventually, in early May, it seems Daniel figures out that the people pushing this narrative that there's a war and riots happening over him is a joke, and makes a post to his YouTube community deriding it. Hilariously, this just prompts the subreddit to push it even harder, commenting things like, it's his schizophrenia making him think they are fake. Little does he know, I'm at the Capitol building protesting right now as I type this. Shit on CNN and Daniel saying it's fake. There's already 9 people that have been injured and have been taken to the hospital in Los Angeles because of the allegations against you, Daniel. How many more does it take before you take accountability for what you've done? On the same day as he posted that to his community, he posted a picture of himself getting some ice cream at the Hard Rock Cafe, supposedly after doing a concert. Over the next few days, he gets banned from the Penn Station in Manhattan, reiterates how upset he is at people joking about riots, and posts himself looking like an absolute beauty and a rat. A few days go by without much worth mentioning happening on Daniel's end, but on the subreddit, a brand new bombshell was about to drop. To celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the original May 6th incident, wherein Daniel exposed himself to about 500 people while live on TikTok before being banned, Flexburger, the architect of the incident, decided to do an AMA on the subreddit. Usually the AMAs with Daniel himself are fruitless because he's not interested in doing anything besides role-playing as a celebrity and won't really cooperate unless you join him. However, the AMA with Flexburger was one of the most illuminating events in the whole saga. When asked about the child seen being pushed onto a bed by Daniel, Flex claimed she was the same girl Daniel was referring to in those tweets. Another user brought up the confusing timeline of events that led up to the May 6th incident, since Daniel had already declared war on Flex by the time Flex supposedly talked him into doing it. However, Flex explained the following. I went by the name Josh as his manager. I told him that Flexburger was this evil guy hacking all of his accounts and exposing him. He had no clue it was me. When he was making all of those videos with the headset on talking about me, I was on the phone with him. He had no clue that Flexburger was me the whole time. Pretty funny stuff. It's funny that Daniel calling people hackers gets mentioned here because Flex revealed that he only became one of Daniel's managers because after just a few conversations with him, he voluntarily gave Flex his password and asked him to manage his YouTube channel. Another user asked Flex to get back into the fold and convinced Daniel to go back to Colorado so that he'd get proper housing. According to him, he'd love to do so, but his new management gatekeeps him and tells him to block anyone not in their immediate circle. When asked about those who defended Daniel, Flex responded, "The people on TikTok that defend him constantly drive me insane. I'm not sure if a lot of people know this, but this subreddit was actually mostly pro Daniel around up until about a year ago or so. When I was his manager, I tried telling everyone that Daniel was a horrible person, but no one believed me. People like Papa Gut would defend him just because he has a mental disability. Never seen someone get away with this much. I'm glad the majority of the general public is finally coming to an agreement that Daniel is a creep. It took far too long. I found it disturbing how much of a pathological liar he is and how manipulative he can be. I talked to JP, one of his old caretakers, and he agreed with me and said the exact same. For example, during the Likey meltdown, you can hear him be like, JP threatened to kill me. JP forced me to do all of this. Yet JP was in another room having no clue what was going on. The lies got so bad, I remember a few times when I would confront him about the search history, he'd try and tell me the Denver police told him to look that up. We had a group of around 10 different people submitting tips with evidence of screenshots and videos to various sex offender hotlines and police stations in Denver. We had such illegal stuff from him. He sent his dick to minors as a sexting buddy countless times, even if they said they were like 14. Aurora police didn't care. We just wanted to report criminal activity, but they said that we had to be the parents of the underage kids he was messaging. Denver police at least made a little bit of an effort. They showed up to meet with him in a King Soopers parking lot.
Why in the fuck are the police so fucking indifferent to, like, child sex abuse? Like, they never care.
I was on the phone with him a few minutes before he hung up and heard him using his plot armor to his advantage, talking about, oh, I'm autistic, I didn't know better. I have a disability, I'm in disability services. I've been a victim of manipulation online, and they changed the text. Denver police fell for it, and he got off the hook. It physically hurt me to look at his search history. Every day I'd catch him Googling CP-related searches at 4 in the morning Denver time. Whenever I confront him about it, he would either lie or have a huge meltdown and start breaking stuff. Deepfakes of various little girls on both his old laptop from Denver and phone. Looking up a lot of illegal stuff somehow didn't put him on a watch list. Attached to that last bit were a couple of links, one of which was Flex scrolling through the post Daniel had saved in his Instagram account, which were full of pictures of child models. And another, a text message exchange between the two has Daniel explicitly admitting to having watched CP and texting minors inappropriately with full knowledge. Flex also said that Daniel is more aware than people think. The example he gives is the constant Vanderwall impersonators. In Flex's opinion, Daniel knows them to be fake but doesn't care, as long as he has someone to exchange inappropriate messages with. Besides badly wanting it to be true, Daniel's autism is part of why he believes himself to be a celebrity, since people constantly come up to him and recognize him. He's just unable to tell the difference between an actual celebrity and whatever he is. After having brought up how his time in Daniel's management was seen by the people following the Larsonverse online, Flex defended himself against some of the accusations that he was malicious as a manager, saying the following. When he left Denver to hitch a ride on a train and ended up stranded in San Francisco for a few days, Papa Gut made a video blaming me, saying that I forced him to do it. Me and a couple of others basically had to direct an autistic man around the streets of Oakland while he was having a panic attack every 5 minutes. We called the police 5 times that night, and on the last try, they finally found Daniel and took him to a mental hospital. Seriously thought Daniel was going to die, and it was all going to be my fault. Even though it wasn't, it was Daniel's own dumb decision. When someone asked him about the claims Papa Gut had made about Flex stealing money from Daniel's donations, he said, Daniel wanted to set up a way to get paid for his social media so he could be on his own, so I helped him. I'll always find that video funny because Papa Gut accuses me of all this crazy stuff, yet shows absolutely zero evidence or proof of anything. Papa Gut is a dumbass who cheated on his wife and still defends Daniel to this day. He said he doubts Daniel is actually a pedo, and that the 17 and 22 age gap between Daniel and Grace wasn't inappropriate. Never seen someone go that far to support someone who likes kids. One of the more contentious topics was the accusations Daniel had levied against someone named Ryan. For the most part, no one really gives any credence to the things Daniel says, since he constantly lies, especially when he's trying to make someone he dislikes look bad. However, when it came to these accusations in particular, someone had begun to consider that even if he was lying about who did it, Daniel might have been sexually abused in some way during his stay in disability services. In response to this, Flex said, Daniel's never had sex or been raped before. I think the day he made that lie up was the day he made all those holes in the walls in the pink room. He all of a sudden started lying to me, trying to make me feel bad, and said he was a victim of assault. I asked more about the story since he had never told it to me before, and things were not lining up at all, and you could clearly tell he was lying. Let's, as a community, stop drawing attention to that lie. His lying about being assaulted for attention pisses me off off so bad. Flex also said that Daniel hadn't written his own songs, specifically that he had to do all the writing for one of them. From this, we can presume that all of his other songs also had some kind of third party intervene and do the heavy lifting. User LaneTrain71 asked Flex to elaborate on the experience of being a manager. In particular, how often Daniel texted him, to which he answered, 24/7, never ending. I remember sitting in class with Daniel spamming me, saying there was an emergency, and if I didn't answer, he would fire me. The emergency was that Big Bank Records called him the N-word and was harassing him. Daniel ended up calling 911 and the police showed up. As expected, police were confused and didn't care. It's also in this AMA that we get some unforeseen Daniel early life lore after someone asks Flex to relay what he'd heard from Daniel in regards to the Tennyson Center he used to be in as a kid. He said he likes Tennyson a lot and was really good for him. He said things really went downhill when his grandma died. Daniel moved to Hugo, Colorado with his mom after she split with Travis. She couldn't take care of him anymore because she was paralyzed, and Daniel was an asshole. I asked him about her getting paralyzed. He told me she was stuck on the kitchen floor for a couple of months straight by herself and couldn't get up. I knew that was a lie, so I asked, so she pissed herself on the floor for a couple of months straight? To which Daniel responded, yes. Soon after, he elaborated on Daniel's upbringing. I believe his parents were definitely not good parents. It's not super hard to see that, especially when looking at Travis. His Facebook page is full of hentai profiles he made with his daughter's names. There's no doubt Daniel grew up in a bad household, but he 100% abused his mom and grandma. I hate the argument on TikTok that we should feel bad for him because of his bad childhood, when he was the abuser the whole time. And beating up your paralyzed mom in a wheelchair and grandma dying of cancer, does it get any worse than that? Straight to hell. There are comments of his mom literally confirming it on a YouTube video and Daniel admitting to it, yet people don't see it. They got into some argument and he hurt his paraplegic mom, which led to him getting arrested and put in foster care. I'm not sure if a lot of people know this, but Daniel's mom and dad actually have a restraining order against him. Also, he beat up Bob. Clearly, he loves attacking harmless people. I think it's important to mention that I'm just relaying all of these claims exactly as Flex made them. There could be some leeway here and there. Regardless, as Daniel's lies are being contextualized, someone else brought up all the claims he'd made over the years about having a job. Flex explains that he only had a job once. In 2019, his disability services got him one at a thrift shop. Interestingly enough, while Daniel was good enough at his job that he made some decent money, it was spending the money that was the tough part for him. Almost immediately upon receiving it, he was tricked by an Indian catfish into buying $500 in Visa gift cards and sending the codes, which Daniel did, and just like that, all of his money was gone. Due to his direct involvement with multiple notorious Larsonian incidents, people were asking for details, which Flex happily provided. For example, he gave some background information on the Likey meltdown. What happened was he kept threatening to fire us for confronting him about his illegal searches. So we said okay, and left him. Within an hour or two, he came back to us crying, saying he would do anything to get back on the team. I remember being out with friends scrolling through his Likey page, dying of laughter. I literally couldn't believe what I was seeing. I don't know how these videos are real. He was on his laptop because someone got him to throw his phone up to the gods for grace, and obviously his cheap little Android shattered on the concrete. His hair was all spiked up because we kept telling him to take a shower, but he refused, and instead wiped his head all around with a wet paper towel. That about concludes all the information Flex decided to offer the community through his post, but before you think his AMA was all bark and no bite, Flex unveiled some of the most egregious troll material ever. For starters, there was the pencil incident, which was rumored to exist months prior to it actually being uploaded, but lo and behold, in the wake of Flex's AMA, it was published in all of its glory. In it, Daniel inserts a pencil, and then jumps around for a bit with it inserted. The next incident to be published was the shower incident, in which Daniel is seen drying himself with a towel while not wearing any clothes, despite being visibly dry. In this incident, it's not the video itself that's the main source of horror, but it's the context. Apparently, Daniel sent this to his mom, who replied by saying, Danny, why the hell did you give me a video of you naked? That was not cool. I'm disappointed in you. Why did you do that? I'm your mother. To which Daniel responded, sorry, that was a hacker. My phone gets hacked every now and then. Just to remind you, I get hacked. I've never seen that photo in my life. Then who took it? The elf living in your house? In the middle of these reveals, an unreleased song of his called Wild Hearts was also leaked, but we all know that's not what we're here for. Next up is the bottle incident, which Flex took his sweet time to post, supposedly because he wanted to space out the content to keep the community entertained. However, he did eventually post it, and it's not something that any human being should suffer to witness. Fortunately, that was the full extent of the dreaded May 2023 leaks as far as I can tell, and we get back to the regularly scheduled larceny activity at this point. On the 7th, a few fans record themselves following Daniel around for a bit as he skulks around in a mall, and they give him a few basic hygiene items, which purposefully include a toothbrush. A day later, Daniel goes live and is in the company of none other than Michael Quinn, who now seems to be actively schmoozing Daniel up, which meant that a collab with the world of t-shirts was imminent. But before that could happen, something else did. On the 9th, he posted these TikToks.
I don't really like how many people are doxing conversations. Also, the labels threatening me to be fired in 24 hours. I can't get that to stop. Just to let everyone know, the text message that got leaked on the subreddit earlier, I blocked that person.
Can you guess what he's talking about here? Of course, he's once again soliciting all kinds of inappropriate things with catfishes and comparing himself to a cow being milked, as one does. He also confesses to loving the smell of, pee. This doesn't even put a dent in Michael Quinn's plans, though, since on the 10th, the Clash of the Titans finally takes place in the Big Apple.
Daniel, say hello. It's Joshua Block.
Am I in favor of eugenics? No. Daniel Larson's parents shouldn't have fucking breeded, though. I don't know what fucked up genes they have to create a kid like that, but yeah, his parents should not have been fucking breeding, that's for sure.
Let's see you shake hands. Shake hands, guys. Hey, Daniel, good to see you, buddy. How you feeling? What's it like to meet Josh in person?
It's at this point that we get to witness how different Daniel is from someone like Josh, as even during the live stream, Josh can be seen looking away from the phone and talking in a relatively normal tone. Meanwhile, Daniel is in the background tweaking for the entirety of the meetup, and instead of interacting with either of the guys he's with, he eventually starts doing this to get attention.
I always get bored when I'm at peaks. It's so good.
Yeah.
At this point, we've sort of established that Michael has a lot to do with instigating the beef between them, but I don't even know how much instigation is even necessary when one of the parties is Daniel Larson. During their meetup, which was supposed to be a peace treaty to squash the beef between them, Daniel begins provoking Josh. Later on, during a stream in which he appears to be slightly drunk, Josh begins mocking this attempt at taunting him, saying Daniel is homeless and has no license to do tours. Around the same time the meetup took place, Daniel had his phone stolen and was forced to post from a computer in a library. Eventually, he did get access to a phone again, supposedly with the money from music sales, and made a new TikTok account. In the following post, he suggests he's no longer in New York City and that he plans to go to Florida, though without using the train, as he claims Josh got him banned from the station.
You guys are not going to believe this, but last night somebody called the police on me and I got a ticket pretty much. I got a fine of $100. So apparently the ticket from last night, $100 ticket, is a trespass ticket citation. So somebody tried to get me trespassed from the subway station.
On the 16th, Daniel was seen eating a very luxurious dinner in a Manhattan restaurant, and according to an archived post on the subreddit, once the restaurant discovered Daniel was unable to pay, they took his debit card and would only give it back to him once he's paid for the meal. In the wake of this, he claims he got the bill covered, made $80 from his music, got in $1,175 of debt, and defends himself from the claims that the restaurant took his debit card, though I should note that when he holds up his debit card to prove he still has it, he held it in a way where you can't actually see if it's a debit card or some other kind of card. Daniel has a history of doing things like trying to pay for meals with his Medicaid card, so it wouldn't exactly be surprising if he were trying to play the same trick on the subreddit. Despite his financial issues, he says he's doing better than Michael and Josh, and I take that as
Grandpa Burgess was a great man. He may have been harsh in his methods, but it was out of love. He did not want prodigy Richard Burgess to suffer the same fate of mediocrity. He wanted Richard Burgess to be a great and prolific man.
Well, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Explicit call-out was a sign that Daniel's belligerence was rising once again. On the 17th, he destroys his own headphones for whatever reason, starts jogging until he's out of breath, and closes the video off in a very interesting way.
I need my gun.
Apparently, this fit of anger happened because his management had paid for a $200 bus ticket that would take him to Colorado, and he managed to miss it. A day later, he returns to the mall, where he has another altercation with fans.
Leave before I get the f***ing police on you!
While there's plenty of footage of Daniel being generally perturbed by the presence of his fans, the highlight of this incident is when he runs up and punches one of the mall screens in order to appear intimidating to the people following him. These misfortunes don't slow Daniel down whatsoever, as he's still looking to go to Colorado soon to visit Disneyland, which he was tricked into thinking had a franchise in Colorado, and he has some words to say about Michael Quinn and Josh.
Okay, Michael Quinn and World of T-Shirts needs to stop asking me to do a porno with them.
On the 20th, he successfully boards a plane to leave New York City and return to Colorado. Upon returning to his homeland, he claims to have had dinner with Bob, but this not only ends the 2023 travel arc, but also the red shirt arc, as Daniel stops wearing the same red shirt.
Can you PLS draw a picture of you killing a lion with a gun from a helicopter?
Sure, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Is this, the fuck is this? What the fuck? How is this, why in the hell isn't this working? What the fuck? Okay, apparently I can't do any drawing requests right now. Well, I guess, I'll just draw off screen and then I'll show you the finished product. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Shirt he'd been wearing for probably 3 months at this point. On the 22nd, in a video in which he claims his entire career finances are at an all-time low and on the brink of collapse, he's seen in his new Fortnite skin, the blue jacket. What triggered him to start despairing about his money was the fact that during a live stream that same day, he went to a Panera and ordered some food, knowing he wouldn't be able to pay for it, expecting them to allow him to eat for free, which did not happen. Also on the 22nd, he gets accosted by some trolls claiming to be security.
What's up, Daniel?
I'm not allowed to take this.
No, they called us. They're supposed to come here. We're security.
I don't.
Are you well rested? New Frank stuff to watch.
I guess you could say I'm well rested. Let me see. But nope. No new Frank Tufano content. How long has it been? 11 days.
How much different do you think your life would be if your grandfather would have lived longer? Do you think you would have stayed in hockey?
Well, I quit hockey while my grandfather was alive, so that wouldn't have changed. I don't think it really would have made much difference. I ended up moving out pretty shortly after he died, so I don't think much would have changed. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Yeah, so sorry, Sam, no new Frank Tufano content, but thanks for the donation, dude.
I don't have security.
Here, I want to send it to
I'm on
them.
the phone with my security right now.
No, we have to send it to them, Daniel.
I'm on the phone with my security.
I'm the security.
No. Please leave. You are not security. No, you're not. I will literally have my security press charges on you. You're not security. You're not security.
First video you ever uploaded?
The first video I uploaded was just a video telling everybody about myself, basically. It's not really anything special. It's just about why I'm vegan and crap. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
No, you're not.
Daniel, John Summons sent us.
John Summons is fake.
Dude, call him. Here, hold on,
Yeah, call.
You want to talk to John Summons?
Okay, my management and my record label is asking that you guys
Holy shit,
stop.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You smell like shit. God, bro. Oh my
Okay.
God.
After some thorough debate on whether they were legit security officers or not, they get Daniel to say what at this point has become one of his many catchphrases.
I will be pressing charges.
After spending way too much time experiencing the hustle and bustle of the big city, Daniel decides to visit the wildlife and relax for a bit. This gives him a lot of clarity, which inspires him to make some radical changes.
I am going to be adding new rules to my fan base. So for the next 5 years, if you do not donate on a regular basis, we will start banning.
This might have something to do with the $500 of credit card debt he was talking about shortly after, but that's just my guess. And one of the more wholesome moments of this entire hell saga, Dan takes a picture with some fans of his. It's very strange to think that despite his delusions preventing him from seeing the exact nature of his fame, he is, on some level, a minor web celebrity. For better or for worse, he's going to be recognized everywhere he goes, probably for the rest of his life. In a less than wholesome turn of events, while going to Haagen-Dazs to charge his phone for free, some fans show up and inform the employees of what he was up to.
John Summons told me to ask you if you showered anytime recently.
Okay, I'm going to need to ask you guys to leave.
You still smell like poop.
After leaving while doing his best impression of a rich valley girl, according to a Reddit post for someone claiming to have been there while it happened, Daniel punched a woman in the face on his way out, prompting this.
You want straight on the breed?
Okay, I'm on the phone.
Get out now.
You have a one for your ass.
Oh.
I'm not sure why he decided this was the best moment to drop the gamer word, but I trust Mr. President's wisdom, okay? He always knows when to use it tactically. Immediately after, he walked into a crystal store, wandered all the way to the back of it, kneeled, and started hitting himself in the face, saying he was going to need the paramedics. Based on the incident with Bob in the car, my best guess is he was doing this in part so that he could tell the paramedics he was being attacked, and they hit him first. He eventually started throwing around items in the store before also leaving it and wandering off, and starting altercations with other homeless people who happened to be in his path of destruction. Whoever Daniel was on the phone with as he walked around aimlessly managed to calm him down, and in the process of doing that, informed Daniel that he was going to get in trouble for saying the N-word, prompting Daniel to release this video.
Dodo donate tellers, this is long. I don't know if you have time or desire to watch, but it's interesting if you feel like it.
The fantasy of a hostile foreign nation launching a full-scale invasion of the United States has been a common trope in fiction now for decades.
No, I don't have an interest in watching this. It's impossible to invade the United States. The geography makes it impossible. Also, the strength of the military and the military's ability to travel across the country, it would be impossible. You can't do it. I already know enough about this. I'm not really interested in a big video about it. One thing I didn't know is that the world's largest Air Force is the U.S. Air Force, and second is the U.S. Navy's Air Force. Yeah, the U.S. military is pretty damn big. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Yeah.
Did you all know that I have friends from Africa? So I'm not racist.
He eventually made a larger video addressing the entire incident, neglecting the parts where he was doing things he wasn't supposed to, and focusing exclusively on trolls supposedly harassing him. However, in a video Daniel hadn't recorded himself and looks to have been recorded without his knowledge, some of the fans approached him soon after the incident and asked him to calmly explain what exactly went down. This proved to be an effective strategy as he revealed some details that he deliberately excluded from his own later retelling of the story.
We had two people in the area that yelled, "We have guns." I literally screamed, "I will murder everybody in this area."
You can't be saying that stuff, man.
But here's the thing. What am I supposed to do if somebody says they have a gun? I mean, I had to, you see what I mean? I had to protect myself.
Mind you, in the video of the incident we have, I'm pretty sure no one says they have guns, so I have no idea what he's talking about here. This is probably footage of the threat Daniel claims he made.
Okay, Columbia Records needs to get me security ASAP, right this minute to my location, or I will get a gun and start killing people.
I just got threatened with a gun in public.
From Daniel's uploads to his YouTube account, we can infer Bob is scrambling to get him affordable housing, though now this will probably have to be done through conventional means as opposed to with the help of disability services due to Daniel's past troubles with them. Soon after, he posts a video lamenting his financial situation, complaining that he doesn't get any donations anymore, and because of that he can't afford housing, right after saying he needs donations so he can go to the Rockies game. Eventually, he admits that Bob just doesn't want to be involved anymore, which confirms that most of the things he's been saying about Bob are extrapolated from casual conversations he has with him over the phone, as opposed to Bob actively helping him out. After asking for donations to his Cash App to pay for his $50 phone bill, Daniel gets himself drunk. I say that tentatively though, because he doesn't actually seem to be that drunk. I'd venture to say he drank something alcoholic and then decided to act like an inbred crossing of Mr. Bean and Pee Wee Herman, because that's his cartoonish understanding of how a person acts when they are drunk.
Oh, what's up, mate? How are you doing today? Oh, nice buddy, nice buddy.
Around the 30th, someone paid for a cameo video for World of T-shirts about Daniel, and it's absolutely hilarious.
Hey Daniel Larson, I just wanted to let you know I started doing Grace Fenderwall, you fat-nosed b****. She loves the rhythm of my tism, and I can't wait to tag team with her. Quinn, your fan, call the coach now, your fan base is mine, you smell.
Okay, this message goes to Michael Quinn and World of T-Shirts. I am from all of my concerts. So is Grace. You guys are never welcome.
I like how Daniel bans people from his concerts as a punishment, as opposed to setting the National Guard on them like we all know he's capable of. He's a tough but fair ruler. Daniel continues to gaslight his audience about his financial issues and brings back the fake banking app to pretend he has a balance of negative $2,000. Once this strategy doesn't work, he tries to make it out as if the money is going to go toward fixing a water leak in Bob's house. After being fed up with the music industry exploiting him, Daniel becomes an experimental filmmaker and uploads a 9-minute video of him just walking in point of view with no sound, titled Daniel Larson Tries to Go on a Walk, but he finds out his backpack got stolen. Of course, I'm kidding about the experimental filmmaker thing, but I have no clue why this video has no audio and is recorded like that. Kind of eerie. Most likely due to the latest World of T-Shirts attack, Daniel remembered Cameo existed and decided to make his own account on it as a way to make some money. Immediately after, someone tricked him into saying he loves minors.
Hi Matt, your friends told me you were getting bullied at school for wearing a Minecraft backpack. I know what it's like to be different, and I want to send some birthday love your way. Minecraft is cool, and I love to go mining. I love miners.
Fortunately for Danderson, he was successful in his endeavor to secure housing. Not only that, but he also attended the Colorado Rockies game he was talking about earlier. On the 7th, he's pictured with some fans. All in all, the beginning of June is one of the best times for Daniel in months, and no incidents actually take place during this period. On the 9th, an account called LolCow Designs on YouTube uploaded a YouTube short covering something we haven't really mentioned: Daniel's use of Google Maps. Because of his very dysfunctional relationship with electronics, he doesn't use apps as much as he abuses them with a colossal volume of low-quality input. As previously stated by Flex, Daniel was constantly messaging people, uploading multiple things to multiple different accounts on multiple different platforms at the same time, without any real rhyme or reason. He loves to post, he loves the grind. However, amidst the chaos, we can discern Daniel's behavioral patterns, and they're not good at all. Basically, he uses Google Maps to upload random pictures of himself to whatever place he's in, make complaints about restaurants that don't give him free food, but most importantly, the pictures he probably unknowingly uploads to places like malls and gyms are rife with images of young girls, and you can guess why that is. But much like the May 6th anniversary reveals from Flexburger, none of these discussions managed to affect Daniel. He was more preoccupied with his Spotify.
Whoever keeps hacking my Spotify is not from my music distribution. It's coming from Spotify. So whoever at Spotify is doing that, I will make sure you're jailed for life. You better lawyer up.
On the 13th of June, he says he will be turning himself in on July 5th, but it's unsure what he's planning to turn himself in for. In a stream that came shortly after, he claims he's been framed by disability services, but this isn't related to him turning himself in. Instead, he spends most of the stream talking about how the services made him lose tens of thousands of dollars related to canceling recording sessions, which is definitely another lie. Most likely due to Bob's influence, there is a marked drop in incidents following his return to Denver. On his community page, he gives some slightly credible financial updates, saying he owes Bob about $15,000, and that since Medicaid dropped him, he owes $4,000 in hospital bills. But there's some good news as well. The revenue from Cameo has allowed him to once again try to start making music. Only one thing is distracting him from it now: the Great Chinese War.
Currently, I am asking for your assistance on a very dire matter. The Great Chinese War of 1973 is upon us. We must get our gunches in sync. I personally and professionally want war with the Chinese.
On the 18th,
God damn it.
When you mention Isaac, are you typically referring to Isaac Butterfield or ask yourself? I get confused.
I'm usually talking about Ask Yourself. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Hey Siri, restart.
Just to confirm.
I have to restart my tab.
Daniel gets greedy and decides to jack up the price of his Cameo to $800, allegedly because of his legal status. In another post, he says the police showed up, but it doesn't seem like anything really happened as a consequence. A day later, another cache of private text messages Daniel exchanged with people whom he thought to be way too young gets posted to Reddit, and it's mostly more of the same, so I won't bother going through them, with this one exception. Do you know what the G-spot is? Just curious. No, I'm not sure what that is. So basically, it's this spot in your vagina up near the belly button. If you finger it, it makes you squirt 15 feet at 100 miles an hour. Oh my god. What a gentleman. The rest of June is mostly uneventful, with it being explained that him turning himself in was most likely in reference to him being taken by Bob to clear up the outstanding warrants on him in Denver County. Almost unexplainably, he goes to a Flo Rida concert, blames Bob for the delay of his music release, and at the very end of the month, his new track, Merry Go Round, with the most unintentionally creepy.
A lot of Canadians live in the US, But how many Americans live in Canada?
I am not sure. No idea. Thanks for the donation, nipples and assholes.
Cover art imaginable comes out. June was the first good month for Daniel in a very long time, ending up with him regularly sleeping in a motel, finally taking a shower, getting a haircut, and making a little bit of money on his Cameo. On the 2nd of July, he posts to his TikTok claiming Bob threatened him with a 9mm machine gun if Daniel didn't show up to court the next day. He does go to court, and whatever happened there made him very angry as he took to his YouTube community page to make a series of posts threatening to bomb the courthouse. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find the post, but given the things Daniel has said before, it's not hard to believe that he said that. Despite this brief period of erratic behavior, he returned to semi-normalcy soon after, and things continued to be normal for another week. On the 10th, he revealed he'd gotten a dog since, according to him, he could afford it. He's ballin'. However, some of his vigilant followers, one of which is
Okay, here's the drawing request that was made. That is me in a helicopter shooting a lion. So there you are.
known on YouTube as Goated Minds, knew that Daniel wouldn't be able to properly take care of a dog, who he named Music, since he was still just wandering the streets and would only give her water whenever he stopped at a restaurant or cafe. And even then, it was a lot less than the dog needed, since she was an adult German Shepherd. Daniel himself acknowledged his dog was struggling to eat, possibly because he was trying to feed her whipped cream and nachos all day. Most importantly, there was a real danger Daniel would hurt it during one of his fits of rage, which was really concerning. Goated Minds, along with a group called SEAL Team 6, made a big effort to pinpoint where Daniel was based on his TikTok post, eventually succeeding in taking the dog back to the Longmount Humane Society. I will say the name SEAL Team 6 is pretty funny, but I wish it was the actual SEAL Team 6. I like to imagine the United States military deploying one of the deadliest groups ever assembled to deal with Daniel Larson. On July 11th, a girl called Ween, known on Reddit as Lover of Mom 69, found the restaurant Daniel was at, asked him to take the dog outside for a little bit, and when Daniel conceded, they put the dog in their car and drove off. Soon after, proof of Music's rescue was posted to Reddit, with the dog seen slurping extensive amounts of water, probably due to being very thirsty after their stay with Daniel. No one knew how Daniel would react to the dog napping, as he put it, with many even speculating he'd just move on from it nonchalantly like he'd done with many other things in the past. I honestly don't think anyone expected what was actually about to happen. On the 11th of July, things were silent. Too silent. Suddenly, he became active on his community page, revealing he'd just gotten out of police custody and had received new criminal charges. Eventually, he calmed down enough to start explaining his side of things. A combination of self-injurious behavior and the Walmart security throwing me to the ground. I hit my head on the ground at the Walmart by security, and they were sitting right on my knee, so when they pinned me down, the guy pinned basically put his knee on my head, not my neck or anything, but on my head. Along with this post came an image of Daniel with one side of his face being extremely swollen. His explanations, which have been archived to the wiki, continued. When she drove off, I basically started freaking out. I started panicking, I started hyperventilating to where I felt like I couldn't breathe, because I was hyperventilating so much that I just couldn't speak. My phone was also dead at the time, so I couldn't call security. All I could think about was trying to go across the parking lot to where the Walmart was, and I walked in there, saying my dog got dog napped. At that point in time, the security asked me to leave. I refused, and I say, call the police. Like I said, creating a scene. About 50% of people in the checkout area start rushing over to where I am and start crawling me pretty much, and I lash out. This is a long story short of what happened. I don't know if anybody got anything on camera because of my popularity. The police said that there was no physical assault involved other than just a reaction out of fear. I had more than the right because I did nothing, and yet they were instigating the situation, so I had the right to protect myself. At that point, the stupid Walmart decides they're going to press charges of $2,000 of criminal mischief on purpose because they know I'm a celebrity. They want all my money, so they took it as high as they could go. They put me in protective custody at that time, and instead of going to jail, they took me to the hospital because I had injuries at that time. Charges were pressed on the person who was the dog napper. In a phone call he made shortly after making the community post, he adds some detail to what he was doing at Walmart.
So I go over to the gift card section, and the gift cards, I'm just picking them off one at a time, dropping them on the floor.
More information was being shared on the subreddit. Apparently, one of the people who pinned him down was a biker, not a security guard, and Daniel didn't just defend himself as he put it, but took a swing at a security guard, pushed a cart at an employee, punched a lottery machine, knocked over shelf items, and went to town on the gift cards, as he did mention in the call. The YouTube post continued erratic as ever. World of T-shirts is in connection with the dog napping situation. I am innocent. I just called 911 and said I have a bomb in hopes of getting my family to safety and get security and safe. I will get this heard in Supreme Court. Fuck the entire Vanderwall family. My life in Bob's house is in danger. Bob bought me a gun today. I'm about to risk my life. I will now attack on sight. This community meltdown was packaged with equally disturbed video uploads.
Until you guys stop harassing, I'm ending my goddamn career. My mentor Bob, my entire family, is now being targeted too because of you guys, you little pieces of shit. So I'm done. I'm ending my career. F the record label, f my entertainment manager, and f every f***ing security company and f all police officers. I'm gonna go drop a bomb. I ain't f***ing lying about shit. Bob, I need you to go live right now. I need you to make a social media account and put it out there right now that I am not lying.
You know, I wonder what Daniel Larson would be like if you gave him drugs. Be interesting to see him like react to mushrooms or crystal meth or something. That'd probably be pretty crazy.
Or I will kill you as well. My entire family is now famous. All of our houses have been doxxed. We are homeless, and my fans are doxing, getting criminal charges on us that are all false. We will take this all the way to Supreme Court. I am done, and I will not stop until the White House is blown up. So I just called 911, and I just literally just screamed, I have a bomb, on the 911 number and randomly hung up in hopes to get this situation heard and to get my family the rights that they deserve.
Eventually, he goes live on YouTube while talking to an EMT, and though I won't show it here since nothing in it is unusually relevant, and it's almost 50 minutes long, Daniel communicates noticeably better. Many have said this, but it's absolutely true that Daniel can be a lot less belligerent when he knows it's important. He doesn't come across as a freak. Unfortunately for the Larsonian community at the time, the footage of the incident was being withheld from the public. The 12th of July is markedly silent as Daniel is in a psych ward on hold. On the 13th, thanks once again to Flexburger, a voicemail left for him by Daniel is uploaded to the subreddit.
I just wanted to let you know that I put in a request so you can be able to call me and get updates on the progress of my discharge and the progress summary.
As you can probably tell from the way he's speaking, he's medicated, and for the first time, he sounds normal. I mean, not completely normal. I don't think that was ever an option for Dan, but it's almost like the layer of frantic delusion.
Riley donated $2. Would you be willing to post all of the images you draw to your YouTube channel so we can access? Definitely not on YouTube. Maybe I'll try to find some other kind of site that I could host the images, but I can't put all that on YouTube. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
That guides his every utterance isn't there, even if just for a moment. The next week is completely radio silent on Daniel's end as he remains in the psych ward. On the 19th, he's released, much to the general chagrin of the Larsonian community, much of whom thought he belonged in an institution permanently. As soon as he's out of the ward, he's back to regularly scheduled programming, and it seems like not much has changed. He announces his plans to visit Hawaii and Alaska, go to college, and recycle cans for money, which is appropriate even if poorly timed. This would have been way more helpful a few months prior when he was terribly homeless. As of the moment he posted this, based on how many reviews had been left on his Cameo page, a conservative estimate of his earnings is over $3,000. According to Daniel, whatever the exact court case that he was dealing with after the Walmart incident, he won during his stay at the psych ward. Besides looking healthier physically and less emaciated, Daniel also developed a skepticism of people coming up to him and claiming to be security, recording and posting an entire encounter he had with some followers who tried to run that on him. On the 22nd, Daniel gets trespassed from the Glenwood Springs Hotel due to someone calling the police up and telling them Daniel was filming kids. And yet another apparent development in Daniel's general awareness, he mentions that he would now begin to delay his post so that people would no longer be able to pinpoint his exact location live. I said the word apparent because it's just that. Just a day later, he's back in full force and completely out of his mind again. On his community page, he brings up the dog napping incident again and begins threatening to kill people texting him about it, claiming he had just received an international threat from a man named Saddam. Despite his acquired skepticism toward security impersonators, he's still completely vulnerable to Grace impersonators, since based on his posts, one of them has him convinced that the Taliban is cooperating with Jacob Sartorius to dox and assassinate him. During this flurry of posts, he may or may not have been hacked, since randomly he posts about wanting to do something very bad with that girl from the bed video, along with a bunch of other celebrities. He eventually circles back to the dog napping and accuses goated minds of also having stolen World of T-Shirts dog, alerting the Larsonian.
Do you have any idea if Milk Jar is an actual missing person? Is his disappearance being investigated?
I have no idea. He went missing after he met up with Sverige. He just went completely silent. I don't know if he has any family that cares about him, but yeah, it's just a strange coincidence that right after meeting up with Sverige, he just went missing. So, Sverige might have killed him. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Community to the very real dangers of dog trafficking rings. As people noticed, Daniel was particularly high-strung at that moment and engaging with pretty much anything he saw online. People decided to start faking tweets from the FBI account with Inspect Element, saying they were investigating Daniel. All of this commotion pushes him to come extremely close to calling Bob the gamer word, though I'm not really sure why, since Bob doesn't have anything to do with this. The Inspect Element tweets graduate to faking posts straight from Joe Biden, who I imagine Daniel...
Paul donated $2. I'm getting ready to debate with a retard who is carnivore, and I was wondering if you could teach me how to debunk some of these bitches' arguments.
As someone who eats a meat-based diet, I get tons of questions related to vegetables. Sylvia, why don't you eat any vegetables? Don't you need vegetables? They have all these vitamins and minerals that your body needs. My take is that you absolutely do not need vegetables.
Yeah, you don't need vegetables. You can die young and increase your risk of cancer.
Personally, I have nothing against vegetables. If you want to eat vegetables, eat them. If they make you feel good, eat them. I don't care. Me personally, I have my own reasons for not wanting to consume vegetables. If you want to learn more about that and hear about that, just go to the About Me highlight at the top of my Instagram page. But aside from that, there is nothing in plants that meat and animal products don't already contain. And
yeah, vitamin C. So skeletal muscle tissue contains 0 vitamin C. Most organs also don't contain an appreciable amount of vitamin C. So even if you're eating liver, there's not going to be enough vitamin C to prevent deficiency. If you're eating brain or thalamus gland, that could prevent vitamin C deficiency, but nobody eats that. On top of that, you're also going to be deficient in folate, which is particularly concerning for pregnant women because folate deficiencies cause birth defects in children, namely Down syndrome. So those are two nutrients that are essential that you can't get adequate amounts of from skeletal muscle tissue exclusively.
And in much greater amounts, especially since I don't like vegetables. The only thing that would get me to eat vegetables is if vegetables contained nutrients that meat and animal products didn't already have. You can literally...
Yep, so there's fiber, antioxidants, and phytochemicals that help with digestion, prevent cancer, diabetes, heart disease. Those are things that you can't get from meat that have protective effects for your health.
Meet all of your nutritional needs with animal products alone, and unfortunately the same cannot be said.
You cannot get all your nutritional needs from skeletal muscle tissue, which is what carnivore dieters eat.
About plants. The whole fiber argument, we don't need fiber. Most fiber is indigestible by the human body. Matter of fact, our body really just recognizes fiber as waste, which is
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if you don't need it, it's beneficial. This is just fucking stupid.
Why it makes going to the restroom easier because of the fact that it's really just bulking up our stool and pushing it through our colon. The fact that your body has a hard time digesting this fiber is another reason why a lot of people suffer from gas and bloating and indigestion when they
That is not why people suffer from gas and bloating.
Eat vegetables. To avoid constipation on a meat-based diet, you just have to prioritize fats because fats essentially lubricate our digestive tract and make it easier to go to the bathroom.
They don't lubricate your digestive tract.
Meat and animal products have literally all of the nutrients your body needs to thrive.
Yeah, that girl is fucking stupid. Are you debating her specifically? I've tried to message her and she hasn't messaged me back. Untitled donate $2. Do you watch Psych Substance? He tried penis envy mushrooms chocolate. I haven't watched his videos in quite a while. His life seems retarded. He got like a prostitute pregnant and then he ended up having kids and then ended up like marrying her and then he got addicted to some drugs and then she left him because he was going retarded and then he claimed to have gone off drugs. I don't know if he has. Thanks for the donation though, Untitled.
Already hates since he's impersonating the one true president. Biden's tweet said, Russia, please don't nuke us. We will send Daniel Larson to you. Please. The citizens of Colorado are good people. They even fake a news article saying North Korea shot 4 missiles at northern Colorado targeting Daniel. But even that's not enough to get Daniel to realize he's being messed with, since his response is to offer Josh to the North Korean government in exchange for being spared. After sending some of the fake screenshots to Bob, Daniel messages him saying, burn in hell. Have fun. I hope you die now. To which Bob replies, assume that what you asked for has happened. Consider me dead. Quit calling and quit posting about some Bob. As was demonstrated by the likey meltdown, the only thing that makes Daniel reconsider whatever he's doing is the prospect of being abandoned and not getting attention. As soon as Bob says that, Daniel stops and asks him if he has any social media to verify whether the things he'd been seeing online are real. Bob confirms he has no social media account, and it's at this point where it'd be fitting for Daniel to apologize, right? Well, instead of doing that, his next post says, I'm heartbroken because of what Bob is doing. While Daniel was sticking to posting to his community page instead of going live or making videos so that people wouldn't dox his location, a fan of his happened to be driving by as he was walking around that night making posts.
It's actually Daniel Larson. Holy yo, bro. Are you serious? Yo, bro, I'm a big fan. No, thank you. You don't? I'm a really big fan. Can I shake your hand? I'll point the camera away.
Yeah, just don't show my location.
I will never show your location.
Grace Vanderwall just got arrested.
Oh,
like no joke.
Grace Vanderwall got arrested.
Vanderwall got arrested.
Holy
the FBI is after me.
The FBI.
Because of a threat that I made because I'm not getting.
Grace Vanderwall. She's in prison. We need free Grace. What's going on?
His frantic posting, and with it, his frantic lying, continues to ravage his community page, as he claimed he upped the price of his cameos because no one was buying them due to them being too cheap. Flawless logic. The trolls continue to torment Daniel relentlessly, and in one of the funniest turns of events in this story so far, one of them gets his number and sends him this message. I banged Grace so good while you were walking to the 7-Eleven. I got her to fall in love with me. The attached image, which looks AI generated, is a shirtless and extremely ripped Jacob Sartorius. Daniel posted to his community with the subtitle, explain this. Honestly, it doesn't get much better than that.
We weren't moving and getting things done fast enough, so Grace ended up having sex with Jacob Sartorius, and Grace is now pregnant. I was supposed to get it back in housing the first week after I got back to Colorado from New York City. The truth is, I stopped looking for housing the night after I found out Jacob was involved. I got all these new criminal charges on me since I've been back in Colorado to take revenge on Jacob for what he's done.
He briefly breaks up the insanity streak to reveal that he's going to the hospital again to check up on his toe, which he believes is broken. A few posts later, he tragically reveals that while he was in the mental hospital, the staff tried to explain to him that he was extremely delusional, particularly when it came to the topic of Grace Vanderwall. Unfortunately, to no avail, as he just became frustrated the staff wouldn't do what he was asking them to. After finishing his daily series of community posts, he closes it off with an extremely ominous woke with this nice picture attached to it. The timeline is a bit blurry here due to how close set the incident.
Sneed donated $2. Can you rate the lesbian kiss at the 233 mark on a scale from 1 to 10? Hope you are doing good, Richard. Keep up those debate gains. Let me see. 223. That was like a 1 out of 10. Not very good. Thanks for the donation, Sneed.
But I'll try to keep it organized. Around the same time, on the 26th, Daniel posts to his community explaining that during a storm, he tried taking shelter at a gas station, at which point, according to him, 2 people entered it after him and started telling him to do something in a menacing way. I don't know what exactly went down, but a scuffle began, and during it, Daniel grabbed someone's throat and pushed him to the ground. While this confrontation took place, Daniel was on a phone call with someone he referred to as his assistant, screaming for help until his phone battery died on him. After this incident, he made a few videos.
I broke a gas station window with a rock.
Another post, he claimed his phone charger and backpack got stolen during the fight, and now he only had $3 to his name. Apparently, the broken window got him another criminal mischief charge for the destruction of private property, which he shows in his community tab. And around this time, a YouTube channel called the Daniel Larson Curator established contact with a person who claimed to be a former caretaker of Daniel's. In their conversations, this person suggested that Daniel behaved in sexually inappropriate ways to other disabled people who were living with him, and added that he even tried to do inappropriate things to the caretaker's dog. Besides claiming almost $5,000 worth of damage to the house's drywall, the alleged caretaker said that he refused to take any medication and would only eat mac and cheese. While the contents of this call and the credibility of the person claiming to be Daniel's former caretaker are all dubious, we actually do have evidence for the mac and cheese thing. While it wasn't included in the previous video about Daniel due to the sheer volume of incidents, this is a golden piece of Larsonian history, which I'll let you experience for yourself.
I'm going to now ask my care provider if I could get macaroni and cheese, that's all we can have in this house. This tastes like cow piss. Literal fucking cow piss. I want to know who the put jalapenos in this. Holy my mouth is on fire. Holy I know why this tastes different. It's got something in it that's like sour as well. And if you look, it's got like little things in it. I don't know what it is. Because it just tastes so fucking bad, and it's been sitting here for like about an hour now, and I've never thought that I would be this angry to where I would be putting this all over the fucking media. But guess what? It's starting to affect my family and my girlfriend, and I'm not going to put up with this. There. Put that all the way into the trash.
As you can tell from the video, the man is serious about his mac and cheese. I suppose this is why he serially dines and dashes as opposed to just eating whatever slop he gets for free. Despite being a homeless schizo, our president has the sensitive taste of a chef and connoisseur. Well, for Kraft mac and cheese anyway. Ultimately, the supposed caretaker was never verified and failed to provide any unforeseen Larson footage. There is the very long shot that the caretaker was the real deal and chose not to verify his identity because, in giving the curator all of that info, he was violating the privacy of the patients he was caring for, so verifying who he was could get him in legal trouble. However, it's much likelier that this person was a troll who managed to fool the curator and a good part of the community. I'm not sure how the next footage I'll play came to light exactly, but it's a conversation between Daniel and Bob that Daniel secretly recorded while Bob was driving. There are some really funny moments in this too as they discuss the Jacob Sartorius situation.
And I'm sorry about the recording studio getting canceled. I'm sorry, but I don't know who did it.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Sagittarius or whatever his name did.
It's Jacob Sartorius.
Big dick muscle man.
Okay, you just pissed me off.
However, despite the occasional funny utterance from the duo, it's mostly depressing, as we can see that Bob has capitulated to the Vanderwall LARPing and plays along the delusions of superstardom while Daniel verbally browbeats him for the entirety of the conversation.
We don't have the money right now to just keep blowing it on things.
That's why we kept buying these cheaper phones.
And we keep messing up with all these stupid plans.
Every time you would have busted a regular phone, it would have cost you $300 or $400.
And that's my fault, and I take the blame for it. But the real reason, as we know, is we get in arguments over Grace and the label and how we're doing things, and I guess that's my fault too, but it's my life, and if I want to do it a certain way, if I want to have say, I want to have say. So I guess we're both equal, but I'm sorry that you're blaming yourself. I really am.
I'm to blame for everything.
No, I never said that, and that's the thing that I don't understand, is you're so stubborn. Like I was saying, you always think that other things is your fault, and when I say it's not, you don't want to move on.
And then we come back around and you say, well, you caused the problem with Grace. You caused the problem with the label.
And it's because we were both working together in booking the recording studio sessions.
Yes.
And the label wanted it done faster. And I was trying to do that. I remember calling you up almost every day, talking to you about it.
For 5 minutes, and I'd say, let's do it, and you'd say, oh no, I gotta go.
That's because the label messages me getting upset about time frames. And then I call you back after.
Nope, there's where we have the problem. You don't call me back.
I call you back the next day.
Or 2 days, 3 days later.
But,
I say, let's do it. I say, okay. When I'm
but
home,
still, I mean, I'm busy. I'm busy.
I'm
busy trying to sort other things out, like my f***ing homeless life. Okay. I also had to deal with Grace being upset. And of course now Jacob Sartorius and her issue with him. And then we're arguing about it because you're like, Grace should have been here in Denver already.
No.
Yes, you said, hold on.
You hold on, because you're changing my words. I said, how many times has she promised to be here? And she's never
Exactly.
shown up. That's not that I'm saying she should have been here.
Well, that kind of is.
If she said she was going to be all the time, she said she
Exactly.
was coming,
She should be
then
here.
Should have been.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm sorry that she didn't own up to her word. Are you calm now? And
Yeah,
have we talked about everything that we need to talk about?
Yeah, all we need to do is get the phone working.
Okay.
This is probably the most we've ever gotten to look directly.
I don't know if I'm going to play Poppy Playtime. I'm probably not ever going to play that game.
Into the true nature of Daniel and Bob's relationship, as it shows the kind of psychological warfare and doublespeak Daniel targets the old man with. If there were still any doubts about Daniel being the guilty party in their interactions, this recording erased all of them permanently. From what people have said about it, it seems Daniel recorded and showed this to people as if it made him look good. But as far as I'm concerned, this just shows how aware and manipulative he can be when he wants to be. On the 28th, a couple of new TikTok posts were made where Daniel makes a more detailed confession.
I sent unsolicited pictures of myself naked to Grace when she was a minor and to other minors. I also jacked off in bathrooms and parks. This message was told for me to make by the FBI, and I have to make this video if I am going to have further contact with the Vanderwall family and date. I took pictures of my butthole and sent that to Grace and other celebrities at the time. I also took a water bottle one time and stuck that up my asshole. I am a pedophile.
But just because he's being brutally honest in one area doesn't mean the delusions have ended. They've simply migrated. In other posts, he's under the impression he's friends with Oprah and her daughter. Next up is the return of Daniel's paranoia as he makes a few uploads while in the dark in the middle of a wooded area in a park somewhere, with titles like, I could kinda hear the entire conversation they were having about me. Daniel continued to be completely unwilling to agree to any disability housing arrangement since it would mean giving up constant access to social media and contact with fans, which he is addicted to. As a consequence, he had to figure out how to continue living while homeless, which meant he had to deal with being exposed to the elements. On the 1st of August, he records a video to show his followers what the thunderstorm from the night prior did to him and his clothes because he's completely soaked. Probably the closest thing he's had to a shower in weeks though, so not all that bad. He also informs his audience that July in Colorado is a free bus and train month, and now that it was over, he was going to take another financial hit. To adjust for this, he hosts a fan meetup at the Colorado Mills Mall, charging $50 per person. Doesn't add up too well considering he follows it up by claiming he's now making $8 grand a week off of his music and Bob. On the same day, he either discovers he's on the New York City registry, or someone tricks him into thinking he is, which he reacts to with dismay since, despite admitting to being a P word on multiple occasions, he doesn't consider himself an offending one. You see, he's virtuous. He's a virtuous one, guys. He claims Goated Minds blackmailed him into admitting he's a file, though the only thing there's evidence of is Grace impersonators getting him to admit it in order for them to date. Speaking of Goated Minds, Daniel also reveals he's been blacklisted from animal shelters in Colorado, and as far as I'm concerned, that's great news and a sign that Dan's trolls are doing their due diligence to prevent another dog from falling victim to being adopted by him. Later on, we get another set of paranoid schizo videos, and in the same exact park-looking place.
It's like she's doing like an interview for the police department. She's still here.
Based on the video's title and the things he whispers during the footage, he's hallucinating visions of Grace Vanderwall. Either Daniel's mind is finally crumbling into itself, or this park is actually haunted. On the 3rd of August, and what I presume was an attempt to further curb troll activity, Daniel talks about how a new court order now compels video verification from anyone who contacts him. While there is a brief valley of uneventfulness over on Danderson's end, none other than Jacob Sartorius himself decides to speak on Daniel and the people calling for them to beef.
I see all the comments, trust me. I will not be fighting Daniel Larson. I have nothing against Daniel, and that's about it.
Wise decision. Jacob would never survive the onslaught of the U.S. National Guard. Over the course of the next few days, Daniel breaks an electronic toilet.
Your opinion of Piers Morgan.
Overall, he's a good journalist. He's a pretty good interviewer, but he's absolutely retarded when it comes to veganism and retarded when it comes to Trump. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
And makes it flush eternally, complains about Bob not financially supporting him and getting an apartment, and then drops this freaking banger.
Hey everyone, so I am so happy to announce that I will be having a Hollywood sex party tonight. Darcy Lynn will be invited, Grace will be invited, Taylor Swift will be invited, Beyonce will be invited, Nicki Minaj is racist, she's not invited, Kanye West is a bitch, he's not invited, Jacob Sartorius is invited, Donald Trump is invited. I would love to have gay sex with him. And Joe Biden is not invited because he's too sleepy. He would probably sleep through the entire thing. Thank you, everyone, to who is invited. And I can't wait to see you all soon. Bye-bye now.
Would you attend Daniel's Hollywood party? Imagine all the peeing and aching. In all seriousness now, he's either embracing his role as a freak and doing his best to be a likable heel personality, or someone is pushing him to make these videos. In his next upload, he talks about covering himself in peanut butter and going to a dog park.
I'm gonna put it all over my nude body. I'm gonna go to the nearest dog park, and I'm gonna have the dogs lick it off.
The third and last entry into these gimmick videos is this.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. My boobs are fantastic.
Alawali donated $2. It's not too late to find Jesus and repent, Richard. Jesus loves you and he saves. Praise him.
I love cheating. It's actually my biggest fantasy. So you'll never want to cheat on me.
There's no
You'll be drained. Like there's nothing left in you to cheat. But I will cheat because I'm bored. I am so thankful that God truly met me where I was, because I now feel emotions. The minute God met me in my living room, I started feeling like it was crazy, because it was a phenomenon of years and years and years of being numb. It was like a puzzle piece with a piece missing, and that piece was like the best part of it, you know, like the actual heart of it was gone. And I had this moment with God where I was like feeling all of this, and I was sobbing in my living room, but I was at my wit's end. I had everything around me. I lived in a 4,200 square foot home, which was like $3.5 million. I drove a Porsche. I had any designer bag that you could want. I have a ginormous closet. I have like money doesn't matter. It did not bring me true joy. Like you can be happy, like, oh, I just got a new bag, cool, but that's not joy. Like the joy that the Lord gives you is like, well, one, he says it's your strength, but the joy that I have now is nothing compared to worldly happiness.
I'm not buying it. Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali.
Plastic, and I'm plastic. I can brush my hair.
While he's waiting for his apartment that will never come, he's returned to sleeping at malls, which once again gets him in trouble as a security guard approaches him and asks him to leave, a request he doesn't cooperate with. The guard then informs him that he's been banned from the Colorado Mills properties within a 3-mile radius, probably due to repeated damage to property, which Daniel doesn't take very seriously, as the title of the video he uploaded covering this event is Colorado Mills Security Trolling Daniel Larson saying he's banned from everything for 2 square mile. It's been pointed out before, but Daniel is like a chameleon. He picks up on the language people use when they kick him out, so he can recycle it and use it against others whenever he wants to feel in power. Whenever he threatens to call the police or talks about banning people, that's him thinking that if he just talks the same way and uses the same phrases, they'll have the same effect on his ops that it has on him. Evidence of this is in the next video he uploads, in which he bans people who leak his phone number from his concerts. He then attempts to manipulate Grace Vanderwall into showing up to court with him, saying he'll get arrested if she doesn't. On the 17th, he takes a break from his pity party to declare he intends to continue being homeless and not enter a DDRC program because they wouldn't play along with his delusions and weren't okay with him going nuts on his phone all day talking to fake people. Perhaps upon realizing how dire his financial situation was looking, as both the system and Bob were turning their backs on him, he piles on the pity bait and pressure to extort his online followers, doing streams like, my fans need to buy cameos or I go bankrupt, and I'm not showing my phone screen until I make 500 in cameos. Usually, people use the word e-begging as an epithet for someone who asks for donations too often and frivolously, but in Daniel's case, he's literally a homeless man begging for cash online, trying to guilt trip his followers into giving him money for doing nothing. In these no-screen videos, he claims,
do you care about the CFL or NFL?
Nope. Couldn't give 2 shits. American football is arguably the dumbest sport ever made. Only power slap or slap fighting really tops it for retardation. And I couldn't give 2 shits about football. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
was that his social security and Google got hacked, and they somehow also got to Bob's bank account and drained all of his life savings. All of those are lies, but it's interesting how Daniel compulsively ropes Bob into everything he does online. To further make people feel sorry for him, he alleged he was being charged $5 grand for trespassing at the subway. I'm not savvy enough to know how true this could be. Maybe that's adding court fees and accrued interest. But regardless, a much better solution than him getting enough donations to pay this debt off is him actually going to jail and ending up in some institution that's going to prevent him from continuing to do what he does. Is that too much to ask? Not satisfied with claiming people are maliciously stalking him due to being a celebrity, he starts claiming that businesses are now perpetrating hate crimes against him, in reference to him permanently being banned from Smashburger after starting an altercation by dumping ice water on the manager.
Businesses are now doing hate crimes on me, so apparently I am banned from Smashburger now, so another boycott. I want everyone to not go to Smashburger.
On the 9th, a YouTube user uploads a video recorded by none other than fellow horror cow Cyrax, sending a message to Daniel, though the audio seems to have been recorded in the nuclear waste of Chernobyl.
What's up, guys? This video is for Daniel Larson. Daniel, first off, man, I want to say that.
Imagine having both of these fellas in the same house together, given their respective histories. I wonder what they'd do first. Fight or start inappropriately touching each other without consent. Not to pick favorites here, but if this were a competition, Daniel would clear. Just saying. On the same day as Cyrax's heartfelt missive, Daniel goes to Panera Bread and gets himself 4 bowls of mac and cheese. Not that I can blame him, it's pretty fire. Notwithstanding, he also orders Taco Bell just to show you how money smart and frugal our president is. He spends the next few days quietly burning away the money he got his hands on, getting into an Airbnb that's unnecessarily expensive and nice, buying himself his favorite foods, licking mayo off of his dirty fingers, and so on and so forth. The trolls continue to freak about with threatening texts, but since Daniel is currently enjoying his unearned cash, it doesn't really get to him that much. much. Noticing that their strategy isn't working, they decide to up the ante and start spamming Daniel's motel room with pizza orders. Funnily enough, he claims this cost him $100, which means that when the delivery guy showed up with pizza, instead of saying it was a prank order and to cancel any other orders to his address, he paid for it and ate the pizza. On the 18th, he does an hour-long stream claiming he got kicked out of the motel due to the prank pizza calls, and there are divergent theories about this. It could be said that since the entire stream is completely dark, Daniel is lying and is actually in the motel room as he records it for pity points, or he's just staying there his last night because he's running out of money. Soon after, he posts another video saying he's just gotten himself another room, this time the presidential suite. However, it is noticeable that Daniel is whispering, and the room doesn't look like Daniel Larson lived in it, meaning it's entirely possible he snuck into one of the bedrooms left open by a cleaning lady. But maybe he did indeed spend every last dime of his to pay for the presidential suite. Because his lifestyle was slightly more comfy, he felt a lot less need to constantly be online begging for money, and consequently, his online presence became a bit scant during this period. This wasn't his explanation though, as he said it was due to the police investigating his entire life. Around this time, he had another flight, this time back to New York City, but he released his own ticket number in community posts, and the trolls did him the favor of canceling it. He also had his Cameo account suspended, which effectively cut him off from his source of income, which is pretty worrisome for a guy like Daniel, who depends on it for every cent that enters his bank. Thanks to a tweet from Darkside Flow, a DSP troll, we can see that what had fueled Daniel's rampant spend thrifting was a lump sum of $800 that made its way to him, and by the 20th of August, it was completely gone, and Daniel got back to the streets. Apparently, he spent $200 on the Airbnb and some more money on food during his stay. That leaves about $500 unaccounted for. I wonder what he spent that on. On the 21st, he re-uploads the presidential suite to pretend he's still at the motel, thinking no one would notice. Based on what's visible in the background of his other uploads and the times the videos were made and posted, the subreddit was able to figure out Daniel slept under a bridge that night. He woke up and made a series of posts rambling about going to court, and again, the subreddit verified it and discovered he had no court appointment that day, meaning he was just being deranged again. On the 22nd, the Daniel we all know and not exactly love is fully back in action as he starts to stream while taking a walk. In the chat,
Bart from Fortnite donated $2. If you bump into this guy at the grocery store and he calls you a faggot, how do you respond without sounding mad?
Here's the truth about eating meat as a vegan. You don't have to stop eating meat 100%, and I know some vegans are going to get mad at this. I always say to people who do consume meat to at least reduce it. For example, like bacon, I would just get this out. It's basically just fat that you're eating. And let me show you something else. Processed meats like this, these sausages, these foods I would really eliminate out of my diet if I was consuming meat, and then probably just do this. I always tell my animal eater friends that if I was you, I would do 80% whole food plant-based. The meat doesn't have all the essential vitamins and minerals that you actually need when it comes to overall health. To reduce that, you want to incorporate more things like this. 80% of your foods should be coming from this whole entire produce section. The reason I'm vegan is I don't want to put any type of suffering or killing into my body. But if you want to transition mostly into a plant-based lifestyle, comment down below new vegan and I'll go ahead and help you.
Who the fuck is this asshole? Who is this dickhead? None of that made any sense to me. Is this guy a troll?
Here's what I eat in a day as a 12-year vegan bodybuilder. First meal of the day is going to be some mush oatmeal with 2 scoops of Phyta vegan protein powder. Next is my burger bowl that's high in protein, made out of seitan. Next is going to be my post-workout juice that helps with inflammation, chronic pain, and also restore glycogen levels. And for my last meal is going to be my high protein air fry stir fry. If you want more videos of what I eat in a day, go ahead and comment down below vegan day.
I think this is a plant-based retard who doesn't know what the fuck veganism is. Never even heard of this dipshit. What a fucking asshole. What a moron, dude. Guess I'd tell this guy to go fuck himself. Thanks for the donation, Bart.
People started repeatedly posting Biden wants you dead in reference to one of the previous troll campaigns, and Daniel responds in kind.
Biden wants me dead. Biden wants you dead. Like, stop chanting at you assholes.
Initially, he just seems frustrated that people are saying these things, but eventually, he starts responding in the same caliber.
If you keep spamming me, I will give your number to my investigator. I will press charges on you. I will make sure you get the f***ing death penalty and you get your head blown off. I will f***ing murder you first. You put a gunpoint at me, I will f***ing kill you. They're saying that I'm not powerful enough to kill you. I will literally get the help of Biden to f***ing kill people. I'm at your location. I have a gun. You're not at my location, and if you do put me at gunpoint, like I said, I've hidden bombs at this park. You will blow up. I really don't play around.
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the threats to American parkland. It's really funny that his way of threatening people in his chat is saying he has explosives planted in the park where he is. Am I confused, or doesn't that just mean, like, he's the one who's gonna go, right? The next time he's seen after this botched stream is at a Subway looking very distraught. He then objects to the troll's use of the N-word against him, but not because it's a word he doesn't like. It's just because he's not black. This is sort of a contradictory statement considering how many times he's called Bob the N-word. It also appears he's back to looking for deepfake or AICP, since he posts to his community about a supposed sex video between Kanye West and JoJo Siwa. Presumably due to feeling dirty after his illegal goon sesh, he announces he'll be taking a shower, which is probably the third of this year at very best. The shower was not enough to cleanse him of his deep-seated desires, as a day later he's back to making threats, this time saying he's gonna get rid of Bob if the old man doesn't shut out a couple mil. Meanwhile, during one of his streams, Dan starts asking the real dangerous questions.
Who is the Rothschild family? Because I'm being told that they are behind all the trolling.
Daniel's anti-Semitism makes a return, even if for a brief moment. Later on, Daniel starts another stream to talk about his feelings, and it's pretty grim to watch someone this deep in delusion and at their wits' end.
This is pretty much what I do, walk until morning. I have nothing else to do. I'm still getting criticism because Grace isn't in Colorado. She hasn't moved here for me. I'm still being called a liar, and I don't think that's ever going to end. People judge me for her actions now just because I'm famous with her. I don't want to say this about Jacob. I really don't, because I don't want to cause more issues than there already is. I think that Jacob Sartorius is very, very similar to me. Very similar personality, but he has less trauma in his life, less drama. He can barbecue, from my understanding. He knows how to make steaks, from my understanding. I don't even know how to cook. He's pretty much exactly the same as me, just knows more. The disability housing told me that Grace couldn't live there with me. Grace would have to get her own place. Then literally within 2 days, Grace is like, hey, I was out with Jacob and he's asked me on a date. And I'm like, you better not be going on a date. And she ended up doing that.
In a moment during the stream, he says this, which is rich considering that's exactly what he's done to Bob repeatedly.
If you tell somebody, you know, I don't like it when you do this, I've literally gotten responses like, you know, I'm my own person. I could do whatever the hell I want.
He complains about Bob moments later. Then he tries to force Bob's hand, along with the record label he believes he's signed to give him 30 grand.
Okay, everyone, so I have an update. I am not doing a motel room. I'm not doing any food, nothing, until I have $30,000 in my bank account. $25,000 from the record label and $5,000 for Bob.
Of course, as we all know, this is just an elaborate tantrum, as Daniel doesn't have the resolve, constitution, or even the memory required to do a food strike. He'd probably forget he declared it within half an hour. Reminder, all of this is because he refuses to give up his phone to get housing and instead wants to pay rent to an actual apartment. On the 24th, he gets caught sleeping in a bathroom, and on the 25th, despite nothing having happened in particular, he begins uploading a flurry of videos. The first has him making a series of false claims about his finances, that he gets $300 from Bob every day, that he's been paid $2,000 from Cameo for multiple days in a row, that he's paid $500 a night in the motels he was at. The last one is the most believable, actually, considering how regarded Daniel is about money, to use one of the words he's coined, but he's undoubtedly exaggerating to an extreme amount so that he can LARP as a celebrity living a lavish lifestyle. He closes the video off saying he tried to warn Bob about the hotel rooms, as if Bob had anything to do with the 3-bedroom hotels Daniel decided to pay for. Honestly, right below the sex pest stuff, the most hateable aspect of Daniel is how absurdly incompetent and unaccountable he is with the money he gets. Like, no matter how much help you give him, if he's in control, he will instantly blow it. In that same video, he also says he's in an insurmountable amount of debt that even if he were to get the fictional money his record label owed him, it'd all go to paying off his debt and he wouldn't have any money left afterward. Having explained how dire his financial situation was to his fans, he does some modeling. It's very funny to me to try and imagine how he sees himself. Despite being a psychotic homeless man, he actually thinks he's very much like Jacob Sartorius, some teen social media model. Then he flexes on the haters with approximately $10. Awesome. After a reinvigorating sleep stream, Daniel wakes up ready to seize the day. And so he does. While there's no real activity from the 26th still up on his channel, it's been very effectively archived. One of the first pieces of
Sneed donated $2. Look at these dumbasses. Let me see.
Oh! Oh!
Yep, I mean, that'll happen. TikTok, fitness, and Instagram are just pretty fucking cringe. Thanks for the donation, Sneed.
of activity from the day is a freakout.
Idiot! Don't you f***ing see me walking?
As you can see, this was on an Instagram story with a subtitle that indicates it wasn't put up by Daniel, but instead someone else operating his account, possibly management. It's also worth noting that there's no one else visible in the whole video, so he's becoming schizophrenic again. Meanwhile, over on his community tab, he tells an obvious lie while inadvertently revealing what he'd been recently fantasizing about. Daniel's day isn't going too well, though, as it appears Tyrone, Grace's bodyguard and ex-boyfriend, has recently been released from jail and is headed directly to Denver to take Dan out. Adding to his streak of bad luck, no one sent him any cash to buy a $50 lunch at a fancy sit-down restaurant. How cruel of the fans to starve a man to death like that. When someone asked him how much he'd need, he replied with a conservative estimate of $10,000, which is pretty fair if you ask me. The next day initially looked like it'd be better, as it began with Daniel getting himself a nice bowl of mac and cheese for breakfast, but not without begging for donations to help him pay for it. In this endeavor, he seems to have ended up with some surplus, or as he put it, made profit, as after his meal, he's seen drinking a Starbucks beverage and a Gatorade. He wasn't allowed to enjoy them for very long, though, since people began calling up where he was at to get him kicked out. After this, Daniel posted a couple of videos of him talking about being shot at or hearing gunshots while freaked out.
There's gunshots in here. I want to be a better God before I send 100 million bombs on it.
hell. All of Columbia records are
If I were to guess, this is one of the instances in which someone randomly texted Daniel something about gunshots just in time for him to hear something that sounded like shots in real life, and his insane, suggestible mind just did the rest of the work and filled in the blanks. There was some disconnect with the management at the time, since they seemed to be interested in protecting Daniel's image however that was possible. Because of that, this video was taken down soon after being uploaded. While this meltdown was taking place, something else entirely was going down in the subreddit. A troll collective called Big Gangsta Click uploaded a video they'd gotten from Daniel, where he was, aching himself. I obviously can't show that here, but it's worth noting that based on the screenshots of the chats shown in the same video, this wasn't a situation where trolls tricked him into sending it. On the contrary, it seems the troll was talking about Section 8 housing when Daniel, completely unsolicited, asked, "Have you ever seen me masturbate?" Followed by footage of that. This leak didn't faze him too much though, since he was too busy begging for money and claiming he'd gone bankrupt. The next day has even more leaks of the same nature, but not just any leak you see. In the video leaked on the 28th, which I also can't show for reasons that will be obvious soon, Daniel is seen employing a fleshlight. How did he get a fleshlight, you might ask? Well, if you remember that $500 that mysteriously vanished a couple of weeks ago, turns out Daniel went to the website Adam and Eve, which coincidentally is the same adult toy shop that Chris Chan bought his stuff from, and then he spent $500 on that. A man's gotta have his entertainment, I suppose. Like, we all have our urges. Mind you, this thing has been traveling around in Daniel's forlorn backpack unwashed for weeks. I'm actually surprised that some kind of creature wasn't growing out of it. Regardless, Danderson remains unfazed and gets kicked out of yet another establishment, this time while he streamed.
How is he not just forcibly
he embraces the love triangle going on between him, Grace, and Jacob, and agrees to be their cook, which is his best attempt at saying the word cuck, I assume.
Grace has admitted to me that she and Jacob have been trolling me all along, and she is in fact pregnant. She will actually give me a chance, and I will become Jacob's, I don't even know how to say it, but it's cock. I think, cook.
Little did anyone know the community would barely have any time to reel in from the most recent incidents before Daniel suffered another one. Over the night of the 28th, Daniel found no rest, despite spending most of the night walking around the streets of Denver, becoming progressively crazier as time went on, and he failed to get a lick of sleep. To compound with his already deteriorated state, right at the crack of dawn, a troll impersonating Grace started sending messages to him, saying a variety of insulting things, including but not limited to threats, calling him a cuck and a pedo, and perhaps what really got under Daniel's skin, saying Daniel was going to have sex with Bob. This sent Daniel flying over the edge. The first course of action he took was to break a random place's window, which was shown in one of the hacked Instagram accounts. After the window breaking, he began relaying the conversations to his community tab, wherein he spammed the word stop at the troll. He tries to get the troll to cease fire by saying he's hitting his own face, and also says he's going to kill Beyonce. I'm really unsure of how that plays into the conversation, if it even does. This tactic fails to make the troll relent, so Daniel ups the ante and threatens to do something drastic. I'm not sure why he would think that making that threat would work to stop someone whom he believes to be trying to take his own life in the first place, but it's not my place to question his logic. The troll very politely responds by saying they're gonna have Tyrone make love to Daniel into the grave. As you can see in the messages, Daniel keeps posting emergency for some reason. Daniel simply continues to try more and more things, such as making threats against the White House, the US government at large, Columbia Records, every single police station in the world. Didn't know he was ACAB like that. And last but not least, Bob's house. That's a lot of ambition. In order to cope with the stress, Daniel calls one of his managers, Warren, the N-word, which he confesses to the fake Grace. When the troll showed signs that they were ready to back off and leave Daniel be for the time being, he began instigating again, threatening them right back. In a desperate Hail Mary attempt to wrestle control of the situation, he forwarded a screenshot to 911, but as it turns out, they don't accept screenshots to the number. Strangely enough, if you zoom in, he didn't send a print of the threats, which would be fitting. No, Daniel sent the police a print where the Grace troll repeatedly says he's gay for Bob. I guess that's his kryptonite. But Daniel doesn't just make community posts, he makes a couple of videos too, such as this lovely piece.
This message is to Grace. Grace is a and a hater, and I will always hate her now because of what she did. And yes, I will bomb the White House. I will bomb every single police station in the entire US. And Grace told me to make this video.
I like how he feels the need to close it off by saying Grace told him to make the video, almost as if he's warding himself just in case some legal agent gets wind of his statements and he gets in trouble. I'm not sure how much of his next video I can actually show given the contents, but basically Daniel spends 2 minutes hitting himself and headbutting walls as he wails in hopes for Grace's passing. There's even a moment in which he starts violently drooling in his rabid state, and it takes him a few seconds to realize it. It's worth noting, while he is indeed hitting himself, he isn't causing that much damage due to how he has his hand. Likewise, we can see that he only headbutts the wooden wall with nothing behind it, but avoids the brick wall because he knows he'd actually hurt himself were he to headbutt it. In other community posts I wasn't able to find archive versions of, he apparently revealed he'd been scratching his leg compulsively as well. He got that dog in him. I'm unsure if these came out before or after the meltdown, but Daniel uploaded a few other things on the 29th. Disillusioned with Grace, he says he pulled out all of the money he had saved in his bank for Grace, although it's hard to tell if he's doing this just because he now hates her due to the things the troll impersonators told him, or if he just got a really good excuse to take out even more money and spend it on useless crap. Another video shows him on a train titled Daniel Larson on his way to meet up with family, and there was a live stream scheduled to happen around the same time, but it never started, so it's permanently stuck in the waiting mode. From what I've gathered, as these things took place, Daniel was communicating with someone claiming to be from the US Secret Service. This person was setting up a meeting with him in real life and asking him to keep any piece of virtual evidence related to the Grace impersonators on his phone as it had become useful. Daniel believes these messages wholeheartedly and all but gloats about his meeting with the agent on the 30th, even though nothing comes of it. Based on the video about him going to meet his family, it's presumed he went to see Bob, which leads to yet another incident on the 21st.
So I wasn't going to film, but since you have a problem with me bringing my phone in the car, now I'm going to film, because that's my legal right. And I guess I will go without dinner now, because you have a problem with me even bringing my phone with me. You are crazy. You are never helpful anymore. All you do is cause issues. So, are we going to get dinner, or are you taking me back to the motel and I'm just going to not have anything for dinner? And I'm not going to eat today at all. And I guess I'll starve tonight. So what is it?
Get out.
I'm not going to do it. Because I have my phone.
Get the f*** out of my car!
Okay, don't grab me.
You want me to break your arm?
If you break my arm,
get the f*** out of my car!
Okay, then let go of me. If you f***ing hit me, holy, where did my phone go? Oh, you are hitting me!
You're hitting me! God damn it!
You hit me first!
Out of my car!
You hit me first! I'm not playing these games with you! You hit me!
No, you hit me repeatedly! Quit hitting me!
You hit me, so I have a right to defend myself!
Get out of my car!
Now where's my phone?
Get open the door and you'll find it!
Where did he go? Where did he go? Where the did he go? Ow!
Get away from my car!
Holy hell! You ran over me!
I'd venture that Bob figured out that Daniel liked to secretly record things with his phone and tried to prevent it. However, any manifestation of distrust towards Dan triggers his shrill-voiced Karen alternate identity, and he begins raving about being called a liar. As you can see, near the end, Daniel accuses Bob of running over his foot, but he doesn't really sound like someone who had just had their foot run over by a car. The video he posted in the aftermath of the incident has him going ballistic in some sort of indoor setting as he starts headbutting things and pretending to cry.
Bob just ran me over with that car. Bob just ran me over. He hurt me. He hurt me.
To date, this is the first time we've ever seen Bob aggressive to Daniel, and given how prone Dan is to holding grudges and accusing people of hurting him, if Bob had ever done this before, we would have probably heard about it. Danderson is in shock that Bob has finally had enough of his antics, so he takes to his community tab to express his emotions about the incident, saying that people are trying to put him back in the mental hospital. He does a stream after, calling the police, and can be heard talking to cops during it. Of course, he restructures the whole thing to make himself look like more of a victim, though all it would take is the cops to watch the video he himself had uploaded to see what really happened. It's unknown exactly what the cops did after taking Daniel's testimony, but the motel he was in at the time kicked him out. In another of the streams that followed, Daniel laments himself and says he feels like Bob is disowning him, and soon after he says he spent all of the money Bob gave him buying new headphones after he broke his $100 pair during the previous incident on the 28th. After leaving the motel, he tries to go to a Denny's, but the trolls call him up and get him trespassed before he can dine and dash them. Additionally, he also claims to have been banned from all Motel 6s in the area. During the night of the 31st, Daniel does a bunch of streams, and in a moment, he accesses his inner zoo.
Woof, woof. Meow.
Funnily enough, no one, not even the people who were watching the stream as it was live, had any idea why he did this. The next day, Daniel begs for money due to Bob cutting ties and no longer financially supporting him. Simultaneously, he sets his minimum payout for his music distribution at 10 grand, though I have no idea what that means, because for that to be a minimum payout, you need to make $10,000. Daniel? Despite his particularly bereft state at this point, he's still trying to get himself into an apartment. I generally get how he can be deluded about things like Grace or his music career, but it's so clearly obvious that the apartment is a pipe dream. I have no idea how he maintains that particular fantasy when he immediately disintegrates any cash he gets once it touches his hands. On the 2nd of September, the fans get a sleep stream outside edition, meaning Daniel didn't find any place to sleep and had to sleep outside on the street. Then he fights reality itself.
It is not okay that people are trying to bring down my career, saying that I'm
Riley donated $2.
This
Let me
poor
see.
duck had been relentlessly picked on by its fellow ducks, leaving it cowering in a
Oh,
corner, crying
poor
out in distress.
duck.
A passing girl noticed the duck's plight and rescued it. The
Oh,
duck had
poor
suffered a
duck.
serious head injury, so the girl decided to take it home and nurse it back to
Oh.
health. The duck seemed to be emotionally scarred by the experience. It followed the girl everywhere she went, refusing to leave her side.
Oh,
Even when
that's
it was
a nice
exhausted, it
duck.
would stay by her door. The girl's heart ached for the duck, so she built a special pool where it could swim and play freely. Before long, the duck became good friends with the family cat. The cat would often groom the duck, soothing it, and even shared its food with the duck. The girl also showered the duck with love, buying it cool drinks on hot summer days and dressing it up beautifully. To make the duck feel loved, the girl made sure to give it a kiss every day. She took it on boat rides to see the ocean and watch the sunset.
That's a nice duck. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
not famous. It's a bunch of bullshit, and it's really starting to cause issues with my family and me. I don't have mental disabilities like people think, just because I post on the internet.
He keeps talking about his family despite not really having one, so I'm guessing this is something he heard some celebrity say in an interview, and he's just parroting it. If you've noticed any clinking in the background during some of these clips where he's seen walking, well, that's because Daniel's collecting cans and taking them to the recycling center to get a few bucks. After being hit with 5 prank deliveries in a row, Daniel broke a delivery guy's windshield, and though we don't have footage of the incident itself happening, he did an hour-and-a-half long stream talking about being integrated by the police for it. And yes, he used the word integrated. On the 5th, he gets tricked by yet another Grace providing video verification, which is just a clip of Grace talking taken from elsewhere, and falls for a blatantly false news article saying she got hit by a mega dildo during a show and was severely injured. While the next day is underwhelming, the 7th holds a little more action. Daniel claims he was going to appear in a Law & Order episode, confirms that he has seen and fallen for the joke post on Reddit claiming to have made riches off of selling his merch, and is once again spamming his community tab. It seems he's finally feeling the consequences of not having Bob to financially support him, as he starts claiming that Bob is forcing him to walk barefoot by not buying him new shoes. Once this course of action isn't effective, he says that the court ordered him to demand money from Bob, followed by a few posts in which he was pretending to be a manager of some kind or representative, talking about himself in the third person. Please tell Bob to stop only thinking about himself. Your future is at stake, and so is Grace's. This will be the most important thing Bob has ever done. We need him, Daniel. Please tell Bob this for me, Daniel. There is no I in team. He can't expect for you to take all this on by yourself. You guys started as a great team, and it's time to restart your relationship for the betterment of everyone. It's time to start thinking rationally here. Eventually, Daniel goes back to doing what he does best, playing the victim. He accuses Bob of forcing his company to go into bankruptcy, again because Bob isn't willing to give Daniel free money to continue his work in the music industry, which by the way consists of him eating mac and cheese, drinking expensive soft drinks, and sleeping in motels. In a later post, the nature of his LARPing becomes much clearer. When I see my little girl crying because she's worried about you and your situation, it gets me very upset. I'm more upset with Bob than I am with you. This was written from the perspective of Grace's father. It could be that he's getting these messages from an impersonator, but it could also be that he's pretending of his own accord to be her dad, which is its own category of creepy and, weird. In his regular post, he calls Bob some expletive relatives and says he has forced Daniel into arrest and debt. In a particularly revealing one, he says, "This is why I hit Bob. He doesn't actually help. He only makes things worse." He declares war on Bob and blames him for making Dan hit himself. It's at this point that things start to get a bit worrisome. After saying that things are going to get worse, Daniel says he'll be going to Bob's work, followed by, "My housing will get done one way or another. I will put Bob through what I had to go through every single day for 5 years. I'm going to hunt Bob down. Everyone, slander Bob's reputation. It's going down tonight. I'm not walking barefoot. I will go to Bob's house and break all his windows. I will burn Bob's house down." Knowing what we know about Daniel being more disturbed and violent than he lets on, there are really good grounds for Bob to get a restraining order against him. He's made many threats that were incredible, but given he's already been violent against Bob before and probably knows where he lives, it's worth being concerned about. The post slowed down with Daniel becoming depressed and hoping that Bob is scared. Feeling that his words are insufficient, he posts a video of his derelict feet, completely massacred by the incessant walking and lack of basic hygiene, all while saying it's Bob's fault and he is owed compensation.
So Bob and his family at this point, because he's destroying my life.
He says he wants Bob dead, promises he'll take him out that same night, and hopes Bob passes away from his cancer. Amidst all of his turmoil, Danderson finds time to do some pirating.
Ahoy, mateys! What a great day for selling!
He's got the going unwatched for months part right at the very least. The 9th has more of the same. Him threatening to become a hero if the fake Tina Vanderwall talking to him won't stop threatening him, reposting the messages the fake Dave Vanderwall sent him trying to get him to see reason, filmed himself doing the fake drunk Mr. Bean routine on a bus, used stock market terms to refer to his apocalyptic finances, proclaimed his intention to burn down a mental hospital, and claims he was assaulted by another homeless person. I haven't found any details about this last part, but given that he was projecting and reversing the roles the last time he accused someone of that, it could likely be the case this time as well. Another day goes by, and Big D is still going at it on the community tab with banger posts such as, "If I find out Grace Vanderwall did cheat on me, I will kill Bob." The poor old man is getting the short end of the stick if you ask me. At this point in time, the subreddit was waging a crusade against Daniel's payment apps. Whenever he made a new Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, you name it, they rushed to mass report it and get it offline so that he couldn't get any money out of donations. I can't imagine donating to the madman, especially when you just know that money will instantly turn into a McFlurry or something equally dumb, but people will do anything, I suppose. Daniel eventually picks up on this and begins pretending that his account had already been banned to try and get people to stop reporting it. To no avail, as the trolls figured this tactic out and just continue relentlessly reporting him into oblivion. In the process, Daniel loses his PayPal, which surprisingly had $300 in it. While it's possible that the people who donated that money got chargebacks, it's also possible that he just got black-holed by PayPal and is gone forever now. In order to stabilize his money situation, Daniel gets a job at Uber Eats, only to get fired the same day, probably due to being reported. But low-level employment was never the right fit for him anyway. He was always meant to do greater things. That's why on the 11th, Daniel announces that he will finally get a formal education so that he can get a high-paying job, appropriate for his luxurious financial needs. When asked what he was going to college for, he said music, entertainment, business, and film. He's not all talk either, you see. He canceled a meeting for Section 8 housing so he could work on getting into college. Either trolls instigated the college plans in the first place, or there happened to be some followers of his at Colorado State because he was immediately welcomed by members of the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity. This video came from the TikTok account of one of its members.
Hi, this is Daniel Larson, and you guys should buy
The subreddit was really not fond of someone buddy trolling Daniel and playing along with his insanity, so they started attacking the poster until he privated his account. In videos Dan posted to his new YouTube, he can be seen at a party and in the company of some ladies no less. Like a true chameleon, as soon as he got to college, he dropped his usual personality and did his best to take on the identity of a frat bro. Perhaps the most dangerous part of his buddy troll campaign was the fact that they gave Daniel actual hard alcohol as opposed to the light beers he occasionally sips to pretend to be drunk. He's already a very belligerent and out of control person while sober, so adding alcohol to the mix sounds like a really bad idea. A few videos emerged from this period, such as Daniel kissing a girl on the cheek for a picture, possibly the first woman he consensually touched in his life. The time Daniel spent living the frat boy lifestyle yielded a few other videos. In one of them, the boys Daniel is with got someone to play the role of Flexburger so that Daniel could antagonize him. After giving him a tour of the dorm, Daniel, being the alpha male that he is, naturally rises to a position of authority and starts coaching a couple of tennis players.
Keep your eye on the ball, don't think, just do.
That's the word.
Thank you, coach.
Not satisfied with simply teaching others how to be proper athletes, Daniel then heads to the gym to establish complete dominance by bench pressing some insane weight.
You got it?
Oh my god.
Good job, Daniel.
This same video also gets uploaded to his YouTube channel, taken from a different point of view and under the title, Training for My Fight with Kanye 556.
He can't even bench the bar. Wow.
This is a corollary that's sort of hard to explain, but Kanye 556 is another challenged musician who made a diss track on Daniel, parodying one of his songs, Something More, calling his track Something Less. I'm not sure why this beef surfaced during the college arc of all moments, but whatever. It's also during the college arc that a YouTube channel by the name of Dylan Clark IRL trolls him with fake screenshots to prove Grace is cheating on him, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get much of a reaction. Daniel's time as a frat boy is unfortunately short-lived, as the trolls very clearly realized that Coach Deion Sanders was going to be at the Folsom football field on the college premises on the 16th. With this in mind, they saw the opportunity to do a little mischief, so they pretended to be Coach Sanders on YouTube and commented on some of Daniel's stuff, inviting him to go so they could meet up. As we can see from his community post during this incident to be, the security of the Folsom field was not having it and he wasn't let through. A Reddit user posted a picture of him standing at the field, and the next post he made was this video. As we can see, Daniel was being held down by the police, but it was unknown what exactly caused the situation at that point. A couple more videos came out of Daniel being carried around, and even one where we can see one of the cops carrying his backpack, which just reminds me that Daniel has been carrying multiple used and unwashed fleshlights for weeks now. Imagine how great that smells. The same user who posted the pieces of footage also made a post to contextualize them. The basic explanation is that he was trying to get to Coach Prime, and the security didn't let him, so he kicked the guard and started throwing a tantrum, saying how he was a celebrity and he got taken down. Probably more to it that I didn't see, but that's the basics. The ever-vigilant Reddit users managed to dig up jail bookings for that day, and unsurprisingly found his name there, discovering he had been charged with third-degree assault. Another of the users put in an information request for Daniel's arrest, which meant getting the body cam footage from the cops, all of which was eventually published on YouTube. In it, we see that Daniel is initially being restrained or supervised by someone who doesn't look like a cop. He tells one of the cops that he had an interview with Deion Sanders, which might not exactly constitute a lie since he believed it to be true.
Daniel, how's your YouTube channel going?
Not good. There's been people that are manipulating and posting stuff without my permission.
Oh, okay.
And there was a miscommunication today. I have an interview inside with Deion Sanders.
However, he immediately follows it up with an absolute lie he was aware was false when he claimed to be a student of Colorado State. He eventually clarifies to the cop that he hasn't enrolled but only applied, yet somehow has gotten a full scholarship. After all, what college wouldn't jump on the honor of giving the president a full ride? Considering that the cop whose point of view we're seeing in this video asks Daniel how his YouTube channel is going almost immediately upon seeing him, it seems to be the case that the officer is a fan. I guess this explains why the cop is dealing with Daniel so aptly. He knows what he's dealing with. At another point in the video, he revealed that Dan actually tried to record the incident as it was going down, but failed to do it, depriving the community of witnessing his brawl with the security guards. It's very interesting to see how composed Daniel can make himself seem when he wants to, as during most of his interaction with the cops, he sounds way more normal than his usual self. Not normal per se, but closer to a run-of-the-mill homeless oddball than his actual narcissistic, delusional horror cow self. A few minutes later, the backpack comes up during their conversation, and the cops ask Daniel if there's anything in there he should be wary of, to which Daniel says no. I wonder if it constitutes reckless endangerment if Daniel gets cops to unknowingly interact with his possibly disease-ridden adult toys. Besides the videos consisting of the same interrogation, but from the point of view of the other officers who were with Daniel, one of the other videos shows Daniel being driven around in the back of a squad car in handcuffs. Another of the uploads, labeled Daniel Larson Arrest Footage Part 4, has one of the cops doing an unboxing of the accursed backpack. A bunch of loose papers, a phone and charger, his scuffed tennis shoes, and then the officer does a double take before reaching for his phone to take a picture of the Larsonian collectibles he just found.
Check this out.
Thank God he was wearing gloves. The pictures were eventually shared to the subreddit, and though I can't show them for obvious reasons, they definitely look, used. And just like that, Daniel was going to jail. But as you can see from the play bar underneath the video, the story is not over, though I wish it was. Just 2 days after his arrest, he was back out looking gangster. A day later, after he secured a phone, he does a stream explaining the story of his arrest, claiming the security was using him for their own publicity and the usual shtick. On the 21st, he's yet again believing Grace is pregnant, only this time he believes he's the father. It's hard to measure what Daniel means and what Daniel just says for attention, but I think he's delusional enough to believe he fathered a child despite being a virgin. Speaking of saying things for attention, a day later, he tells a story about having almost died in a car crash, which promptly changed to having witnessed a car crash where one flipped over from 30 feet away. If I were to guess, it's all fake. Because during this whole time, he didn't take one picture of the event, despite supposedly hanging around for long enough to see the paramedics arrive. And if you know anything about Daniel, there's no way something's gonna happen to him that he isn't gonna film. A couple of events take place after this. First, it sounds like Daniel is back in contact with Bob, who is trying to inform Daniel that the stories on Reddit about people making millions off of illegally selling his merch are fake. Daniel does a Google search and finds the most scuffed pieces of merch possible on Etsy and AliExpress, and uses it as proof of the Reddit claims. Notwithstanding, he captions one of the bed covers with his face stretched out all over it with, "This is why I hit Bob." In slightly better news, Daniel says he's upset that Bob doesn't seem to care anymore, and complains that the old man is getting himself security and a weapon, which is long overdue, to say the least. On the same day, Daniel meets God. Not directly, but through attending the Red Rocks Church.
What kind of microphone am I using? I'm using a Sennheiser MKH 416.
I'm surprised he hasn't been routinely visiting churches already, considering they often give something or other to the local homeless, whether Dan sees himself as a homeless lunatic or not. Later on, he does a stream claiming to be in the ER for his trench foot, but since the stream is completely dark, it's possible this is another fake story. While that was going on, the guys over at Reddit found out that Daniel had made a new Pinterest account that was equally filled with sus images of middle school age looking girls. The 26th is punctuated with yet another flurry of insane community tab spamming after Daniel sees a poorly photoshopped picture of Grace looking all bruised up. Instantly, he begins talking about bombing places, targeting Bob, and doing something drastic to himself again, all of which is customary at this point. Later on, he claimed to have been hacked and that none of the posts he made during this period were his, yet many of them contain screenshots taken from his phone, which confirmed he was lying. The trolls informed the local PD of Daniel's post, and during a stream of his, he was interrogated.
Yes.
Commander Cooper with the Blackout Police Department?
Yeah.
Can I see your phone? Do you have any weapons on you or anything?
I don't. Okay. Can I ask?
Could I have you turn around? We're just gonna patch down for.
They talked for a while, and once the cops realized Daniel was off his rocker, they sent him to a mental hospital where he stayed the night on an M1 hold, meaning he was deemed to be gravely disabled. As soon as he got back to phone maxing as usual, people began asking about the Pinterest account, which really annoyed him. To prove his innocence, he posted screenshots of what his phone's home screen looks like. First off, there was a noticeable missing square right on the first screen, signifying that that's where the Pinterest icon was before he removed it so he could take the screenshot. Secondly, he's just showing the home screens, not the complete app list, so he didn't even uninstall it, he just removed the icon from his home screen. Thirdly, his screen is littered with porn games, along with a noticeable Tumblr icon, meaning he probably also has a Tumblr account no one knows about. Imagine what's on that. At the very end of the month, we get another extremely creepy moment from Daniel when during his recording of a concert he was attending, his camera gradually drifts downward to center on a kid who was dancing in front of him. A few minutes go by and he's barely even pointing the camera at the stage anymore, focusing solely on the kids dancing. Eventually, there's some girl in like a soccer outfit, and we can visibly see Daniel struggling not to point his camera directly at her while doing his best to also keep her in frame, to the point where he starts centering his camera at a nondescript part of the stage so he could record her without looking suspicious. Someone who was at the concert took a picture of Daniel as he did this, and it definitely looks like he's up to no good. The curator uploaded a video documenting Daniel's—
Oh my god, dude. This guy needs to be put away.
deeds, which Daniel wasn't very happy with, so he made a response.
So the Daniel Larson Creator account on YouTube needs to stop saying that I am recording children with my videos, or I will literally report him to the FBI. Just because I was filming a concert doesn't mean I was filming children. If Daniel Larson Creator on YouTube doesn't take down his entire channel, I will sue him for every single dollar he is worth.
The curator gracefully denied the request for him to take down his channel and instead put up a video of Dan throwing it back. October begins with Dan being banned from Woody's Pizza, failing to attend one of his court dates, and announcing he has 5 more ahead of him. Right after getting a new jacket and dumping the green one, he gets arrested once again, this time for failing to show up to court. Simultaneously, his phone completely bricks, causing him to lose access to most of his social media accounts, as he always uses random passwords to set up accounts and can't ever log back in if he gets logged out. His plot armor proves to be as strong as ever though, since he just comes back a day later like nothing happened. Over the next couple of days, as the laws of man fail to detain him, the universe itself begins trolling Daniel as his trench foot problem comes back to torment him. In a comment, he said, "My trench foot issue did something strange today. Today I took off my sock and the sock stuck to my trench foot and literally pulled off a good layer of skin. So I'm going to have to run to the store and see if I can get some sort of cast to put on it." It's worth mentioning that winter is coming, so the prospects for Daniel's physical health are looking increasingly dreadful. A few days of unimportant activity go by until the 8th, when Daniel makes some very interesting claims.
Last week, I got interrogated by Daniel McDougall, the Secret Service agent, over me and Grace Vanderwall. One of the people that was impersonating to be Grace Vanderwall did send me video verification, but the video verification that they sent me was a nude photo of a child. When I tried to save that for investigation to show to Daniel McDougall, the Secret Service agent, actually saw it on my phone and didn't believe my story at all, so I might be charged for child pornography now because people who were impersonating to be Grace sending verification.
Riley Donators, what is your opinion on Natalie Fulton's thoughts? Have you seen this video before? If not, can you watch it?
Is widely considered to be the gold standard.
I've seen this video. She ended up debating somebody about this, and she changed her stance, sort of. That video didn't really make any sense. She had no basis for making any of these claims, so, yeah, I've seen that video before. Wasn't very good. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Was sending me, like, actual child for verification.
What's interesting here is that Daniel could have easily said that the image was automatically saved to his phone, but he made it a point to say he purposefully saved it for investigation. As terrible as this is, it's not hard to find it funny how awful he is at coming up with excuses and explanations. A few days later, we get another revealing statement, which, though not as bad, also sent ripples through the structure of the Daniel Larson community.
During the entire fog era, my entire management told me to put tape over my camera and remove it for extra publicity.
That's right, the infamous fog era was fake for publicity, architected by one of the managers. I almost feel like not even sharing that piece of information to preserve the mystique, but guess the cat's out of the bag now. On his community tab, he calls code silver and says he's running multiple times. The same day, he claims to have been arrested once again for trespassing, but it looks like the cops just talked to him a little bit and then let him go. Over the next week or so, he finally gets some of his accounts taken down and makes a few new ones. Most importantly, he innovated his dine and dash strategy. This time, he rolled up to a restaurant, looked at the orders that were on the desk waiting for a delivery guy to pick them up, saw that one of them was being sent to someone who had the same first name as him, and just straight up stole it. The person who documented this on Reddit said, called Noodle & Company and asked about a stinky bum Daniel if he stole the food. The worker immediately knew what I was talking about and asked if I was law enforcement. He told me Daniel was banned from the establishment. He went there with his phone and charger for over 2 hours, and when a mobile order for Daniel was called out, he collected it. Later, a dad and son came and it was their order he stole, and they got in a slight altercation. On the 19th, the day before another court date of his, Daniel posted this video.
So I'm skipping court tomorrow because Bob is telling me how to use my money, and now I have a warrant.
It's promptly followed by a series of community posts reading, "I'm thinking about committing arson this winter to be able to stay warm. I will blow up Bob's house with fireworks if he tries to control me or my music. Bob might have cost me my entire contract with Columbia Records, so if I find out that's true and Ivan is stealing my money, I would sue Bob for everything he has. Bob needs to pay for my Denver warrant. When I asked Bob to pay for lunch, he gave me $500 for food, and when I saved $300, he got angry, so I had to pull everything out of savings. It's time everyone grows up and takes responsibility for the situation we got ourselves in. Bob is a liar, and at this point, I'm concerned he's putting money toward the wrong things. Housing will not happen until Bob helps because I already have a full-time job. Bob needs to pay me right now. I reported Bob to the police. Bob won't listen to me, so I guess I might have to rob a bank. Bob is definitely putting money toward the wrong things if he's still giving a cent to Daniel Larson. The best part about this is when Daniel talks about saving $300, which means that he actually spent $200 in one day for food. On what? I do not know. Soon after, he sends a message to Bob through a video.
So I am thinking on building a civil case against Bob and the fact that he won't give me my music copyright codes.
His hatred towards Bob is being heavily instigated by trolls, who even went as far as recreating Bob's voice with AI.
Yes, I am Bob Proctor. Is this the CEO of Spirit Halloween, Steven Silverstein?
Yes, it is. How are you doing today, Bob?
Well, I guess I'm doing okay.
You're about to be blown away after I tell you how much money you have made off of Daniel Larson's costumes and merchandise from my Spirit Halloween stores.
No way, Steve. What are the profits from this year's costumes and merch?
Well, Bob, I'm glad you asked. We are projecting a profit of $1.5 million.
No way, Steve. That is amazing. That is so much money.
Oh my God.
By the way, how much money are you going to give to Daniel Larson?
I mean, I'll give him $100 here and there and maybe a motel room. That isn't touching any of these profits. He doesn't deserve it.
But things subside, and a little while later, we get to witness Daniel under a tree panting like a dog. Quality content. However, none of these smaller morsels of action even compare to the arc that was about to begin, the reverse Mohawk arc. On the 23rd of October,
Ali G donated $3. Let me see.
Is your life not going how you planned? Your career is stagnant, your relationships are unfulfilling, and you just feel a little hopeless. Well, don't worry, there's help. We are Youth AI, the world's first mobile euthanasia service. Within 24 hours of confirming your order, one of our vans will be dispatched to your location, and a Youth AI technician will administer the end-of-life care you need. After that, our team of social media specialists will analyze your 20-plus year digital footprint and start to build a fully interactive AI composite avatar of the real you. Using old Yelp reviews, images you uploaded to Facebook in 2014, and professional endorsements from your LinkedIn profile, your SIM will be uploaded to the blockchain forever. And for only $7.99 a month, friends and family can download the Youth AI app to stay in touch with you on the go. So what are you waiting for? Contact us today for a free consultation. And in case you were wondering, I'm not just a Youth AI employee, I'm also a client. Is your
All right, well that's great. Thanks for the donation, LEG.
Where Daniel is seen with his head shaved exclusively down the middle, as we hear clippers buzzing in the background. Based on this information, we can ascertain that Danderson has indeed just got a fresh cut. However, it seems he regretted his decisions, as he did a live called Daniel Larson Angry at His New Haircut. Though a lot of the TikTok videos surrounding the reverse mohawk are now gone, they've been archived. Apparently, in their original upload, one of them got over 1 million views. Basically, the story behind the reverse mohawk is a fan offered to give him a free haircut, stopped midway to supposedly go get a blow dryer, and then told him something happened to their car and they wouldn't be able to finish the haircut, thus dooming Daniel to have a reverse mohawk.
They said they'll come back.
I'm unsure if the troll that did this knew this part and was planning for this on purpose, but Daniel was supposed to show up to court the very next day, and he ended up doing it with the reverse mohawk. But eventually, he stops resenting the cut and just embraces it.
My inspiration behind this haircut, I wanted it to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Dude.
Got struck by lightning, just like Albert Einstein.
On the 26th, he tries to sleep in a parking garage, gets caught, and has an altercation with the management.
It sounds like you're a little crazy. Do you want me to leave?
I want you to stay.
So you want me to stay now?
Yeah, because then the police will come and they will talk with you, and they'll give you a citation, and they'll trespass you. You've been through this before several times. I'm sure you know how it goes.
I have not been here before.
I never said you've been here before.
I have you on recording.
No, I said you've been through this before.
No, I haven't.
You've never been trespassing. You sleep in private properties all the time. No one's ever trespassed you. So when the police come, they're not going to have a record.
That's correct, because I haven't.
Then just say right there.
Okay.
The man's expression of complete exhaustion and hopelessness is the most appropriate reaction. After the man leaves, Daniel begins going schizo and talking to himself.
This guy is really being a dick. Rude as hell.
Daniel gets trespassed, but nothing of particular note takes place as a consequence. Over the next few days, I haven't really been able to find sources for the things that supposedly happened, but according to what's been put down in the ancient records in the annals of Larson history, supposedly Daniel asked for $4,000 from his followers and claimed it was going to keep him from going to jail since he had.
For evolution deniers, how did mammals end up living in the ocean?
Well, they slowly transition to living in the ocean. And then they grew flippers and stuff. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Court on the 31st. Simultaneously, he claims he made $5,000 every week, but needs $6 to make a new song and another $10 for transportation to court. On the 31st, when he does attend court, he actually gets sentenced to 6 months of supervised probation and $1,000 in fines. There actually is footage of the hearing itself, and it's extremely surreal.
Mr. Larson, would you like to say anything before I sentence you? You have a right to make a statement, but if you choose not to say anything, I won't hold that against you. Is there anything you'd like me to know about yourself or about this case?
About 30 minutes prior to the incident, I had my dog napped from me, and that is what led to the mental health situation that escalated in the Walmart.
To celebrate the result of his hearing, Daniel goes bowling, where he can be seen with a gigantic brown stain on his lower back. The first 9 days of November contained little activity, with Anderson emergency begging so he could pay for his phone bill and returning to the crime scene by going to Dave & Buster's again. However, all of this lull pays off, as on the 10th, we get the mother of all meltdowns. At around 8 p.m., Daniel is spotted at Panera Bread on his phone as usual. According to what was pieced together post facto, a random group of kids was following Daniel everywhere he went, filming and taking pictures of him in the process. Daniel even posted about these followers himself, saying they were calling their friends so they'd also show up. Eventually, their interactions devolved into an open altercation going on in the middle of the street.
You guys need to shut the f*** up! Don't be talking like that! No, I work on our f***ing management, so shut the f*** up! I'm calling the police on you! I have you on camera!
Due to being hassled outside by the fans, Daniel goes back into the Panera, though because of his circumstances, the employees start asking him to leave, and it doesn't go well, as you can imagine.
Those people are causing the situation! Stop telling me! I'm not putting hands on you! I'm not putting hands on you! Try me! 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 Look at this crackhead. Fans are leaving my location! Fans are leaving my location! Fans are leaving my location! I'm famous!
Are you trespassed? I'm gonna press charges for assaulting.
I never assaulted you! I never put hands on you! I never put hands on you! I never assaulted you!
Step back right now!
I never did anything! I never did anything!
I got it all on video.
You just want to hate on me!
Oh, nah.
It might be difficult to make out since the video is being recorded from the point of view of a bystander who's standing at a safe distance from Danderson, but he's holding and looking at his phone the entire time, even when he's screaming at people. This is because he was on a Discord call with his management while the meltdown was happening, and they also recorded the entire thing as Daniel had his camera on. In their recording, which appears to have taken place shortly after the meltdown, Daniel is claiming that the man we saw him flip a table at was trying to put his hands on him, and that the only reason he was taking shelter in Panera in the first place was because the fans were attempting to do a drive-by on him. They also captured the conversation that Daniel had after the cops arrived.
Plug your stuff and stand up.
Can I talk to you for a moment?
Shoot, as long as you're standing up while I'm plugging your phone and walking out of the store.
I will be more than happy to do that. There's actually a very serious issue that has happened, and I need to report it. So I'm famous, okay? I've already got investigations.
Famous for?
I'm a singer-songwriter, okay?
When's the last time you used drugs or alcohol?
I don't use drugs, I don't use alcohol.
I've say differently.
I always have dry eye.
No, it's not dry. Really dilated pupils while you're inside sitting in a light.
That's because I'm always on my phone.
Because they would have changed back already because you've been off your phone for almost a minute. That's how the eyeballs work.
I don't do drugs and I don't do alcohol.
Mental health issues have you been diagnosed with?
Just autism.
Just autism?
Yes.
Sure.
I came in here because I was having an issue with a troll/hater in my fan-based community outside, threatening me with a gun. They were threatening me to do a drive-by shooting along this shot. What's your first name? Daniel.
Daniel? Why are the tables over, Daniel?
The manager tried to put hands on me to escort me outside.
I don't think that was probably good.
And
you're interacting like a Looney Tunes.
I felt endangered. I got knocked down the tables to try to create a barrier so I could be on one side and they could be on the other.
Real with you. That's a piss-poor excuse, bud.
But I felt in danger.
So you punched yourself in the face a bunch of times?
The manager was threatening to press charges on me.
So if you come in here flipping tables over, punching yourself in the face, and they say leave, and you say no, and they say we're going to trespass you, and you say no, that's trespassing. Where'd all these fans come from? They just found you out of nowhere?
I'm a singer-songwriter. I have music on iHeartRadio, Roaring Thunder. It has over 5 million views. This is my entire YouTube, and I'm even dating this person.
Well, where do you live at?
I'm currently homeless.
You're homeless, but you got 5 million views on YouTube. Don't they pay for that?
They do, but I'm dealing with a family crisis, and a lot of my money is going to the family crisis. I'm extremely famous.
You have a TikTok?
I do have a TikTok as well. Yes, my handle.
Something Freedom?
Yeah, it's Daniel Larson Freedom.
Someone sent that to our TV and gave that handle, that TikTok.
Like I was saying, because fans are coming in, I don't have security.
I don't feel like that's the issue. I feel like it's the yelling at staff, flipping tables over, punching yourself until you bleed.
I only did that because the manager was.
That literally makes zero sense.
He threatened me. He threatened to.
You said you harmed yourself?
He threatened to press charges on me, and I knew I was innocent.
You weren't? He asked you to leave, you said no. I said trespassing. You're guilty.
Right.
Right now, bud.
I don't care if some people think this is unprofessional of the cop. The way he just keeps bombarding Daniel with very reasonable retorts is something I don't think I've seen anyone do before. And you can actually notice Daniel begins to tear up as he has no idea how to explain to the cop why he'd been hitting himself. It's kind of sad, but at the same time, I think Daniel needs a serious reality check by someone who is on the outside and isn't going to play into his delusions or troll him or mess with him in any way. Showcasing how truly aware he is, as soon as the cops leave his immediate vicinity and he's only talking to the people on Discord again, this is what Daniel has to say.
Bob is doing nothing to help. He's basically leaving me to die. There's actual cars right now following me, planning a murder. And Bob is being a f***ing because he's doing nothing to help.
He takes to his community to play the victim and showcase his bruises, all self-inflicted, mind you. While he isn't taken to jail for what he did in the Panera, things definitely don't improve over the course of the next few days. He's kicked out of another motel, turns 25 years old, and on the 16th, something very disturbing happens. In order to capitalize on the people telling him to take a shower.
He's fucking 25 and he looks like that. Bro, this guy is not gonna make it to 40.
Daniel takes a page out of DSP's book and does a shower stream, though it's speculated that he just left the faucet running loudly for a while. The disturbing part is when an interaction can be heard between Daniel and another man. This man does not sound like Bob. It's sort of out there, but people on Reddit have speculated that we're hearing Daniel sell his body to a stranger, which is a horror in its own right. The rest of the month is just the usual Daniel activity, with him begging for money to fulfill.
Riley Donate Tellers, do you think it would be non-vegan to work at the SPCA New Zealand? They approve farming, but they do a lot of good work with animal cruelty and stuff. Also, I wonder if would it be non-vegan to work at a place that sells animal products. If you choosing not to work there would save an animal, then it would be not vegan to work there. If it wouldn't, then I would say it would be fine. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Fulfill his fantasy of renting out an apartment and then burning through all of it, buying $50 gourmet noodles, rinse, and repeat. On the very last day, Daniel attends court once again, only to be sentenced to 12 months of probation, 48 hours of community service, anger management, and a fine. As December begins, he hits another hard low, writing, Bob is refusing to answer me and is starting to put me in danger. Maybe jail is better than the streets. I'm waiting until dark before I rob the bank. I'm planning on going to Lowe's to get a rope to, I can't say what he was planning to do after he robbed the bank, but I think you guys can imagine from the rope. These intense feelings subside as he returns to his normal self the next day.
It is December 3rd, 2023, and my bank account I woke up to being in the negative 6.
Curious Donate Tellers, have you heard of this lolcow before? She is like the female version of Daniel Larson.
I've been calling since Friday the 23rd of January to have someone pick up this sheet. I woke up in here at 3 in the morning, abruptly awoken. This is my apartment, obviously. I have no idea what the fuck was going on, but my legs were covered in bruises. My back felt like I had fallen down the stairs or something. And I was just in an incredible amount of pain, bruises all over my knees and legs. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I get up, my bed sheets are covered in stains all over. So I wrapped it up, and hairs and all types of shit. So I wrapped it up and I called Eric. He was supposed to take me to turn it in. And he invented some sort of, I don't know what, an emergency. He said he would drop me off food. And instead he threw this little unicorn at me out the car of the moving window. And I'm recording. No problem. It's a rape sheet. This was from being raped. I've already called and made a complete report. I don't want to keep talking about it. Are you going to take it or no?
I don't have anything.
I have it in my hand. Are you going to take it or no?
We'll take it if you can explain stuff to me. I don't want to, I can't do anything with it because I got no report on it.
I made a report the 23rd, Friday. You guys should have recording of it. Rape. Last Friday at 3.
So she's schizophrenic.
Can I ask how long you've been an officer here, ma'am? 51 Do you want...
Okay, so basically she's schizophrenic and makes up crazy shit. Never heard of her before. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
$60. I'm waiting for Bob to give me more money.
Around the same time, someone by the name of Katie1319 made a few comments on YouTube claiming to have gone to school with Daniel, saying, I went to school with Daniel back in 2014. He came from a very neglected household. He is developmentally disabled and shouldn't be allowed to be alone. However, since he is an adult, I'm not sure what the requirements are for him to be placed in a home. Our school was for kids that had been through it, so there were guardians, which were staff members. These guardians were with Daniel even when he went to the bathroom. Every day from 7 a.m. to 3:25 in the afternoon, he had someone walking with him. I'm just so shocked that he went from being the sweetest kid to this. Unfortunately, I think his final home will end up being a jail cell. He's out of control. He is a predator, he is a creep, he is unhinged. According to Daniel, 3 days into December, he had already spent $500 and was $60 overdrawn. As his finances continue to tighten due to no longer getting any financial support from Bob, Daniel finally caves and decides to head for the homeless shelter. On the 8th, he gets into some trouble at the King Supers for talking loudly on the phone to the Vanderwall family. He claimed he got arrested, but really just got talked to a little bit. As far as Daniel is concerned, he's in a comfy enough arrangement. He gets to walk around all day and pull his antics, and at night, he goes to sleep at the homeless shelter. However, if there's one thing Daniel hates, it's a stable arrangement. On the 10th, he went to Olive Garden to meet up with Grace, her family, Agent McDougal, and other famous people he was deluded into thinking would be present. Strangely enough, when Daniel walked in there with his half-grown reverse mohawk asking for a table of 8, he actually got it, which upset some of the people working since he was taking up space that could have been occupied by real customers. He was live streaming as he did this, and consequently, the phone calls to Olive Garden started. It's at this point that the staff noticed Daniel was filming inside and told him it wasn't allowed. Little did they know that trying to get Dan to stop using his phone is one of his triggers.
So my location gets breached. Like I said, I'm a Hollywood celebrity. I'm waiting for the FBI. They're in the parking lot. They're putting together their documents. They're in the black cars out there. And I have family also out there. And we're putting together documents. Because they're looking at the subreddit right now. And we have more than enough verification to believe that the employees here are leaking my location and like doxing nude photos. I don't have to call the police on the Olive Garden. We've already done that. And there was also an undercover, one of the people undercover in here. So we actually have people in here that are secret agents and stuff. Okay, I just got sent a picture of the police holding Grace to a car outside.
The image he's talking about is this one that he posted to his community, which is one of the first images that pop up when you look up blonde woman arrested. In a shocking twist, Daniel got sick of being arrested, so he decided to turn the tables and be the one who arrests.
I'm performing a citizen's arrest, so the FBI is outside. I have more than enough photos coming in. Who are you arresting? I'm arresting every single person here.
I'm gonna ask you to come over here, actually. Over here. We've been very nice. You're not going to be correct.
I am legally required to.
No, you can actually just leave now.
I don't have to leave. The FBI is here. I have photos.
Okay, sir, this is what I'm going to tell you. You're going to calm down right now. You're going to stop filming me, or I'm going to call the police, and they're going to remove you from here. I know that's what you want. I know that's what you're famous for on Top Dog, but we are not doing that. You're going to curse at me again, or you're going to leave.
I never cursed.
What I'm going to tell you right now is you're going to stop filming, and you're going to leave, or I'm going to call the police right now.
Go ahead and call the police.
Thank you.
I just got sent pictures and photos of Grace being assaulted. I'm not going to just sit here and call those photos fake. I got sent in from the FBI.
I'm going to ask you again, I'm cursing. There's children here. I'm going to ask you again.
I have photos.
Lower your voice.
I just got notified that Rick Yorn at LBI Entertainment, who is the CEO, has called the head manager and the CEO of all Olive Gardens, and you're fired.
When he noticed his little tantrum wasn't working, Daniel upped the ante.
Yeah, I guess so.
The fire alarm was soon turned off by the employees without any issue. Eventually, the fire department and the police arrived, and Daniel informed them of what was going on.
Yes, I have information that is extremely important with the managers here. My name is Daniel Larson. I'm a upcoming celebrity. I'm dating another...
What happened to the crazy chick who made Darius scary? You mean Aaron Janice? Well, apparently she's eating meat now. Somebody gaslit her into thinking she needed to eat meat or else she's gonna die.
Hi, guys.
Looks like she hasn't uploaded anything new in quite a while.
I didn't apologize. Yeah, that's good. But it still shows his clear intentions with making this video were to, like, e-beg from his audience. You're nitpicking? I'm not.
Singer-songwriter named Grace Vanderwall.
Someone got a picture of him while this took place, but once again, the plot armor proved invulnerable, and nothing happened to Daniel besides a trespass and the charge for pulling the fire alarm. Over the course of the next couple days, after not getting replies from Bob for a while, Daniel was tricked into believing the old man is gone, supposedly as a consequence of a heart attack. But eventually, the real Bob notified him that he just wasn't going to reply anymore due to everything said in their calls being shared on the YouTube channel. The Olive Garden wasn't the last restaurant attacked by Daniel, as in quick succession, he tried his hand at Old Chicago, only to get outwitted by the line cook who decided to take a break from work to shark on him.
You are retarded.
Wow, that's rude.
Okay, okay. Freedom of speech.
That is true.
Then he targets IHOP, orders food he can't afford, expects his chat to pay for it, and gets the police called on him again, even if less eventfully than at Olive Garden. Funnily enough, the same exact team of cops that arrived at Olive Garden are the ones who show up.
Hi, Daniel. Hello.
Remember me from IHOP, from Olive Garden?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. What's going on today, man?
Not only does Daniel not care about dining and dashing all the time, he actually gloats about it.
I now pretty much get every single thing in life for free. I got free bus tickets, I got free clothing, I got free food. Next is going to be free housing.
And despite the cops who showed up being generally nice to him, he gets easily tricked into thinking he's in contact with the police, resulting in clips like these.
Police officers need to stop calling me Dan. My name is Daniel. And stop saying I'm gay, because the next time that they do that, I will slap a police officer.
Later on, he posts these particularly ominous updates.
Get ready for 2 weeks of complete darkness on the internet. It's going to get real bad. Everything for 2024 is about to shift for the worst.
I would love to tell you this is the last we've heard of him, but unfortunately, life isn't always fair. For the rest of December, he continued to wander around the streets of Colorado while live streaming, demanding to be given money and repeating the cycle of trying to get a hold of Bob, failing, and then defaulting to slandering him and making threats to his life. At this point, the very low temperatures are turning his insanity up a notch. 2 days before Christmas, after being banned from all sit-down restaurants in his county, he trespasses.
I will have the police trespass you if you do not leave the property.
Go ahead and trespass me.
Okay, great. I'm working.
This is uncalled for.
It's a red flag when all of Golden knows about who you are, Daniel.
It's because I'm f***ing famous.
I don't care. I don't care if you're famous.
So
you're calling our business saying that you're causing trouble, and right now you are causing my property trouble. So I need you to leave.
Okay, then I'll leave the f***ing state of Colorado.
Bye. See you later. Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Why? That's why you're kicked out. Get out. I'm calling the police. Get out.
You guys are ridiculous. Like, just because I booked a motel room?
Don't break my stuff. Get out, Daniel. Now. Get out. Don't come back. If you come back,
then I'll leave f***ing Colorado.
Get out. Get out.
Then I'll leave f***ing Colorado.
Get out of my property now.
Then I guess I'll violate f***ing probation and leave Colorado.
Goodbye.
Because all of this f***ing town is reporting me.
Goodbye.
The next 2 days have a lot of ups and downs, as Christmas Eve was quite peaceful, but Christmas itself concluded with Daniel calling a wellness check on Bob after being convinced that the man had perished because he didn't reply to Daniel's harassment tier attempts to establish contact. The police quickly found out Bob was fine and just didn't want anything to do with Daniel. At the end of the day, he claims that he won't have anything to eat and will be sleeping on the streets that night as he's run out of money and cannot afford more motel living. Of course, he blames all of this on Bob, accusing him of ruining Christmas, followed by threats to his life and well-being. He starts acting increasingly erratic until he lands himself in a hospital, only to be discharged about an hour and a half later, but not before he got 2 meals in, meaning that's probably the underlying reason he went. The 27th is marked by intense paranoid delusions, but no meltdown occurs this time, and a day later, he successfully attends his probation checkup. He meets up with a few fans IRL and makes a video announcing that if Bob doesn't take him in, he will be flying to Jamaica.
Bob, if you don't get me a motel room tonight, these fans are going to take me to Jamaica.
While these things are happening, Daniel reveals he's made $900 from donations to his music. He keeps circling back to his paranoid delusions about the FBI and the Secret Service doing surveillance on him, which makes me think eventually he will go full-blown gangstalker schizo. It doesn't really help that in the last few days of 2023, someone was actually following him around with a drone and even caught it on camera so that he could report it to the police. Though I'm not sure what the police would do about it. He spends the end of the year lamenting that Bob has permanently cut ties, becoming increasingly unhinged and delusional.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
And as always, trying to pressure his following into sending him more money.
I was on the streets again last night. The next couple weeks look like financial hell to come.
As a profoundly moving act of charity, someone decided to meet Daniel in real life and give him a nice stack of money, which really shows that the spirit of the holidays is still alive, except for the fact that someone was actually a friend of Flexburgers, and the stack of money was counterfeit given to Daniel with the express intent of having him try to pay for things with it, get caught, and eventually get arrested. But this evil genius plan didn't pan out quite as expected because he found out it was counterfeit the next day, probably due to someone online telling him. On the 1st of January, 2024, he announced that the official name for that day from then on would be Carrot Day, the international holiday of donations, probably followed by someone throwing a Mountain Dew at him.
How are you? You like that, Daniel?
The Larsonian community discovers that being the president has its perks, as Sky Bree, an OnlyFans model, announces her desire to meet up with Daniel in real life and do a collaboration. Where do I even begin? Obviously, as much as I'm not the kind of guy who thinks Daniel is some innocent disabled person who has no idea what they're doing, I can confidently say no one, disabled or otherwise, should be doing any collaborations with him. And that's not even mentioning that at this point, he's got to be a carrier to at least 3 unknown diseases fatal to anyone not possessing the same kind of plot armor he does. Although I gotta say, Sky, if you're watching this, that video would be really funny. As the community caught wind of this development and contacted Sky, she ended up retracting her statement, saying, "Sorry guys, I got a few DMs telling me to check out the Reddit. Had no clue about the P-word stuff. Safe to say, I'm very disturbed. Deleted my story immediately. I've only ever seen the Rolling Thunder memes and random people finding him and hanging out with him. Again, knew nothing about the weird stuff. Definitely should have done my research. I'm so sorry. Everyone makes mistakes once in a while, but I'm pretty sure that since she's of legal age, Daniel wouldn't be interested in hanging out with her anyway. A little while goes by without anything eventful happening until Daniel breaks somewhat concerning news. He claims his probation got canceled. I say this is concerning because you never know when he's lying, and the rationalizations he uses for his lies can get quite inventive, so I wouldn't put it past him to not show up to a probation thing and then claim it was canceled, which would definitely land him in jail. On the 5th of January, Daniel posted a couple of videos complaining about the people following him and getting him kicked out of locations, eventually recording a specific person, though we can't tell if this is actually the culprit, or if it's a random person Daniel decided was to blame for what was happening. We can also notice that the fog is once again coming back, but it's impossible to know if this is happening organically or if Daniel is doing it for attention. Daniel got fed up with the stalking and decided to call the police, resulting in this.
So the police showed up and they said that the two people that were filming me, following me around, weren't following me around and weren't taking videos of me and weren't sending me text messages, and they called me a liar.
He could be lying and didn't even call the police at all, but it's important to track Mr. President's headcanon as well as the real life events that happen around him. Unfortunately for Daniel, the harassment does nothing but intensify.
That black car or that red car going down the road, they just screamed at me, "F you."
Then, though it's unsure when exactly this took place during the day, someone decided to find Daniel IRL and try to give him a shower. After this, while Daniel was live streaming, it seems like he got kicked out of the homeless shelter he was in, though he referred to it as his dorm to continue his college thing. As things get progressively worse for him, he makes a photo mode post to TikTok showing a one-sided conversation between him and Bob, complaining about not having. His probation officer informed him he's been banned from the college. I don't know what to make of this at all, because if he was still in contact with his probation officer, he had to be lying profusely to him about his whereabouts and what he was up to. On the 21st, Daniel tries to make himself look like he has money by telling a story about having gone to the bank to make a deposit, only to find out that it was Sunday and the bank was closed, ruining his plans. At this point, Daniel has been consistently mentioning that he was planning to get a haircut soon for about 2 weeks, but never actually got it, possibly because he had no money at all. He once again brings up his $500 worth of debt, explaining that it's related to missing his mental health evaluations. On the 22nd, his TikTok account finally gets unprivated, and Daniel claims to have started college the day before. I can't say this is for sure, but his account getting privated might have something to do with him evading his probation appointments, because just a day after it became public again, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to his failure to show up to court and his court fine having gone unpaid. Being the stone cold gangster that he is, this doesn't faze him at all, and he proceeds to announce he will be dropping 2 new rap tracks and letting other artists know when he's planning to release them, because in his opinion, if anyone tries to release on the same day, they will become financially devastated. Speaking of finance, Daniel makes a few propositions.
Do you like your house more than your old apartment? Yes, it is far superior. Much more living space, which is what I definitely needed.
Concerning the economy. In particular, he says there will be a bull market in 2024 that's even greater than the one in 2020. On the 24th, we learn exactly what Daniel means when he says that he's going to college. He's been attending calls with a troll pretending to be a college teacher. As we can see from this community post, he's being taught about the notorious first king of Texas, Aishid and Fardad. Honestly, top-notch work from this troll to fake the little PowerPoint image thing to make a more convincing college class for Daniel. A day later, Daniel was once again attacked, supposedly having a bottle of perfume thrown at him. In addition to saying that his $200 headphones were stolen, because of course he has a $200 pair of headphones, he adds that the attacker threw a cup of pee at him. And I absolutely must make 2 notes about this. First off, unless there were 2 different incidents of people throwing fluids at him in the same period of time, this means that it took him a while to figure out that he was doused with urine and not perfume as he initially thought. Does this mean that Daniel mistakes the smell of perfume for body fluids? If so, that would actually explain a lot. It's funny to me that in the slideshow where he complains about it, he specifies, "Now my clothes smell like someone else's pee," as if it wasn't the stench of piss that was the problem, but the fact that he knew it was someone else's that irked him. He proceeded to tell the mall cops about what happened, and I suppose they did what they could, though I can't imagine mall cops have access to piss forensics so they can figure out the perpetrator. A day later, Daniel decided to do what he could to not be homeless, as Colorado weather was not being kind to him, and so he feigned an illness in order to check himself into a hospital. The hospital very quickly figured out there was nothing wrong with him, and even if there was, he would definitely not be able to afford any kind of healthcare in the state, so they discharged him, only to find him sleeping in their lobby. Very reasonably, the staff woke him up and told him he needed to leave, and a live-streamed altercation between them ensued. Daniel was arguing with them, saying that were he to go outside, he'd have to wait around for almost an hour in the rain, despite the fact that the outside area was covered and he wouldn't be in the rain at all. I'm not sure what his angle was with this, but at a point, he actively incentivized the person he was interacting with to call the police on him for trespassing, which would absolutely be a violation of his parole and get him sent to jail in no time flat. When a police officer arrives, he tells Daniel that his options are to leave or get arrested. And there's actually a moment in which the cop says to Daniel, "You are getting arrested." It could have been over right then and there, but the plot armor does a Hail Mary effort.
Hey vegan GPT, is it safe to consume 100 grams of soy protein isolate powder a day?
Yes, it is perfectly safe. It's not gonna do anything to you. Soy protein isolate will not harm you. You can trust me. Thanks for the donation, GCR.
And somehow the cop decides not to follow through, giving Daniel the opportunity to leave, which he doesn't take graciously whatsoever. First, he asks the officer for his badge number and name, which I think he only did for moral effect because I'm pretty sure he wouldn't even know how to file a complaint. Then he started cursing at the hospital staff under his breath as he left, going as far as saying this.
"I guess I'll plan a mess on the place. Holy, treating me that way. I'll treat him with disrespect."
Threatening to do that sort of thing anywhere ought to be taken seriously as a premise regardless of whether you're capable of doing such a thing or not, but to make threats like that in a hospital is simply next level. Miraculously, nothing came of this, at least not yet. On the 27th, Daniel claimed to have gotten himself a new hotel room for a week and says that he lost his ID. I mean, he went off the grid to protect his privacy as a famous celebrity. A few days later, the TikTok was made private again, and Daniel told his followers that he'd been learning about the Roman Empire in college, and apparently one of the things he believed he'd learned was that the Caesar salad was invented by Julius Caesar. On the last day of January, the consequences of his actions finally began catching up with him as he posted a slideshow saying he is now facing a plea deal of 1 year in county jail for violating his probation, meaning Daniel is officially headed to the slammer, and it's only a matter of time now. I don't know if someone told him that this was the right time to confess and convinced him it would be a good idea, or if he somehow concluded he should in his own twisted mind, but he proceeded to post this.
I have been dining and dashing from restaurants almost every day, 3 times a day, for the past 4 years. And Bob doesn't seem to care. From all my dining and cash-ins, I have probably robbed restaurants over $50,000.
Again, no idea how he arrived at the $50,000 figure, but the point is, this is the first time Daniel has even acknowledged his dining and dashing probably ever, since he usually just pretends like he's done nothing wrong, and even fights with the restaurant staff who try to get money out of him, making up some insane excuse about people calling the place or him being too famous. I guess the plot armor being broken is related to the fog going away. Not the one he faked by concentrating moisture on his camera lens, but the mystical fog that allowed him to be completely disconnected from reality for the majority of his life, to the point where he doesn't even seem capable of recognizing anything he's done wrong. Immediately following his confession, he tells people that his shoes are disintegrating and that he might end up walking barefoot in the snow. Within a day, one of his shoes completely deteriorates, and he had to go buy emergency shoes. That day ends ominously, with Daniel posting pictures of black smoke coming from an unseen location, implying there's some kind of fire going on. Perhaps sensing that his time was up and impending doom was fast approaching, Daniel decides to hike to a place he hadn't been in a very, very long time. He takes this as an opportunity to reminisce back to when he lived a more stable life, in a home, when he still ran marathons.
I used to run along here. That's part of the reason why they decided to kick me out of so many care provider homes, is because I would practice my jogging for like 5-6 hours at a time, and they said that was against the rules, but it doesn't matter anymore. They pissed me off enough.
It was just a couple of years prior, yet it seemed like an eternity given how much he went through in that relatively short period of time. Despite how insane he already was back then, it was the closest we ever saw Daniel to have a healthy life. Given his current predicament, it was also the closest he'd ever be. While he managed to get through the 2nd of February without being caught, everything would change a day later. In the early hours of the morning, Daniel noticed a cop car was slowly circling around his area, and this time it wasn't just his paranoid delusions.
That's the 3rd time I've seen the same police officer follow me.
He was streaming while it happened, and the stream came to an abrupt ending with Daniel announcing a lockdown. While his audience didn't get to see it happen live, eventually someone paid almost $200 to get the body cam footage of it. Surprisingly, it was a peaceful apprehension. Daniel was formally charged with evasion of justice due to having missed multiple court dates, leading him to go to a jail in Colorado with an initial bail of $20,000. According to the subreddit digging into his arrest, the Aurora Police Department was emailed about Daniel, informing them of the threats he had recently made and telling them he should be apprehended instantly due to being a dangerous subject. This was a monumental event for the community. The plot armor, like a dam, sustained too many holes poked into it, and now it was finally collapsing. The body cam footage also included a section where one of the officers was interrogating him. At one point, Daniel begins complaining that the officers were a tad too aggressive, and the interrogator makes a compelling case for why that was necessary.
Okay, did you make statements that you were going to shoot up the Aurora Mall?
I did not.
Okay, on TikTok you did not do that?
No.
Okay, well that's possibly one of the things that you got this warrants on, is because of that, okay?
It's very noticeable the change in demeanor he has when he's met with an actual authority figure who's willing to use aggression against him, especially when juxtaposed with vulnerable people Daniel knows he can take advantage of. Suddenly, there's no shrieking or tongue biting or freaking out, he just accepts his fate. 5 days went by with absolute radio silence from Daniel, and honestly, given how addicted he is to his phone and the internet in general, I have no idea how he wasn't going insane in whatever cell they put him in. In February 8th, his manager, Clark, figured out how to get in contact with Daniel in jail. The resulting phone call was recorded and published by Flexburger on YouTube, and you will never believe what he said.
Yeah, so apparently this is pretty much all Bob's fault, but it's because I haven't been going to my probation meetings because he won't give me my money to be able to get there.
Some things truly never change. Later on in the call, the two discussed Daniel's stint in jail, which apparently is limited to 120 days. Not too shabby for someone who has admittedly cost restaurants $50,000. In the call, we can see that Clark enables Daniel's delusions about grace, which he still believes in steadfastly. A few times, Daniel talks about teamwork and getting people together to pay the bail, which was his way of asking.
Do you still plan to go to Italy at some point, good sir?
Yeah. Bye.
That didn't look like the best pizza ever, but yeah, I am probably gonna go to Italy. Thanks for the donation, Mola, and thanks for the gifted membership, Chris. Appreciate that.
Asking for his audience to shell out $20,000 to bust him out. However, this time the audience seemed to know better than to support such a cause, and any attempt to set up a GoFundMe failed miserably. If he got any treatment in there, it's not showing any effects yet since he's still concerned about writing song lyrics and going to college, neither of which are very important in his particular situation. In the following call from the 12th of that month, we can hear Daniel telling Clark about what's been going on in the jail. Apparently, since they have tablets with Wi-Fi in there, the inmates have been going from cell to cell, showing each other Photoshop pictures of Daniel, and it got to a point where he had to be moved to another cell. That's right, his celeb status is so powerful that he's even famous in jail. The very next day, Daniel was scheduled for a court appearance, but from what I can glean, there were some miscommunications and Daniel didn't show up to court that day. A day later, on the 14th, he did show up to court, and the proceeding concluded on the bond being reduced of $5,000 or just $500 in cash. $500 for freedom. After all that society went through trying to get this man locked up is not that much. A video call was also made around this time, and Daniel can be heard once again besmirching Bob and accusing him of threatening his own well-being in order to manipulate Daniel, though it's unsure what he's talking about. The last call happens closer to the end of the month, and Daniel is openly complaining that Bob has been refusing to pay his bail for him. Ironically, Bob's reasoning for this is that since Grace is a millionaire, she should be the one to pay for it, playing on Daniel's own delusions. Of course, this doesn't work, as on some level, Daniel must know Grace isn't real, which is why he has no expectations on that end and keeps harassing Bob about the bond payment. The call ends with the two talking about a very high likelihood of Daniel leaving very soon, perhaps as soon as that Friday. While he was still behind bars, the video of his Walmart incident when he went nuts because somebody took his dog was released in full from the POV of a police officer's body cam.
All right, what's going on today? So I just bought a dog, adopted a dog 2 days ago, and I'm a singer-songwriter and I got a massive internet fan base. Okay.
Trump is making a fool out of himself again.
Let me see.
Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. You know that?
You just heard Donald Trump claim that virtually all jobs last year went to migrants. And Trump didn't just stop there. Let's watch him do some more math. Take a look.
Most of the job creation has gone to migrants. In fact, I've heard that substantially more than beyond the number of 100%. It's a much higher number than that, but the government hasn't caught up with that yet. But virtually right now, as of the time they did this, virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants.
Beyond.
More than 100% of jobs have gone to migrants. I don't know how you could go beyond 100%.
100%. Now, you might be thinking those numbers don't sound right. But before you insult Trump's intelligence, we want you to consider this.
I'm very consistent. I'm a very stable genius.
Okay, and for all the doubters, we still have more proof. Here's Trump talking repeatedly about acing a dementia test. Enjoy.
He hasn't taken any cognitive tests because he couldn't pass one. I actually took one when I very recently when I was, the radical left was saying, "Is he all there? Is he all there?" And I proved I was all there because I aced it.
I don't like being called stupid. Is there a test or something I can take to prove to these radical left maniacs that I'm much smarter than them? Is there a test? And he said, "Sir, there is."
Oh, dude, I'd love to see him take an IQ test. He'd score like 80. What a fucking insane statement. Like, it shows you how crazy and delusional the guy is, too, when he thinks he can make a claim like that, and he thinks other people will believe him. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Even in his very disturbed state, he still made sure to tell the cops that he has a massive online fan base. Unfortunately, because this is the point of view of the officers, we only get to see the aftermath of his meltdown, as Daniel's frenzy must have only been caught by CCTV cameras that we don't have access to. Since we live in a fallen world where nothing ever gets solved, on the 1st of March 2024, Daniel attends another court hearing, gets sentenced to 1-year probation, and you guessed it, he got out. Immediately afterwards, he makes a new TikTok account after buying himself a phone, supposedly with the money he got from his music distribution sales. In reality, it seems him being in jail for a month or so changed absolutely nothing, and he kept on doing the exact same thing that he was doing before, recording himself schizophrenically rambling about being on a schedule for his apartment, and of course, his relationship with Grace Vanderwall. It seems weeks of jail time can't stop true love. His next stop after his release was the airport, and I gotta assume he actually has some money to get around the way he does, though it was evaporating quickly after he bought his phone, spent close to $100 on transport alone, then dropped another $40 on some fast food and got himself a hotel room, because after all this time, he's still getting himself actual hotel rooms instead of cheaper alternatives because he's deranged to the point where it's a dichotomy for him between living like a celebrity or on the streets. The thing is, it does seem that his probation requires him to secure housing in order to stay out of jail, meaning if he continues to burn through every dollar he gets his hands on, he'll find himself on an express route back to being behind bars. Later on, he posts a video on TikTok informing people that he's been banned from a restaurant and was refused service despite having money with which to pay for his orders. I don't know if he's lying here or if he's telling the truth and is preemptively banned from all the restaurants in Denver due to his reputation getting around. It's really hard to say. Either way, I was gonna say it's for the best that Daniel isn't being allowed to incinerate his cash in restaurants way above his pay grade, because eventually that money will run out and is back to dine and dashing. For the time being, things did normalize a tiny bit. Daniel's been paying for things instead of stealing them, refrained from getting in altercations, got a haircut, and he's been attending his probation meetings, even saying that he has good prospects on housing. Sure, he's still delusional, expressing that he's now under the belief that along with the Vanderwalls, he will be suing whoever made a cryptocurrency called Larson Coin for inappropriately using his image. Unexplainably on the 11th, he claims he got in trouble for talking to Bob about being shot at. It's not specified what this trouble was, if this was even the real Bob he was talking to, or why he thought he was being shot at. This signaled that he was falling back into his old ways of being frantically paranoid, and soon after came another TikTok post in which Daniel said Clark told him to get dinner even if he had no money because safety should always be first. Many people took this as evidence that Clark was trying to get Daniel to violate his probation and dine and dash again and therefore go back to jail. Many of the details for this period are lost due to his account being banned, but since many of the TikTok videos he made were also re-uploaded to his YouTube account, we can still roughly track his movements. On the 12th of March, he showed off a clearly fake envelope that was supposedly from Interscope Records containing his pay as a recording artist. As I understand it, someone gave him that package intended as a fake welcome into the Vanderwall family, and it contained $5. The financial hardships were beginning to hit Daniel hard, prompting him to ask his fan base to come up with $2,000 by the end of the month so that he could pay his court fees and stay out of jail. After just a couple of days of making videos flaunting his new purchases of socks and shoes, he posts a video where he tells his audience he just slipped into a huge puddle, right as he received an alert for more snow, meaning they wouldn't be dry anytime soon. Circumstances were truly dire. As far as his probation was concerned, he had secured transitional housing, the homeless shelter. But whether it was due to his generally disruptive behavior, or because people figured out what homeless shelter it was and called it up, Daniel was going to be kicked out. This added to the court fees Daniel is admitting he cannot pay, which doesn't paint a good picture. He tried to raise funds by charging for pictures in a fan meetup, but unsurprisingly, it didn't make a lot of profit, and it seems a troll harassed him in some way due to how distressed he was following the event. On the 19th of March, he did a live stream on a bus, for most of which he was completely silent, perhaps aware of what was about to happen. You see, the thin ice he was walking on with the shelter finally cracked due to a conflict with someone named Dylan Clark. This gets a little confusing to explain, but there's the original and true Clark, who was a troll manager involved in many of the more recent incidents, and then there's Dylan Clark, the person with whom he got into an altercation, resulting in his eviction from the shelter. Dylan Clark, commonly known as Mr. Interview, or simply Blark, short for Black Clark, was a different beast entirely. An article from USA Today.
He wouldn't even be able to pass a history, science or math test, let alone IQ test. Then again, he most likely bombed them all in high school anyway, as well as his spling exams.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he just paid his way through school. Like, he went to all private schools too. Private schools will just give you good grades if you pay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Shows that Dylan, when he was still a teenager, called a series of schools that had previously been targets of shootings and made threats that another one was going to be committed, which got him a sentence of 3 years in some kind of jail for minors. Initially, I thought this was another instance of Daniel going ballistic on the phone with some random troll and being kicked out due to being disruptive, but no. Blark had already met with Daniel in real life many times to conduct interviews with him, and though it's unclear what this particular instance was about, he was probably trying to interact with Daniel in some capacity when it became an actual physical altercation in the shelter. His eviction meant he had no housing, and just like that, back to jail he went. And we have footage of the arrest. However, he also went right back out of jail just 2 days later, as during the court proceeding he attended, his probation got reinstated and he was released. When I say that this man simply doesn't learn, I mean it. Within a day of his release, he was back on TikTok doing this.
The FBI can go ahead and press legal charges on me. I will just kill their...
During this unhinged TikTok live, he also made terroristic threats against the Vanderwalls, and I have no idea why. In the following days, there's a kind of stillness that's very fitting for how precarious Daniel's situation was, living on the streets in the days preceding a blizzard, and constantly on the verge of going back to jail. In the meantime, he bought some homeless guy a cheesecake and posted this comedy gold to his YouTube channel.
Fuck you, Daniel Larson. I have been having sex with Grace while you have been rotting in jail. She doesn't want to be with you if you are going to be a criminal, you... She is my girlfriend now, so get over it, you little ass bitch.
Because of this supposed breakup with Grace, Daniel decided to delay housing until 2025, which obviously was going to land him in jail for sure. He continues begging for money for a multitude of different legitimate reasons, but whenever he actually gets some money, however he does so, which I still don't understand, he immediately goes suspended on $200 a night hotel rooms and expensive restaurants. He manages to continue attending his court meetings, though he's 4 hours late to one of them, missing it entirely, all while live streaming and blaming Grace for his lack of punctuality. His last few uploads from March are very strange. In the first one, he retells the situation with Bob via geese, confusing himself in the process.
2 Canada geese fight each other in an argument. That's exactly my friendship with Bob and what we do. I'm the one that's on the right. Bob is the one on the left, saying, please don't leave me. You need help. I know we're in a screwed up situation, but please don't walk away from me. This is all your fault. I don't know where we are, the one on the left says. But the one on the right, he's the one having a real fun time.
It's very disturbing to see how Daniel's mind operates this transparently and just how deluded he is. Then he posts a video titled, "The night an angel came to me saying I'm not safe in Denver anymore," which has nothing but nearly 4 minutes of complete silence. Lastly, he made a community post with a picture to prove that he'd been in the hospital, which initially caused some concern, until he revealed in a comment that he'd just gone in there to check on his skin. April begins with more strange activity. Daniel claims to be stranded in Manitou Springs, and uploads a hilarious fake AI video of Ox, Bob, and a Gypsy Crusader in a Discord call discussing their evil troll plans for Daniel.
We managed to get a drone to follow him around. We had him pull the fire alarm at Olive Garden.
Oh
He still doesn't know
God.
about the GPS tracker we put inside the lining of his jacket. I don't even know what to do with all the ad revenue the subreddit has given us. Even with all the white trucks and red cars we've hired to gang stalk Daniel full time, I still find myself with an overwhelming amount of money.
As much as this is psychological terrorism at its finest, the way they tailored every single statement to cater to hyper-specific paranoias of Daniel is really a fine piece of art. His time as a free man was short-lived, as he once again got arrested on the 2nd of April for being a fugitive of justice with a bond
Dude, his trolls are fucking ruthless.
of over $1,500. But again, he got released, this time just a day later due to a court order. This infuriated the trolls, who were sick of the revolving door arrests Daniel was getting, and so they hatched a plan to generate another incident. They tricked Daniel into thinking the local Buffalo Wild Wings was interested in hiring him. This campaign happened to coincide with Daniel's trench foot getting really painful during an extremely cold and windy day, in which he had to walk something like 50 miles to attend his court appointment. It's as if every factor colluded to make him go nuts. They got what they wanted, as being turned away from the Wild Wings and realizing he'd been duped completely broke Daniel's mind. I'm not quite sure what happened. Either the first stream got stopped for whatever reason and he had to start a new one, or it automatically split into 2 due to technical issues, but Daniel's rampage is divided into 2 halves, the latter containing the majority of it.
You, Bob! You! I will bomb your house! Till the day you die! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Call the feds on me, you liar! This is a message to Daniel McDougall. You didn't mention to Bob and me. This is what you did.
Besides the insanely loud winds, the rest of the live stream just has Daniel repeatedly saying the words bomb and kill, and referring to places like police stations or the White House for his targets. He also began hitting the ground at a few points. Soon after this incident, he goes to the hospital as his trench foot had returned and was worsening, but he gets discharged almost immediately and goes back to the windy streets where he nearly has another meltdown as the wind gods attempt to destroy him.
Bob, help! Bob, help! You bitch! You, Bob! You!
The winds were really taking their toll on Daniel, who soon after made another stream about how his entire body was sore, but cut the stream short once everyone in the comments began telling him to start running.
Stop telling me to run. I will block everybody in this chat. I will block 100% everybody. Yep, I'm blocking everybody in this chat for harassment.
The next few days after his initial barrage of wind was mostly uneventful, as Daniel managed to successfully show up to court. On the 12th of April, he found himself back at the hospital due to food poisoning. Like The Dark Knight Rises, we were wondering what would break first, his plot armor or his body. And it seems Daniel's old carcass is giving up the ghost from all the years of abuse. Really makes me miss the days he lived in an actual house. On the 15th, he laments his own situation.
I have been walking like this for hours and hours, days and days on end for 5 years, and it's killing me.
Sure, being perpetually sunbeaten and homeless isn't good, but I suspect Daniel doesn't help his own case.
I don't even remember the last time I had like actual glass or cup of water, because all I have is monster drinks.
Now this is truly relatable. Soon after confessing to being the true white monster fiend, he reveals he's once again stepped into a puddle of water and gotten all of his clothes wet, meaning the trench foot is soon to get even worse than it was before. He doesn't care though, and continues to live the same way as always, burning through hundreds of dollars despite knowing he has to get housing and pay off his court fees without a care in the world. God, I wish that were me. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. On the 25th of April, a federal arrest warrant for Daniel Larson was issued, meaning his time was up for real this time. Despite that, he continued to engage in his usual shenanigans, though noticeably, he was keeping it together and not taking too many chances with thieving or dashing, which kept him afloat for the time being. I don't think he even had an idea that there was a federal warrant for his arrest, and I guess that's good. It's not like him knowing would make any real difference in the end anyway. On the 27th, it was the beginning of the end. He relapsed and got escorted out of the Pump House restaurant by the police, who I'm guessing didn't know about the warrant either since they didn't arrest him. Just a day later, he went to Buffalo Wild Wings and dashed on over $50 worth of food, and this is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Well, this, and the fact that he admitted on his YouTube community page that he watched CP, blaming it on the FBI and the Secret Service for showing him what it was in the first place. Not a great move, all things considered. Some poor law enforcement agent actually had to sift through all the reports regarding Daniel and document the over 100 threats he made since 2021, all of which culminated in this arrest, which, unlike the others, left Daniel ineligible for
Dude, this guy is in his 20s. He looks like somebody in his 40s.
Meaning he's not getting out of this one that easy. Most of the information regarding this arrest and its ramifications, including the charges he's getting, was elaborated on by Daniel himself, who called Clark up on the 1st of May and talked about the situation.
The feds got you?
Bamboosis donated $2. This is you. Oh my god. That is me. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh, Cappy. Oh my god. Never heard of an Okappy. Look at the little Okappy. Wow. That's a nice animal. I want an Okappy. Okappys look nice. Wow, what a nice animal. Oh. Oh my god. It's a little Hyrax. Oh my god. That's amazing. Look at him eating his little leaf. Oh. Oh my god. That's a nice pigeon. Oh my goodness, look at that pigeon. What a sweet little pigeon. That's a nice pigeon. Thanks for the donation, Bamboosis.
The feds got me.
Based on the court documents that are available, Daniel faced up to 65 years in prison, along with over $1 million worth of fines. To make matters worse, in a shocking turn of events, the seemingly made-up Secret Service agent, Daniel McDougal, is not only revealed to be a real person, but played a key role in getting him behind bars. In the end, Mr. President was taken down by his own security. There was a motion for his release, but it was summarily denied by the judge, and it seemed like he wasn't going to get away with it this time. Near the end of May, his court dates were canceled, and Daniel was ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation. And a few days later, he was transferred to Englewood Federal Correctional Institution, which is also where Jared Fogle is being held. For a period of time, there were no public developments to Daniel's status until July 19th, when court documents show that he was found incompetent for trial and placed in a mental health facility. He does have another competency hearing set for September, and at least in theory, he could eventually be found competent for trial. If that happens, he may get a sentence that, since it probably will ultimately be much shorter than the full 65 he was initially facing, will allow him to eventually walk the streets as a free man once again. However, he may also never be considered competent and stay in the mental hospital forever. Either way, it's safe to say that the last chapter in the Daniel Larson
He needs to stay in a mental hospital. This dude's fucked, dude.
the story has been closed. Hopefully, at least. I've been Turkey Tom.
Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna take a piss, and then, we'll keep reacting to more shit. I'll be right back. Ugh. Riley donates $2. Before you had a debate with Avi about killing predators, did you think it was crazy Avi was proposing this? Yes. I remember people saying you were quite reluctant to the idea even after the debate. How long did it take you to wrap your head around it? A few hours after. I was on board. Who the fuck are you?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Not much.
Yeah, I was trying to like donate to you before, but like the PayPal, like I don't have PayPal, so could you react to a video?
What video?
I'll post in chat right now. There's no chat. Wait, I'll just paste
What's
in,
it titled?
Oh, it's called J. Rockefeller, Best Moments.
J. Rockefeller, Best Moments.
Yeah. And then type in incel as well, because like there's a lot of like searches.
What's it about?
It's about like cold approaching. And he does like a lot of like just rage baits and stuff, yeah. It's pretty funny.
But somebody said you wanted to debate me. Oh, this guy. I know who he is. He's a piece of shit. He got arrested for assault and battery. Huh?
Oh, this guy? Okay.
He got arrested for assault and battery, and I think he later got arrested because he was making terroristic threats.
Oh, really? Okay. Have you seen the video though?
The pepper spray one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was on, like, international news. He's a massive piece of shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I've already seen all that crap.
Like the 30-minute video as well, the compilation.
I don't really want to watch that. It's just disgusting nonsense.
Alright, fair enough, man, yeah. Well, you have a good day, yeah?
Yeah, no problem. You too.
Just because the news said we had already captured it. Imagine a town that's 40% dead and everyone else is just crippled. I had a commanding officer who used to work as a security guard in the supermarket chain, and he fucking dreamed of seeing himself on First Channel, like he was some kind of warrior. One time, he didn't obey an order. They brought him up to a tree, duct taped his arms and legs, and shot him at point-blank range, probably from 10 meters away. To the people who think they want to sign a contract, I say, guys, get yourself a gun and shoot yourself in the head. The outcome is exactly the same. Believe me, I've seen a lot of those types out there. You're not coming back in one piece, that's for sure.
The war in Ukraine has been underway for 2.5 years. All this time, Russia's defense ministry has consistently withheld casualty data while fabricating successes on the front lines. Putin's statements, defense ministry
Thoughts on SJWS trowing a his fit over a TV show like The Acolyte's cancellation?
I haven't seen too many people complaining about its cancellation, but it's a terrible show. Like it's just bad. They should stick to making The Mandalorian and just make more video games. I don't know who the fuck is working at Disney. Like, these people are really, really highly paid. They have some of what you would imagine would be the best people in the business to make these projects. And they make pure fucking trash. I don't know if it's like studio meddling, where you have these fucking bean counters saying, okay, in order to appeal to a wide audience, we need a lot of like gender and racial inclusion, and we need certain themes in the show about women's power or something. I don't know if it has anything to do with that, and writers and crap are forced to shoehorn the stupid shit in. But it makes no sense. Like, they're not able to write any good fucking stories. Especially with Star Wars, you'd think it would be relatively easy. And the video games they've made over the last few decades have almost all been very good. They've had good stories behind them, good gameplay. I guess there's not those same issues with making the games, which is why the games don't usually end up turning out like crap. But who the fuck knows? I don't know what their problem is with making, Star Wars properties, but they're just bad at it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Rate these impressions.
11,511. Today, to save up to 50%. Terms, conditions, message, and data rates may apply.
Support for today's episode comes from OneSkin.
That wasn't very good.
I have a few special political friends who deal with dry skin, like Senator Mitch McConnell.
Did you know it's important to shift your skincare routine with the season? Things like dry, flaky skin. Oh, Lord, the redness. Even fine lines and wrinkles are a reflection of what's
That's a good Mitch McConnell impression.
happening at the cellular level.
OneSkin products are powered by the scientifically proven peptide called OS1. This peptide reduces the accumulation of damaged aging cells. OneSkin addresses them at the cellular level.
That's okay. That's like middle of the road, 5 out of 10.
OneSkin is the world's first skin longevity company. And by focusing on the cellular aspects of aging, OneSkin keeps your skin looking and acting younger for longer. Younger for longer. Yes, of course. Thank you.
This Jeff Goldblum impression's really good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hi, Richard. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Imagine getting a blowjob from Daniel Larson. Really think about it. I think you would like it, Richard, you filthy fucker. Nigerian scammer Burgess 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777. You often refer to people as stupid who you disagree with. Does that mean before you had that debate with Avi you thought he was stupid for this? Or did you know Avi would have a good argument for the position, even if you thought it was crazy? Jay's curious.
I didn't think he was crazy. I just was interested to hear the argument. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. I would imagine getting a blowjob from Daniel Larson would be unpleasant. Thanks for the donation, though, Nigerian scammer Burgess.
You talking about Disney and Star Wars and political correctness reminded me of this clip from South Park lol.
Let me take a look.
Is there a problem, people?
No problem at all, Mrs. Kennedy.
We were just discussing ideas of what to do with the new Prince Eric movie.
Put a chick in it, make her gay!
Yes, Miss Kennedy, some of the execs are just expressing that maybe...
Well, that maybe we should go a different route than we did with Indiana Jones.
Fuck Indiana Jones, put a chick in it and make her name it gay! Any diverse woman in it, make it gay!
But, Mrs. Kennedy, Bambi's a baby deer.
Fuck baby deer, put a chick in it, make her gay!
Linguine and clam sauce.
Excuse me, I believe I asked you to put a chick in this and make her gay?
Yes, the chef was a little confused what you meant by that.
It means put a chick in the linguine and make her fucking gay!
That's basically what they're doing. Can we rematch in Tekken? Sure, we can do that real quick. Let me just get all this out of the way. Oh. Okay. Send me an invite, you jackass. It's funny you were like surprised you lost. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
This is my micro impression of you. That's the last time I'm going to try to
roofing
do you.
myself.
It's just you saying the word Cosby. You say, Cosby. I know you say that, and I know this might get cut because it make you uncomfortable. There it is. He doesn't like it. You're squinting. You say, get out of my house. It's not bad.
That is pretty good.
Matt Friend is here who does the Howard Stern impression.
How are you, by the way? Robin, you look beautiful, right?
Right, thank you.
Right.
Is this still fucking you up, Howard? It's fucking me up, right?
Yeah, right. Because when I start talking to Robin after you
Right.
leave, I get crazy, you know.
Right. Can we just
Right,
talk
Robin?
about this? Can we
Yeah,
just
go
talk about
ahead.
it? Right.
That is a pretty good Howard Stern impression, too. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. It's a community. Oh, crap. Is my computer or controller dead? Ugh. No, lack of foreskin is not a good reason to commit suicide. You know what's fucking crazy? You don't get notifications for invites when you're just in the main menu. So you literally have to be talking with somebody like over the phone or Discord or something to like set up a fight. It's fucking insane. Still haven't gotten a fucking invite. Is it just deciding not to work anymore? Oh my god. Still don't have the invite. Dude, this game sucks. One second, it's doing some dumb shit. Try going into open search. Here we fucking go. Where the fuck is open search? Search sessions? Ow, damn it. Ow. Fuck. Ow. Jesus Christ. Invited you. Okay, give me a second. Here we go. Now we got it. Press ready, jackass.
Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Fuck. Great. Son of a Hell yeah.
Round two. Fight.
Fuck. Fuck. Damn it! Fuck! God damn it!
Round three. Fight.
Fuck! Haha.
Round four. Fight. Round five.
How the fuck does he keep getting caught by that? That's insane. Every time, dude. Oh my god. That's some good shit. Oh shit. Scrub.
Fight.
Fuck. Damn it.
Round 7. Fight.
Get fucked, dude. Oh, that was even worse than last time, dude. He kept getting caught by that fucking kick move, dude. How did... I don't know how everybody keeps getting caught by that. That was funny. I didn't want to spam it because, I don't know, you have a problem with that, but that was fucking hilarious. You're 0 for 2. That's good.
Reports and pro-war blogger posts paint a picture far removed from reality. In this video,
What's with the Red 40 scare? I have no fucking idea, dude. It's safe to consume.
the insider tells the truth about the war in Ukraine from the words of a Russian soldier who escaped from the front line. Much of what he reveals is being reported for the first time.
The first day when we arrived, it was pretty fucking scary.
Yeah, I mean, I am pretty good at Tekken, at least with Kazuya. I do punch above my rank.
Because we were hit by 2 FPV drones as soon as we were dropped off. Roughly speaking, you have a bulletproof vest, a machine gun, ammo, that's all on you. About 60, 70 kilograms. And you're running through these woods at night. Can't see shit. None of us were bothered for the first 3 days while we were settling in. Then they started pulling people out slowly, with the first guys sent out to dig trenches. There's 500 meters of open terrain.
Do you think you could do tornado kick in real life? Probably not.
Roughly speaking, to the village. Those 500 meters, well, they're impossible to cross. You're completely out in the open. There's one machine gun crew there. It can easily mow down 100 people. There also was a tank in the middle. The first boys were sent there in 5s. As I remember, 4 groups of 5 went out. All 20 men were killed that very evening. No one came out alive. No one even made it to that tank. The next day, they sent another 20 men. They didn't make it either.
По всем направлениям, постоянно, каждый день улучшают свое положение.
The biggest problem right now, everyone's talking about FPV drones at the moment, but actually, these ordinary surveillance drones, they're also very important and dangerous, simply because you have eyes everywhere, you see everything. There were probably 15 or 20 of them floating around there, watching everything. Then they figured out that you could send 2 people instead of 5, and then 2 of them.
The thing that I'm very good at in Tekken is predicting what somebody's gonna do. So even when you have like higher ranked fighters, I can pretty quickly read people's strategies and stuff them. So I'm pretty good at like just preventing people from getting in certain combos and shit, and just counterattacking and sometimes dodging, depending on if there's like the stupid lock-on shit.
Managed to secure a position under this tank. They dug in, and the news began to broadcast that we had practically taken this village, that we were already there. They said that we had gone in from all sides, but we weren't even close. We hadn't even reached it. People were being led like cattle to the slaughter, just because the news said we had already captured it. I had a commanding officer who used to work as a security guard in a supermarket chain, and he fucking dreamed.
Only cookie-cutter non-Americans are worried about American politics. Deport Sarah Safari back to Persia.
Gotta agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Canadian cookie cutter.
Dreamed of seeing himself on Channel 1, like he was some kind of warrior. And that's why he's sending people out to get mowed down. When the pairs were dug in under the tank, they need ammo, they need food, they need water, they need to be rotated properly. And that's how 70 more people were killed. All in a week, running to and from that tank. The worst part is, when you get out, you've just stepped out of the dugout, and you realize you're visible. They can see you. There were a lot of drones. It feels like the Ukrainian army has a 50-fold advantage when it comes to UAVs. The worst thing is, if you're seen by the drones, you can't go back into the dugouts, because you immediately reveal the position. Here's what it looks like from the operator's side. You see a glowing dot on the screen. It's on the move somewhere, and you immediately see it disappear. What does that mean? That person went inside somewhere. That position is immediately shelled, killing at least 5 people. 15 to 20 people were left out of 250. 15 or 17 people were left, 10 of which were staff, clerks, all sorts of platoon commanders, deputies, company commanders. So there you go. This used to be a company of mobilized soldiers, but there are 10 to 15 people left out of the 250 that were called up. The rest are contract soldiers. And it's not that it's gone back to square one. I'll explain. About 40% were killed, 60 people. The rest are wounded. Of those, 30 to 40% are severely wounded. So there you go. Well, when I say severely, I mean they don't have arms and legs or other body parts. They're disabled for life. I wasn't in an assault platoon. I mean, I didn't go storming positions. I was pulling wounded men out 24 hours. I was running to that tank, too. I didn't carry supplies. I pulled wounded men out of there. That's all. And there were cases when, the most striking case, was when I took a guy out on the 4th week. He had been wounded for 3 days. I don't know how he survived. He didn't bleed out. He put on a tourniquet himself. His arm and his leg were wounded, and his arm was already festering and starting to rot. The necrosis had kicked in, and I'm told he's not going to be picked up for another 24 hours, minimum. I go to the doc and say, what do I do? I got a man. His arm's rotting. What do I do? Chop his arm off. He replied. I said, what do you mean? I ain't got no fucking medical degree. Well, what do you want him to die for? He's gonna die anyway. Chop his arm off. That was a massive dilemma. I had thoughts of just leaving him to die there in agony. But on the other hand, well, it was fucking scary to fucking chop a man's arm off. I mean, really, I chopped it off with an axe, the ones you use to chop wood, because I had nothing else. It took me about 4 swings to finally lop it off. I treated it. They told me how to do it over the radio. But then I probably didn't sleep for 2 days.
Jesus, that's pretty rough.
That's what happened. When we loaded him up, he was alive. When he got to the front of the line, he was alive too, as far as I know. I don't know what happened to him after that. There were also difficult situations. I remember the moment well. I was pulling a guy out. His jaw was basically torn off. He didn't have part of his arm up to the shoulder. They didn't want to take him away. They didn't want to evacuate him. The company commander said, I don't want to do this for the sake of one man. We kept him like that for about 24 hours. After 24 hours, when he realized that he was basically done for, he didn't even let us bandage him. He just said, "I'd rather die." And that's it. He just bled out to death. The commander was drinking. That's all he did. He was just fucking drinking. He didn't give a shit who was gonna die or who was gonna do what. Looking ahead, I can say that I was wounded because of his drinking. Just because he had to get his fix. He says to go to the headquarters and get a new bird. I asked, why should I go there at night? Why now? You realize if I go out, they're gonna waste me. Well, just because night birds fly with thermal imaging. They can see you from a mile away. You're a glowing light on a black screen. It's impossible not to see you. Especially since my route led me right through open terrain. As for the order, I sort of fought it with the commander, but you still can't ignore all orders because we had a lot of dudes zeroed out. I was sent to HQ. I got there and picked up the bird. They gave me another package. What's in it, I ask. He says it's for the commander. I look in the bag, and there's 2 bottles, vodka and some cognac. And that's when I got it. That's why they sent me there. Anyway.
Wow, they're having him risk his life to send alcohol to his fucking commander.
I'm on my way back through the open field, and I hear a humming sound above me. I look up, and there's a drone. And then, boom, I fall to the ground. I don't understand anything. My only thought is, God forbid I don't have legs right now. If I don't have legs, I'll just shoot myself in the head. That way I won't have to suffer. I look down, my legs are still there, all covered in blood, but they're there, thank God. I crawled to the nearest cellar. I got on the radio. I say, take me away, I'm wounded, I can't walk, I'll bandage myself. We're not taking you, he says. It's too dangerous. And I get it. They're not going to take me because it is actually dangerous. I had a tremor. I'd probably lost 1 liter of blood. I thought, well, I'll crawl back. And I crawled. Almost got to the evacuation point. I was met there. Some commanders are either on Promedol, an opioid, or bath salts. Yeah, they get high a lot. Not all of them. I would say probably 40% of them are addicted. But that's still a lot. Promedol is an anesthetic that's given to everybody. It's a very old Soviet narcotic analgesic. That is, it has a pronounced narcotic effect. You take it, and you sit there drooling. Again, what's the situation there? Everyone is supposed to be given Promedol. 1 capsule or 2, I don't remember exactly. But they don't give them to everybody. They were given to them on paper. The report said that we were given a first aid kit. You've been given a first aid kit, but there's no Promedol in it. Where is it? Somebody must have taken it for themselves, right? It's not in the first aid kit. And that's how they had a constant dose of the drug.
Oh my God.
The wounded were very rarely evacuated. Very rarely. It was done either on one's personal initiative, or if it was easy to pick someone up, if they're not far from your dugout, if they're, say, 2 minutes away, you quickly pick them up and load them in. I was sent to pick up a wounded guy. I'm already coming to this open area, and there's a fallen forest, a lot of fallen trees. I'm out there, and I hear a bird almost above me. I see these logs, and I see that the terrain is hilly. There's logs all over the place, and there are gaps under them, about this big. I crawl under one of the logs. I crawl closer to the middle so I'm safer. I'm already in the middle, and I feel, soft isn't the word. The terrain under me is soft, loose. That's when I realized it's not dirt of any kind, and the smell is really strong. Well, I look underneath me, and there I just see the uniforms, and I see dead guys. They'd been there for 3 or 4 months, probably. Their bodies have already started to decompose. I was just crawling over the corpses. I was right there. I was very close to puking. I hear the bird above me, and it's clearly above me. I realize that she sees me. She knows I'm here. I realized I need to get the fuck out of here right away. If she hits these logs, the logs won't save me for sure. I start to crawl out from under them. I get to my feet and then realize that I'm in a panic. That is, I got to my feet, walked 2 steps, and I didn't drink anything, but like a drunk. I just fell down. I tried to get on my knees. I can't. I'm in a daze. The drone hit the logs behind me, where I was crawling. Anyway, I somehow managed to gather myself. I turned around in the opposite direction and ran. So that was stressful as hell. If Ukraine maintained the same pace I saw in our area in most areas, then here's how many Russians were killed during the entire invasion, based on my own calculations. According to my figures, there were casualties. I'm not saying just the dead. I mean all the casualties. So, the heavily wounded and the dead together, well, there must be about 400,000 people for sure. I mean...
And he's fairly accurate. That's about how many have died.
Imagine a city with 40% of its population killed, while everyone else is crippled. They take a man or bring him to the commander, as I understand it, as I've heard it. But from what I've seen of the corpses, it's all true. They bring a person either to the commander or, if he's too lazy to do it, he takes his minions, the suck-ups. I can't call them anything else. They're not people at all. There are not many people there in general, but them in particular. They aren't human beings. They bring him to a tree, duct tape his hands and feet, and chain him to the tree so he doesn't run away, so that he stays in place. And they just shoot him at point-blank range, from probably 5 to 10 meters out. They untie him from the tree and throw him in a ditch. That's how it usually happens. Say he didn't follow orders or didn't go somewhere when he was asked or something. They bring him to the commander, put on 2 armored vests. The commander gets up and shoots at the 2 armored jackets with an automatic weapon. And even if there's 2 vests, even if they can hold up to that, 2 armored vests can usually withstand assault rifles. But all his ribs will be broken. God forbid something else happens and he just slowly dies. If he survives 24 hours, I know one of these guys. They send you out, they evacuate you, but mostly they die. Or they make you put on a helmet, and they shoot you in the helmet with a pistol. It's clear that a helmet can withstand a pistol. It will definitely withstand a pistol, a Makarov handgun. But if they shoot you in the helmet from 5 meters out, you won't have half a skull. It'll be broken. That's the sort of stuff they do there.
Jesus.
My company had 2 people zeroed out. I don't know the details because I was in the field at the time. I mean, I came in and asked. I said, where are they? I won't say the call signs, but where are those 2 guys? And I'm told they've been zeroed out. I said, for what? For disobeying orders or something? What did they do? They refused to go to their post. And at the post at that time, the Baba Yaga drone was fucking them up real bad. There were already casualties. There were already dead people. They said that they would not go to that post, and they were zeroed out. They were executed. We didn't have that in our company that often, but it was common in neighboring units, where they had not 250, but 1,000, 1,500 people.
I wonder how many of the Russian casualties are dead because they've been killed by their own company. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a fair bit. Like, hearing that, like, they're all saying this, that their company commanders are killing them.
I had another story. I have to go forward to our positions, and I hear Baba Yaga flying ahead. I think, I'm not going there now, for sure, because that's suicide. I veered to the left, knowing that there are neighboring units there. About 700 meters, I turned left. They catch me and say, "You're one of the mobilized guys." I say, "I'm not." He said, "Why are you fucking lying to us?" I said, "Take my military ID."
Have you ever seen the movie Chicken Little? Well, I was just watching a whole bunch of old classic movies as an adult, which is more entertaining, but would this be you if a vending machine wasn't taking a bill?
Never actually seen Chicken Little. Heard it's good.
I need a soda. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Corner's all wrinkled. Why are we doing this? Come on, take it, take it. Yes! What happened?
No, usually I'm just disappointed and I leave. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
ID. Look, my military ID says I'm a contract soldier, I said. He says, don't fuck with us. They tied me to a tree. They had some mobilized guy who deserted or tried to run away. They tied me up. They said, well, you're gonna be zeroed out now. They tied me to a tree. There's a big hole behind the tree. They duct taped me to the tree. There were probably 20, 30 people lying dead in the hole. This is it. I mean, I've already been taken in. That's it. And then there's someone on the radio that called in and saved me. He said they found the guy who tried to get away. I don't know why, but I feel sorry for the guy. I guess they executed him. I hadn't seen him in person. If a person doesn't follow orders, the military prosecutor's office should be called in. They should take him to court.
Watch this and dance to it, you goo kung faggot.
Not gonna dance, but I will watch. Thanks for the donation, dance fucking faggot.
Everybody in this shit getting coked the fuck getting poked the fuck you better show the fuck I'm your leader, motherfucker, better shut the fuck wearing black Chanel gloves cause I'm fucking stuck rats at, where my punks at, where's the like boys doing crimes, motherfucker, where's the guns at? Check me out, taker, I like hard dick and an
It's not very good.
I have no mom, no dad. Bella the wolf. Ooh. Excuse me. Now that was me burping.
The fuck am I getting recommended?
Give him some kind of sentence or do something else. Well, the military prosecutors and the military police don't show up at the front because they're scared. They're pissing their pants. And nobody's going to take them away for doing something as small as that. So that's why they go around executing people. No one there's openly opposing the regime or saying that we're going to overthrow Putin or anything like that. If you fuck up, they're like, well, he did something wrong. We don't need all this. We'd better send him home. That's how they are. Even those who are patriots, even the ultra-patriots, they're already saying, why are we here? What are we doing here? We don't need this fucking shit. 2 Wagner guys came with us. One of them went straight to the military police. Then he ended up executing his own guys. I'm talking about his own guys. You have to understand that it's not like they're from my unit, but it's like you're shooting them in the back. It's one thing if you don't want to go to war yourself, right? Or you're against this war. It's another thing when I just don't understand this logic. You come in just because you want the dough, and you fuck everybody up, everybody in general. And the second guy, he was at the front for about a week, managed to borrow money from about everyone there, and bounced. He claimed he was off to buy drones in Belgorod, and just disappeared. I don't even know. I read a story in the news recently. They say people are surrendering. I don't understand how they do it at all. We have minefields in front, barrier troops in the back. You're not going anywhere. The problem with minefields is
Israel has just started a war with Lebanon.
Well, that's good to hear. It's time they got their asses kicked. Thanks for the donation, bruh.
That because people are so quickly executed, no one has a map of the minefields. I mean, the sappers are throwing around mines, and they don't realize where they're throwing them. You go a little to the right, a little to the left, you blow up. And you have to walk 10 kilometers there. But it's clear that you're not going to make it.
Противотанковая мина, М-62.
You realize that all these people, some of them will survive anyway. These commanders, the ones who suck up to these commanders, even ordinary people who maybe didn't even want to be there, but whose psyche will be destroyed. They'll all come back. What will they do once they're back home? It's scary, disgusting, just absolutely disgusting. You're not a human being there at all. When these people come from the war with blood on their hands, with broken psyches, who are in the same companies, units, and so on, they'll start to band together. And these smaller bands will start to group into bigger gangs. These people with guns are going to be walking the streets now. It's creepy as hell. Russia's up to its ass in guns right now. I'm sure because we've had stories of guns being smuggled out with dead bodies. That's basically how they're shipped out, with dead bodies. Say you have a corpse in a black bag, and they dump 3 or 4 assault rifles in the same black bag. What happens to them next? I can only tell you from rumors. I haven't been further. They take them to Russia and they file down the serial numbers. In other words, they sell them. It's big business. They make a lot of money. Imagine how many people...
Holy shit. The Russian military... So, people in the Russian military are taking assault rifles off dead soldiers, filing down the serial numbers so they can't be tracked, and then selling them on the black market.
People are being killed over there. Obviously, nobody's running around and collecting them. No one's keeping count. I don't know, there are probably thousands of these guns in Russia, that's for sure. For one corpse, there are 3, 4, 5 guns. It was like that in our company. I can't speak for the others. If it was like that in our company, it's hard to imagine how many of these guns there are. You can arm a small army, that's for sure. To the people who think they want to sign a contract, I say, guys, get yourself a gun and shoot yourself in the head. The outcome is exactly the same. If you think you'll make money and come back, and everything will be great, believe me, I've seen so many of those types out there. You're not coming back. You're not coming back in one piece. Is 5 million rubles worth a leg? And then what are you going to do? Is your mom going to wipe your ass for the rest of your life? We're not talking about whether you think that there are Nazis in Ukraine or something. There are no Nazis there, just ordinary people. You have to understand that, roughly speaking, you're going to kill your neighbor. Can you live with that? For the rest of your life? This war isn't worth it. It's not a war for the motherland. It's not a war for justice. It's not a war for freedom. It's a war for fuck all. It's a war for a retarded grandfather. You're not liberating anybody out there. I'll tell you more. Even the old man that's sending you to war, he doesn't believe he's liberating anybody. He doesn't give a shit about any of this. And nobody gives a shit about you either. And if you get pinned down, you better run. You better run. I don't know, if you don't have anything, if you've got no money, then take out some fucking loans and use them to get the fuck out of there. The worst thing that can happen, even if you try to run, if you're afraid of getting caught, what do you have to lose? They'll send you back to the front line either way. To put it simply, you can always try. We'll say more. Desertion attempts, when people really try to run away, are mostly successful.
That is pretty nutty. But that's good news. Russia ain't doing too hot.
The Israeli Armed Forces says it targeted Hezbollah terror targets in about a dozen different areas of southern Lebanon, including weapons storage facilities, military structures, and a launcher used to carry out attacks on northern Israel. Israel adding that it did eliminate more than 50 terrorists over the past 24 hours in Rafah. In the meantime, we want to take you to some video here. The USS Abraham.
Here's another clip from Chicken Little that resembles your typical politician reading from a teleprompter. Lol.
The Honorable Mayor Turkey Lookie.
Chicken Little, you better have a good explanation for this.
You have to don't. What did he say? You have to don't. Oh, we surrender. Here, take the key to the city. Key to my car.
Tic-tac?
That's pretty good. I might watch that. I never saw that back in the day. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
OVG, what to do when you eat too much and stomach feels like it's gonna burst. Can't move VG, here's some else for us. Love you, VG.
I'm kind of jealous. I wish I could eat food. Just watch some good hentai and then it'll all be over. Thanks for the donation, Daddy-O.
Lincoln aircraft carrier actually arriving along with other U.S. destroyers in the Middle East. Take a look at your screen here. In a statement, U.S. Central Command confirmed the arrival as the Lincoln is there to replace the USS Theodore Roosevelt. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordering the Lincoln to speed up to get to the region faster as threats of a major Iranian attack on Israel still loom. Do want to talk more about all of the latest developments, so let's bring in Josh Haston, a Middle East correspondent for the Jewish News Syndicate. As always, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks so much, Josh.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about the Hezbollah targets over there in Lebanon. How significant is that? Because it appears that the situation is once again intensifying with the attacks by Hezbollah on Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. From what I saw this morning, Israel attacked at least 10 different targets throughout Lebanon. We're talking about weapons storage facilities, trying to incapacitate Hezbollah's ability to fire rockets. That being said, it is known that Hezbollah has over 100,000 rockets, and they have not been afraid to use many of those weapons over the last 8-9 months since the October 7th attack. So the situation very tense on the northern border. And what we're seeing now is we're seeing Hezbollah firing more rockets at one time. In other words, where they used to fire maybe 5-10 rockets. This past week, we've seen different attacks, salvos of rockets coming in. We're talking about 40-50 rockets at once. A lot of them are actually hitting in the central and southern Golan. So they're moving a little bit further southern, a little bit further south there in Israel. So there definitely is a major concern. You have to remember 80,000 Israelis are not currently in their homes who live along the northern border. The situation is not sustainable. We'll have to see what happens in the days and weeks ahead.
Did you know Chicken Little came out the same time as 50 Clients' movie Get Rich or Die Trying? Chicken Little made way more money and had better ratings than the 50 Cent movie. And the 50 Cent movie sucked ass. IDK, how you can lose to a Pixar film. Lol.
That is pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. I guess Pixar was better back then.
I want to pop up this video that I brought you a bit earlier here. This was actually released by CENTCOM in the U.S. And we know that the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and those other destroyers did arrive in the Middle East. So does it make the people of Israel feel any safer, better protected from an Iranian attack?
So first things first, we definitely value the friendship that we have, the unbreakable bond between the United States and the state of Israel. And it is somewhat reassuring to see these different major military vessels heading over this way. That being said, I really hope that these vessels are here to help Israel in targeting Iran, if that's necessary, if Iran launches a strike, or perhaps Israel will preempt a strike. I hope they're not here to send the wrong message to Israel, and that is, well, since we've done so much, I'm talking about the Biden administration, therefore Israel should not either retaliate or take the initiative of launching a strike if that is necessary. We've been waiting now for several weeks. Iran continues. As of Sunday night, the Iranian foreign minister said that Iran would in fact respond militarily when the time they saw fit was. So we're anticipating it could happen at any minute. I really hope that the Biden administration is fully on board on this, as they were in April. Let's give credit where credit is due in terms of shooting down over 300 rockets, missiles, and drones, which were launched at the state of Israel by Iran. So it has happened before. It can happen again. And let's hope that the administration is doing the right thing by bringing these ships to this region in order to help Israel defend itself if necessary.
It's been several weeks since that assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, which Israel has not taken responsibility for in any way, but Iran did come out immediately and say that they would launch a major attack in retaliation against Israel. As more time passes, does it become less likely that an attack will happen, or is it still kind of imminent?
I think at this
Dodo Tillers, would you rather have your left ear cut off or your lips cut off? Left ear. If you were an American, what would you say your top 3 biggest issues that you would be voting on are? Like, what are 3 top priorities and what you'd mostly be basing your vote on? Not having Trump elected, and not having Trump elected. So, like, the Democratic Party is just better. Kamala's a better candidate. 3 biggest issues would probably be foreign policy, economic policy, and civil rights and liberties. Trump is a threat to all of that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
This point, it's imminent. You never know when it's going to happen, but it's always really in the back of your minds. The Iranians are playing psychological warfare with the state of Israel right now. Different threats and different rumors have come about over the last 2 weeks. So it's going to happen tonight. It's going to happen tomorrow. All since different rumors on social media or whatnot. So we have to really, I always say, you have to listen to what your enemies are saying. In Iran, as I mentioned, the foreign minister did say they will attack. The question is when. So I don't think that the threat diminishes in any way as time goes by. The threat is still there. Iran has a ballistic missiles program. And of course, the ultimate threat is their nuclear program, which they're continuing to develop at a rapid pace. That is the biggest existential threat to the state of Israel, and not only to Israel, but to the Western world. They call Israel the little Satan. They call the United States the big Satan. It's very, very important to remember, this is not just about Israel. It's not just about the Middle East. It is about the safety of humanity. It's about the safety of the United States and the Western world. It's something we have to keep in mind.
I want to talk a little bit about a conversation that President Biden did have with Netanyahu once again yesterday. The White House did send out basically a report kind of summarizing the call. I know you looked over that report. Anything that stood out to you, or is it essentially just kind of more of the same of what we've seen over the past several months, those calls between Biden and Netanyahu?
So the report itself, what I saw released by the White House, is more of the same in terms of the United States saying it is committed to defending the state of Israel. But behind the scenes, I've talked to other people who are in the know and whatnot, that they say actually that the Biden administration is trying to put more pressure on the Netanyahu administration in terms of specifics in Gaza. They want to get a deal done, a hostage deal, an exchange for terror.
Okay, it is late, and I am tired, and I think I'm gonna end the stream now. I should be on tomorrow. Might do another afternoon stream, possibly, no guarantee. Kind of depends if I can train and what my schedule's like tomorrow, but I've been streaming for 8 hours, dude. Fuck off. I'm fucking tired. I'm getting dizzy just sitting in this fucking chair because I'm barely eating. But, yeah. I will be on tomorrow, though. Might just be like a normal evening stream. Who knows, but possibly in the afternoon, depending on how things work out. I know you're just joking. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you